I've been building walls around me. Keep my distance so you never know too much about me. Trying to keep you out cause I love my safe space. But the problem is I never looked into my own face. Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? We let it go, we hold it tight. It's hard to take the blame. I know it doesn't feel right. We let it go, we hold it tight. You're more than just a mess. You're more than what you realize. We let it go, we hold it tight. It's hard to take the blame. I know it doesn't feel right. We let it go, we hold it tight. You're more than just a mess. You're more than what you realize. It's been way too long. I've been building walls around me. Keep my distance so you never know too much about me. Trying to keep you out cause I love my safe space. The problem is I never looked into my own face. Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions?
We're flying high like a jet stream. See it in your eyes that you feel me. Never wanna come down to the ground. Setting sparks to fires when you're with me. And I realize what it all means when our hearts beat loud to the beat. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best day that we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. Oh, I love you so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice cuts through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. How we got it so good, I don't know how. Tattooing your name on my heart now. Never wanna let go of this feeling. Soaking in your light right above me is an open sky full of our dreams. Never been so easy to believe. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best day that we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. Oh, I love you so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice cuts through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down.
Welcome. Hello, everybody. And I'm hoping that the speakers are on as well, so that welcome to everybody that is here at the circuit. Well done for braving it. I know a few of you are tucked up there. And welcome everybody on the stream. I know there's been plenty of you communicating already, getting involved. You can see it's a little bit cold up here today, but and fair play. A lot of the comments out there are coming from people that are here. Miles Horton, AD, awesome. So glad to be back here. Welcome, my friend. Sure Mike, hi from a windy quarry. So fair play. I can hear myself somewhere in the background. I'm trying to work out from where. I think I've got it. There we go. We'll turn it down. We're coming out on TSL as well. So welcome to Castle Combe, everybody. Jackie Jenkins, yay, sat up at Quarry. So good. Glad to be back. Thank you. Amy Andrews says, awesome. I hope it is. It's going to be some awesome racing as well. Mike Cotton, sheltering in my tent at Quarry. So I've got a speaker right by me here, and I can hear myself really loud, which I'm just checking to make sure. I thought I had equipment. It's mission control in here in the commentary box. And suffice to say that obviously it's not just me that's going to be doing the commentary for you all today. Keep the comments coming in, by the way. And I'm joined for his debut. It's Dave Goddard. Dave Goddard.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad, thanks. My first visit to Castle Combe today. In fact, it is great to be here. Got a great view from in the box down at the Old Paddock corner at the far end of the circuit. I could just about see your commentary box across the way there. But it is great to be here. Great to hear from everybody so far.
I'm waving over to you, Dave. But welcome for your first. I know that you've been wanting to commentate here for a very long time, Dave. And obviously, Classic Sports Car Club is something that both you and I get to travel around and do from time to time as well. And it means that it's brought you here at last.
Yes, my debut, as I say, at Castle Combe today, and that actually means I've now commentated at every circuit in England and Wales. Now I've been to every single one. Just Knock Hill to go, and I've got the full set. I've not been to Scotland yet.
I'm impressed, mate. Well done. Well, just so that everybody knows what the situation is, there you go. It's a bit wet.
It's wet, yes.
Yeah, and that's been getting progressively worse. And we've been keeping you up to date with the timings, just so that everybody is aware that there is everything sort of coming forward a little bit. And I've realised now where the audio is coming from behind me now, so I've got to try and sort out turning that down in a second, because I don't need to be hearing myself, do I? Crikey. Let me just bring in as well. Baldrick Bryan says, morning, Gin Master and Mr. Goddard.
That's Brian. That's Brian D-Pro's banger racer. Good to hear from him.
Absolutely. Yeah, and he's a regular viewer for Combe TV as well, so welcome back again. Ian Cooper, missed out as was due to work, but our stock take cancelled and not told. Oh, mate, that's devastating. Sorry to hear that. And obviously it's advanced tickets only because of the COVID situation. Miles Horton 80 sat up near post 13, Camp Corner. And are you able to turn that off or down? Thanks, mate. I could hear myself, and that scares me. That's what you lot have got to put up with, is hearing me. Thanks, King Kev. Look, it's King Kev, the man that we're thankful for setting all of this up. Hey, Dick Dastardly, he looks like, doesn't he, at the moment with that on? Chris Mason from downstairs. Chris Mason says, good morning, all from the medical centre. Hello, mate. Welcome, buddy. Lewis Bird, hi Chris Dawes and David, looking forward to a good race day. I wish I was competing today. Good luck to Toby Harris, Lisa Selby, Nathan Nichols and Howard Fuller. Although I think they may have had some issues in their qualifying.
Yeah, just to interject there, the Nichols Fuller car's just being towed past my commentary box now. They stopped at the S's.
I thought so, because they went very slow in the Saxo up past us here. So that's a real shame. Davy Baggy Malpass should be there, but on call at work, making sure the motorway network is safe. But hope you all stay safe and enjoy the day. Good man. Thank you, buddy.
Fair play.
Exactly. Again, we've got, you saw King Kev a second ago, and it's his son again that is back. And we thank you very much for doing the cameras that will be switching around a little bit harder for him today, because of course, normally there's a familiarity between the cars and drivers. So when we start talking about someone, he knows who to look for. So it's going to be a bit more challenging, but bear with us. And again, for anybody who's new to this, look, this is not designed to be the equivalent to an outside broadcast quality stream of it. There's static cameras around the circuit. It's what we introduced at the get-go, actually, when no spectators were allowed, so that people that couldn't make it here still got to see something. But of course, the circuit, as you can imagine, has been hemorrhaging money somewhat, and therefore couldn't afford the full thing. And it seems to have stuck. So we're still doing it. And Dave had that thrust upon him that I said, by the way, Dave, you'll be on camera as well, mate. I won't say what your response to me was, Dave.
People know that I'm a voice, not a face. Normally,
Exactly.
I'm normally safely behind the camera, but you're stuck with my ugly mug this weekend. I've had a couple of messages come in through to my social media. I'll just quickly read those out. Hello to Jamie Hodgetts and his family. Jamie, a motorsport marshal on the short ovals. So hello to you watching up in the Midlands. Hi to Ben Clifton and his family. They're watching over in Kent. Ben, regular at Kent Speedway. Of course, no Speedway, sadly, in the UK this year. And hello to Bethan Lloyd as well. She's watching down in South Wales. So hello to you. A few messages coming into my social media as well. So hello to everybody getting in touch.
You're going to have to mute that later, mind, aren't you? Hey, the noise is coming in with your pings.
I'll have to put my phone onto silence. Apologies there. 1 second. I thought it was.
You're too popular for your own good, mate. That's what it is.
There we go.
But there's still the comments are coming in here. Nick Mizzen, one of our drivers, of course, the sort of, where did he? I'm trying to remember where he finished last year in the saloons. It was high up because it was a lovely story. But he's wrong side of the fence. He's at Quarry. So again, hi to everyone up at Quarry, and of course along Farm Straight through the S's, Old Paddock, Tower, and Bobby's, I think. And in fact, up at camp as well, we've got a few. So that's where the spectators are able to stretch around this time, which is good. And unsurprisingly, quite a lot set up at Quarry Corner. Kelly Morrissey, shout out to the marshals, looking pretty wet out there. Massive thanks to the Orange Army, as always. And here's one of them, Jed Doyle. Dilly, mate. Hello, everyone from Quarry Massive. A tad moist, but should be a great day. Great to see a fair amount of spectators braving the elements. Absolutely. Well done, guys. Grass cutter, Sean Wynn. Good luck this weekend. I thought you were going to grab a ticket, Sean, because you said you fancied it and you were going to come up. But obviously, you're just going to be glued to this one, mate. You're sat in the warm with a bevy, I know. Howard Fuller himself. Remember to say nice things, Christos. I don't know how to do that, Mr. Fuller. You know that. But, ex-touring car, well, and probably future touring car ace as well. He's out there, hopefully, racing with Nathan Nichols. As we say, in qualifying, that car had an issue. Sam Preston, keep up the good work. Tim Morgan saying, looking a little moist. And our very own Emma Strawford. Hi, guys. Have a great, safe day. And absolutely, that is the biggest desire. Oh, there we go. Grasscutter says, had to drop my bike off for testing in Spain. All right, I've stopped feeling sorry for you now, Sean. In the dry, in the warm, watching it because he's dropped his bike up before going to Spain. It's just wrong, isn't it? Baldrick Bryan says we're supposed to be marshalling today, but had to cancel. Is not feeling great, so have a good day, boys. Sorry to hear that, mate. I hope you get well soon. And of course, that is the nature of the beast, isn't it? We have to go sensible. Right. The first race that's going to be underway is the Mintex Classics K. We've got 2 races before lunch. The Mintex Classic K. That's their one and only race, 40 minutes with a pit stop. And then we've got the Toyo Tires and WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship mixed in with the Viren Builders Open Series. They've got 2 races today, but they're 2 20-minute races. So they got their first race just before lunch. Lunch was going to be 45 minutes. It's now just 20 because the weather's settling in and we need to give ourselves as much buffer as possible. And then it's wall-to-wall races for the rest of the day. 5 races in total, 4 of them 40 minutes with pit stops. 1 of them a 20-minute sprint. So the first one is the Mintex Classic K, and these are FIA spec cars, aren't they, Dave?
Yes, the Classic K refers to Appendix K of the FIA rule book. They're all pre-1966 GT and saloon cars. So a very eclectic mix we've got out there. We've got Triumphs, Minis, plenty of MGBs. I've even got a Shelby Mustang out there. I don't envy Jeremy Cook and Russell Humphrey trying to tame that beast in these wet conditions.
No, absolutely, that will be. Of course, it was it was largely okay when they went out, wasn't it? So they've got quite a challenge, sadly, for them, and we'll wait and see it go as well. And in fact, let's just bring up a couple of the others. Hi guys, disappointed to not be on track in the swinging stick seas. Have fun, everyone. I agree. I saw your car and I want it there. Chris Dennis says, go Gilburn, go in race 1 from the Gilburn competition secretary from a windy quarry. I forgive you all for not knowing what a Gilburn was on the preview show. Yeah, sorry, mate. We do now. And this one is actually number 177 of the 700 that were made. John Hutchison did let me know, actually, because it's made over in Wales.
Yes.
And 170 of 300. Sorry, there's only 300 of them. So I got that wrong, the number.
Well, I mentioned one of our viewers, Bethan Lloyd, who's watching in South Wales. Of course, Wales under lockdown at the moment, sadly. That's a car for her to cheer on. Absolutely,
100%. Jackie Jenkins, nice to see so many people at Quarry. Wet weather gear at hand. Too right. And our Emma Strawford, of course, cheering on our local drivers, Russell Humphrey and Jeremy Cook. So let's get you through the grid for this particular race as they start making their way out towards the circuit. On the front row, in pole position, 167 Nathan Dodd. Alongside him, our local duo, number 86, Jeremy Cook and Russell Humphrey. So that's a TVR Griffith alongside a Ford Mustang Shelby GT350. Absolutely stunning. Second row, number 3, Matthew and Jonathan Page in their Mini Cooper S. And alongside them, number 110, Nick Jesty in their Austin Mini Cooper S. So what a sight that is, the front 2 rows in particular. Third row, number 6, Luke Wass. He's from just down the road as well. I'm trying to remember where it is. Avebury, I think he is. The Turner Mark 1. Alongside him, number 48, Paul Toombs in the Lotus Elan GTS. Fourth row, 715, Simon Evans in his Austin Mini Cooper S. Alongside him, 72, Jamie Boot in the TVR Griffith. Fifth row, 199, Kevin O'Connor in his Mini Cooper S, sponsored by Mr. Bean Limited, allegedly. And alongside him, car number 12, Hugh Coleman in an MGB Roadster. Sixth row, 130, Dominic Mooney in his MGB Roadster. And 201, Patrick Keneally in the Lotus Cortina. Seventh row, 67, Gordon and Michael Russell in their MGB Roadster. And alongside them, number 15, Steve Chapman in the Triumph TR4. Eighth row, 68, Russell Martin and George Martin in their MGB Roadster. 35, Tim Greenhill and Tim Goss in another MGB Roadster. Ninth row, 63, great success for these guys. David Thompson and John Wolfe in their TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. And 44, Chris Blewett in the Ginetta G12 alongside them. 10th row, 84, Paul Wybrow in MGB Roadster, and number 9, Keith Waters in the Porsche 911. 11th row, 145, Nigel Edwards in the Marcus 1800 GT, and 151, John Andon in the Triumph TR4 alongside. 12th row, 47, Mark Hainan in the MGB Roadster, alongside him another MGB Roadster, that being Roadster, not Roaster, number 36, Richard Locke and Alice Locke. And on the 13th and final row, 164, John Hutchison Sr. in that wonderful Gilburn GT. Green flag waves, and we're off on the warm-up lap. Well, some of them are, and some of them aren't, really. That reminded me of a motorway issue there, but thankfully we have got going.
Yeah, that looked like the M4 on a bad day, didn't it?
It did, after you've been held up by a rolling roadblock and everyone's like, can I overtake the police car now or not? I'm not sure. Yes, you can, guys. You're fine. Oh, off they go. So 40 minutes this race then, Dave. And the pit stop has to be taken, well, after 10 minutes before 25 minutes. So with 30 minutes left on the clock, remember tsl-timing.com, and you can get that up on your screen as well, and you'll be able to see all the timings and positions and everything else. And they by the time there's 15 minutes left on the clock, that's when it will disappear again, and they have to have made their pit stop. Chris Mason downstairs says Joshua has his Combe TV t-shirt on for today. Dilly good man, that's what I like to see. And Andrew Raw says, have a great day all, keep dry and safe. And of course, Deborah Humphrey, wife to Russell Humphrey, who's out there on that front row. Good luck, hubby and Jeremy, starting from P2. Russ taking the first stint and Jeremy taking over. There we go, Dave. We know that now. Jake and I are cheering you on from home. So there we go.
There's just one car with a success penalty in this race, incidentally.
Okay.
That's the pole sitter, Nathan Dodd. The Dodd family in the TVR, they had a win at Donington Park a few weeks ago in the Intex Classic K. And if you win a race outright, you get a 30-second success penalty to carry over to the rest of the season. That's the only car here that has got one in this race. The other two winners from Snetterton and Thruxton are not here. So just the one car, which is Nathan Dodd, driving solo this weekend. It's normally Peter that's with him. But Nathan has a 30-second additional penalty to serve at his pit stop. A couple more messages I noticed coming in there as well. Mark Werrell, motorsport commentator. Have fun and stay safe, he says.
And of course, he's the he sort of sorts out the commentators when he's not available, booking us guys as well to do the Classic Sports Car Club. He's up at Donington Park covering the climax to GT Cup on their live stream as well. Loving this. Wanda watching on YouTube. Bonjour from France. Have fun and stay safe. That's what I like to see. And Mark Coleman, good luck to Hugh Coleman in the MGB. First time out in 2 years and qualified first in class. Fair play. That's pretty impressive.
I noticed a comment flash up from Ali Powell as well, regular at Standlake Arena in Oxfordshire. Yep, there we are. Morning all. Hope it's a good one. Hi, Dave. Hello, Ali. Yep, from a Bangor racing family again. And from one of our marshalling families here at Combe as well.
Indeed. Right. I have managed to remember to change the banner at the bottom this time round. So we'll see how it goes. Bear with us. Obviously, the cameras are going to be a little bit tricky at times because of the wet weather. There's not a lot we can do about that, I'm afraid. But the guys downstairs will be trying their absolute best to keep it as clean as possible for you. I realise, Dave, as well, because these guys were out quite early, I don't necessarily have all the colours noted down for these, but
I've got most of them except the MG.
We've got a gap. We've got a gap, by the way, on the grid. Who am I missing? Alongside 72, 715. Simon Evans isn't out.
So that's one of the minis that we're missing.
Yeah. Okay. That's a real shame. So yeah, we've lost that one. At the moment. So we just got the last cars now into position. Waiting, I think, no, they're just still edging their way back, not terrifically quickly, but they'll get there in the end. Green flag should be being waved. There we go. Green flag has waved. 40 minutes this race. Tricky conditions out there, to say the least. Very different to when they were out there qualifying, which, as we say, for Russell Humphrey in that big, powerful Mustang Shelby at the front. Red lights are on. Holding. Off they go. Good start from the third row from the 48. Paul Toombs in that Lotus Elan, screaming through. And in fact, he's going to take the lead by the looks of it up the inside of Russell Humphrey, who's just going to have to tiptoe at this stage. The other one that looks like he's got a good run is Jamie Boot, I think, in the light green TVR Griffiths as they make their way up Avon Rise. But look at that. Russell Humphrey puts the power down. Somebody spun onto the infield there, actually. But they're going to get going as long as they can get off the grass. Round quarry for the first time they go. And it is still that blue Paul Toombs, number 48, in the lead.
The car that spun was our pole sitter, Nathan Dodd. He spun onto the infield coming up Avon Rise. So the TVR in trouble there. They come down towards the S's for the first time. It is Paul Toombs, long-time classic sports car racer with his Lotus Elan that's got the lead. It's the Shelby Mustang up there in second place of Russell Humphrey. Coombs specialist in second place. Jamie Boot in the TVR in third as they roar their way past my commentary box at Old Paddock. It's Luke Wass in fourth place in the Turner Mark II, the Wolverhampton-built car, and the Lotus Cortina of Patrick Keneally rounding out the top five. They disappear for a moment out of my sight behind the trees at Tower Bend. Then it's up towards the chicane at Bobby's. They disappear out of my sight there. Paul Toombs and Russell Humphrey starting to eke out a gap at the front of the field.
Amazing amount of standing water on the Exeter Tower looking on the camera there. That they need to be careful. They have to go right to the outside, so they can't boot it on the exit, but down they come for the first time in this 40-minute race. It's one of those things that you can't win it on the first lap, but you sure as heck can lose it. So it looks to me as though Russell Humphrey's just sort of tiptoeing his way round, relatively speaking. I mean, he's still shaking his tail feathers as he came round Cab Corner onto the start-finish straight, getting ready to hunt down Toombs in that Lotus Elan, but it's a big challenge. 72 Boot sat there in third in that TVR. Those guys have broken away, to be honest, at the moment. Number 6, Luke Wass in that Turner Mark II, sat in a fairly lonely fourth position at the moment, but I think that Russell Humphreys is getting the taste for taking the lead pretty soon.
Well, there's three of them broken away slightly. They're coming out of quarry now, up towards the S's. Paul Toombs, headlights ablaze, leads the way. Russ Humphrey, who's won many, many races in a variety of cars here at Combe over the years, in second place. Then it's Jamie Boots, who's been in various historic sports car championships with his TVR over the years, the green car there in third place. Luke Wass in fourth as they charge their way out of Old Paddock. First of the minis is next up. That's Nick Jesty in the blue 110 car. Keneally's lost a place. He's under fire from the 199. Mr. Bean, Kevin O'Connor in the 199 car. Then the first of the MGBs, which is Dominic Mooney in the 130 car. Leaders heading out of Tower Corner and up towards Bobby's. It's Paul Toombs continuing to set the pace.
Wow, I just saw Russell just go fractionally wide and kick up an enormous amount of standing water just the other side of the curbing on the exit of Tower there. So he needs to be very wary, and he has dropped away from our leader at the moment. Toombs stretched his legs ever so slightly at the front and still managing to do it on Power coming down here. Now, that is very impressive, bearing in mind you're talking about a second and a quarter was the difference in lap times in the drier qualifying session. Now, let's not lose sight of the fact that Nathan Dodd, 167, our pole sitter that had that moment coming out of camp, I didn't see because of the misting up that we've got with the rain on the corner of the box here. So he has got going, and he was moving his way through. He was 2 seconds quicker than anybody in qualifying, so there's every chance he's going to work his way through this field, Dave.
Yes, indeed. Watch for Nathan Dodd coming through. Where's he up to at the end of this lap? He's up to 17th place already. The leader's heading towards me, down towards the Essex. It's still Toombs from Humphrey. Then Boots in third place. Luke Wass trying to stay with them. He's raced everything from these small sports cars right up to big Chevrolet Corvettes over the years. Luke Wass, but the gap is definitely coming down between our two leaders. Russell Humphrey and the big Shelby Mustang managing to get the power down. There is a dry line still at this end of the circuit. Then we've got the two minis, Jesty ahead of O'Connor. Then it's Keneally, the first of the MGBs, rather sideways there for 130 of Dominic Mooney. He's got the next of the minis up behind him. That's the Page family car, number 3, as the leaders head up towards Bobby's, into the chicane up there and out of it towards the end of another lap.
Yeah, we wait to see them coming down towards us. Still, of course, plenty of time before we do any sort of thoughts of pit stops at the moment. And it is 2 minutes that they all have to stand still this time. It used to be just as quick as they possibly can, but with the COVID restrictions in place, they need to be a little bit more sensible this time, so they will be stationary. And it's like a 15-minute window, and hopefully they'll be staggered enough. Otherwise, it's going to be a very busy pit lane. I pre-warn you, by the way, sadly, we haven't been able to get cameras into the pit lane for this one, so I will keep you abreast with my naked eye of what we can see. There's a thought, eh, Dave?
That's 1-0 to you in innuendo bingo, I think. Those who've heard us commentate before know our senses of humour. So 1-0 to Chris Dawes there on innuendo bingo. Meantime, the leaders are coming into the S's for what is the 4th time. It's still Paul Toombs who shows in the Lotus Elan at the front from Russell Humphrey in that rumbling Shelby GT350. The equally raucous TVR has dropped back a little in third place. Jamie Boots in that stubby little Blackpool-built beast. Then we've got the Turner, driven by Luke Wass. Then the first of the minis, Nick Jesty, rather on his own now. Wass, Jesty and O'Connor all leading their classes, as are Toombs and Humphrey. A lot of different classes in this race. The MGBs have their own separate division. Dominic Mooney's leading that. He's got ahead of Pat Keneally, who seems to be struggling a bit with the handling of the Lotus Cortina. The Thompson and Wolf TVR is next in the order. Rest of them go thundering through and up towards the end of another lap. The leaders almost up towards the Dean Straits.
Yeah, the three of them sort of keeping that largely equidistant from each other, aren't they, at the moment? 48 Paul Toombs after that absolutely incredible start. Not just a good quick start, but managing to pick his way like a knife through hot butter up through a busy field ahead of him as they went down towards the very quick Folly right-hander. And he got himself up into that lead, and he's not really looked back at the moment. He's set the new fastest lap of the race that last time. In fact, so that means he's extended that up to 1.4 over Russell Humphrey at the moment.
Well, the leaders will soon be lapping the first of the back markers. That's the number 164, John Hutchison Sr. in his Gilburn GT, the little Welsh-built machine. Still Paul Toombs who leads. 1.4 seconds was the gap. Now, where is Nathan Dodd up to? He's up to 15th in the TVR, so not making as much progress as I thought he would in the early stage after that spin at the start of the race. The leaders are a little bit more strung out as they go past me. Now, let's have a look at Nick Jesty's lap times in the Mini. He is lapping about a second off Luke Ross, so he's not catching the Turner. 2 more Minis behind them now. We've got O'Connor ahead of the number 3 of Matthew and Jonathan Page. We don't know the starting driver for that one, unfortunately. Mooney is next, then Keneally again runs wide coming out of Old Paddock onto the curb. The Thompson and Wolf TVR is next, then the next of the MGBs, which is the yellow machine of Tim Greenhill, the ex-vintage car racer. Leaders up towards Cameron again.
Yep, here they come. They've just managed to get past John Hutchison, senior, first time out in the wonderful-looking Gilburn GT. So still getting to grips with that car. Did a good job, just kept out of everybody's way, so no issue for anybody. Across the line they go, and they're kind of largely trading blows, almost identical times as they cross the line. Lonely 4th position for the number 6, the Turner Mark II of Luke Wass. Nobody close to him in front or behind, and the next car is a long way back, 110, the sort of light blue Mini Cooper S of Nick Jesty, sat there in 5th, and rounding out your 6th, it's 199, another of the Mini, Mr. Bean Limited, Kevin O'Connor.
It's a shame that Mini's not yellow and black, isn't it? The colours of Mr. Bean's Mini. No armchair on the roof, fortunately. Here comes Paul Toombs there. A little bit of a wiggle from the Lotus Elan. He's throwing that car around as he comes towards Old Paddock out of the S's. The gap that time through was 1.5 seconds, so the gap fairly stable. Jamie Boots keeping in touch with them with the TVR. Here comes Nick Jesty, the first of the Minis. He's got past the Gilbert. 2 more Minis next. Then we've got a 3-way battle. Dominic Mooney in that rather sideways MGB, holding off Pat Keneally in the low Lotus Cortina, who's fishtailing around a little. And he's got, I think it's David Thompson in the light blue TVR Grand Tourer who's on his tail, having a go at the Lotus Cortina. And Nathan Dodd is now up behind the number 35 of Tim Greenhill. So he's up into 12th place. The TVR starting to come into its own now.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of bided his time, relatively speaking, hasn't he, considering the lap time we know he's capable of. And I guess he may just as well do that. We've got pit stops, we've got all sorts to happen yet, as well as just generally plenty of time. Half an hour left to go in this race, so there was no need to make the moves. In fact, that means, unbelievably already, Dave, that is the pit window is going to open in 10 seconds' time already. So I wonder whether some of them are going to get it done fairly early. I'd imagine that the cars with 2 drivers are probably going to just split it in half, I'd have thought.
2-0 to you there, and yes, I would imagine we'll see. Let's have a look. I'm trying to think who's going to come in first. I would imagine Russell Humphrey will stay out fairly late in the Mustang. There's blue flags waving at Old Paddock, but one of the MGBs, number 36, the Lock family car, being that's the orange and British Racing green one, and the Mustang wasn't as quick to get past it there. Paul Toombs was able to pull away by a few car lengths. Jamie Boots been rather delayed as well in traffic there, so he's dropped back a little from the 2 leaders. So wait to see who makes the first pit stop. The leaders are around Tower Bend. They just disappear momentarily out of my sight up there behind the trees. Then it's up towards Bobby's. No problems getting through there. Then it's onto the Dean Straight up towards Camp Corner and the end of the lap.
There's a great fight coming across the line in front of me. Number 9, Keith Waters in his Porsche 911, and the Triumph TR4 of John Andon 151. They keep battling. Now, talking of battling, actually, also coming onto the start-finish straight, rapidly catching them, actually. The lead 2, that seems to have come down. Last time round, Russell Humphrey got a new fastest lap of the race. It's down under a second now, 0.829. So Russell Humphrey's getting comfortable with the conditions out there. The challenge, though, Dave, is that he may be and starting to close in on Toombs for the lead of the race, but of course it's got to start all over again. Jeremy Cook's got to get used to the handling of that big, powerful car in these conditions.
Yes, indeed, and the Mustang just a little bit wide there coming out of Quarry Corner. Very easy to go off there. They're coming into the S's now. We've got the pit window is, of course, now open. Just checking the race control messages on the timing screen. There's that battle between...
Sorry, Dave, just to let you know that it looks like Dodd's on the move now because he's got himself up into 8th place now.
Yes, he's gained 3 places on that last lap alone. Well spotted, Chris. The 2 leaders are almost together now. The Mustang is up on the tail of Paul Toombs as they head down towards Tower for the 8th time in this Mintex Classic K race. And yeah, Paul Toombs is under pressure now from the big Mustang. So if anything, conditions, I would say, are improving slightly out there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's probably stopped raining, and these things do seem to be shifting that water fairly quickly. If coming around Camp Corner, you can certainly see that. I wouldn't go as far as say a dry line, but there's certainly a less wet line down here. I'd imagine up at Quarry's the same. More on this fight I was talking about. Good challenge just in front of our leaders is that the 151 Triumph TR4 has just managed to dive up the inside of Keith Waters. A great job by Andon, and I think our leaders who are about to lap them now. Our leader got diving up the inside at Folly. Goodness me, he got past one of those back markers, the Porsche. But the Triumph TR4, I don't think saw them quick enough and nearly compromised our leader massively. So into Quarry, the lead two go. Still 48 Tombs has the lead in the Lotus Elan. But you'll notice Russell Humphrey has managed to really take advantage of that now.
We've just had synchronised spinning, and I think there was a collision at the S's. One of them is the Marcos of Nigel Edwards and Stuart Mead. The other one is an MGB. I'll try and identify that through the binoculars. It's Paul Wybrow, number 84. The leaders are going to have to negotiate them. I think the Marcos has pulled over at the S's. Yeah, some damage to the front of that car. The leaders have got past the recovering Paul Wybrow. It's still Tombs from Humphrey. They've got past John Andon, and Jamie Boot is having a hard time with the back markers now. Is there damage to that MGB? I can't see any, but I think there was a collision there with Nigel Edwards in the Marcos 1800 GT, and he has pulled over at the S's. Looks like he's out of the race, unfortunately. There goes the Mini of Nick Jesty. The leaders are heading up towards Bobby's. How close are they through there this time? It looks as though just over a car's length in it as they head up Dean Straight.
We've got our first pit stopper as well. The 15 car has come in. That's the Triumph TR4 of Steve Chapman. Leaders still circulating. Neither of those two are pitting at the moment. So round camp they come onto the start-finish straight. This is to complete their 9th lap. Incidentally, fastest lap of the race done last time by our pole sitter, 1:33.283. So Dodd is on an absolute flyer this time round. And what has he got? What did I say he got himself up to? So he's still in 8th, but he's got a long way to go before he challenges 7th. But the leaders have gone side by side up in towards Quarry. But Humphrey's been forced towards the outside. Is he going to try the old switcheroo coming towards you?
Oh, he's got crossed up on the exit of Quarry. Good save by Russell Humphrey. I thought he was going to spin there. That's lost some momentum for the Mustang. That was a scary moment there for Russell Humphrey. Very nearly went around. That has certainly lost him some momentum by the time they reach the S's. And Paul Tombs is in the clear in the Lotus Elan. Let's be careful through there. There's still yellow flags out for the stranded Marcos there at the S's. Russell Humphrey has recovered that. He got past the Gilburn on the exit there. That's allowed Jamie Boot to close up a little in the Blackpool Beast, the TVR Grand Tourer. Luke Wass is still there in 4th. So no change in order amongst the leaders, but we almost lost the Shelby Mustang GT350 there coming out of Quarry Corner. That is not the place you want to have a spin. And somebody's gone straight on. Or is that car pulling over? That's Nathan Dodd. Another problem for the TVR. He straight lined the S's, goes through the tyre walls up there, but he's kept it going.
I tell you what, that sort of moment for Russell Humphreys really cost him massively, hasn't it? He was trying to make a challenge on coming out of Quarry Corner. He's still going fine, but the gap is absolutely massive. It was down to half a second, but as they crossed the line this time, that lead gap has gone up to 3.7. So that's cost him over 3 seconds, that moment there. Such is the challenge with this kind of car, suddenly putting the power down of that big monstrous car. Now, the lap before as well, I noticed, Dave, on the cameras, that he was about ready to try and make a challenge in towards the S's, sort of in front of you. But of course, they had the yellow flag for that incident, didn't they? And he had to back off. And Wybrow, who you said was involved in that, is there sort of pulling bodywork off the rear corner, and he is about to go back onto the circuit again.
Yeah, there's damage to the left front of the Marcos, I can see. That's out of the race up here at the S's. So there's collision between those two. Quite a few more cars have come into the pits, but none of the top 6 at the moment. There go the leaders. Still the Lotus from the Shelby, then the TVR. And then Luke Wass in 4th in the little Turner, the West Midlands built machine. Cars that have stopped: O'Connor, Mooney, the 68 of Martin. John Andon's been in. The Locke family MGB is in as well. So quite a few cars from the midfield have made their stops. We'll see where they cycle back in as everybody comes in.
Wow. Indicator on for our leader, Toombs. Yes, he is. He's coming into the pits. And I was about to say that it looks like Russell Humphrey had reeled him in very quickly. Talking of very quickly, goodness me, the speed that Toombs has just taken into this pit lane here. Now he's slowed it down and he's going to be bringing that car in. Of course, that's not handing over to anybody at all, because Paul Toombs is driving that Witchampton Garage run Lotus Elan GTS all on his own. So he's just going to come in. He's going to have to be stationary for 2 minutes. So Russell Humphrey now in the lead, 2 minutes until the half race distance. We're going to be getting close. If not this lap, I'd say it's going to be the lap after that we can expect him to stop, Dave.
Well, just going past my commentary box, Dominic Mooney gets the MGB's tail hanging out there.
Dodd's up to 6th, by the way.
Yes, he certainly is. He's gained another 2 places. One was because one of the minis, O'Connor, stopped. He's got past the Page family mini as well. Well, there goes the Mustang. That is now in the lead of this race, ahead of Jamie Boots by about 4 seconds. Then we've got lap traffic. 3rd place is the Turner of Luke Ross. Then the mini of Nick Jesty, number 110. The yellow flags have been withdrawn at the S's, but there is a slippery surface flag out, the red and yellow stripes there. So there might have been a bit of oil gone down as a result of that collision. Dodd is now up to 5th because the Page family mini has come in. So Nathan Dodd is back up to 5th after a couple of moments in his big TVR Griffith. Growls its way past my commentary box up towards Tower. Of course, he's got the penalty to serve as well.
Of course, yeah. Leader comes across the line to complete his 12th lap and is now putting in fastest laps of the race, lap after lap now. So he's got himself into the zone. Incidentally, sadly, it looks like we've lost the number 15 car, the sort of light turquoise Triumph TR4 of Chapman. That is still in. Well, of course, that was one of the early pit stoppers, wasn't it? But he's there with the bonnet up and they've actually tucked it out of the way of all of the other active stoppers. And now I'm looking on the ground. It looks like they've had to sort of dump sand down there in the pit lane. So that's a sad demise for that TR4, isn't it?
That might be the reason we have the oil flag out up at the chicane.
Yeah.
Steve Chapman's dropped some oil somewhere. Well, here comes the leader, and the gap is coming down between Humphrey and Jamie Boot, I would say. The gap last time through was 3.5 seconds at the finish line. There goes the Mustang. Gorgeous fastback shape ahead of the rather stubby-looking TVR of Jamie Boots. It's still Luke Ross 3rd in the Turner. Then the mini of Nick Jesty a bit further back. And next through, let's have a look. Is it Nathan Dodd or is he? No, he's coming to the pits.
Yeah.
Through it will be Paul Toombs. So that's where he's slotted back in, quite a way back on Nick Jesty's mini.
Yeah, we kind of got to let this almost roll itself out now, haven't we, to be able to make sense of who's where, what, when, why. Now, here comes our leader, Russell Humphrey, local driver. Is he? That looks to me as though he's about to come in. Yet that car is definitely slowing. Pulls towards the left, comes into the pit lane. He's going to be handing over to, obviously, another local driver, Jeremy Cook. A little bit different to the BMW that we tend to see him out in. But down he comes, ready to hand that one over. And let's not forget that that's got to sit still. I mean, it's a beautiful big car, isn't it, that? But it's got to be an absolute handful in these conditions that were slippy anyway, and it appears that we've got some oil down somewhere as well. And I don't envy them, Dave, I've got to be honest. But, you know, hey, any excuse to be able to go racing. Now, our leader, therefore, is going to be the 72 car, which also got a good start. Jamie Boot started 8th on the grid, is now leading this race in that sort of almost light military green TVR Griffith.
Yes, he's coming towards me now. I think the cars that are revelling most in these slippery conditions have to be the minis. You can see them drifting their way round. Some nice four-wheel drifts on the turns. It's the Turner now up into 2nd place. There goes Luke Watts. There was about 5.5 seconds between those two at the line last time through. So this will put Paul Toombs up into 3rd place on the road now because Nick Jesty has come into the pits in the mini. So he's the next man to come in. The Greenhill and Goss MGB.
we got a spinner here. Sorry, Dave. And they're suddenly darting towards the grass to try and avoid. And that's at Camp Corner. That got a little bit leery. And they're still having to go towards the outside and rejoin in 84-151. Those guys just had the big moment. Paul Wybrow, he's probably had enough of that. That was nothing to do with him. It all happened in front of him. John Andon in the TR4. But it was all started by the 36 car there of either Richard or Alice Locke in the MGB Roadster that just got sidewards, and they held it, Dave, to be fair, but you don't want to be sidewards on the apex of a corner.
Especially not Camp Corner. It's a tricky corner, that one, very fast. Jamie Boot, I believe, is in, and so is Luke Watts.
Yep, they are. They've both just come in front of me. Going out of the pits now goes Jeremy Cook, so that's... the number 86 Ford Mustang Shelby makes his way out. And in fact, I'm just going to pick that one up because as he goes out, the number 48 car's just going down towards Folly. Surely is going to be able to pull it. It is in ahead of that Mustang. So that's worked out really well for the erstwhile leader from a little while ago. Paul Toombs, number 48, has got himself quite comfortably. He's already cresting the hill and round Quarry as the Shelby's only just going over Avon Rise now.
Right, I think the leader on the road at the moment, the only car that hasn't stopped is the Thompson and Wolf TVR, the light blue TVR. So that should be the leader on the road because they are the only ones that haven't come in yet. So let's check. No, they have come in now. So here comes Paul Toombs. We'll have to wait for the timing screen to settle down. There is Paul Toombs going through. Behind him is one of the MGBs. Then it's Nathan Dodd's TVR. And then it's now Jeremy Cook at the wheel of the Mustang. So those are your positions on the road. We'll have to see how it all settles down when they've gone through the timing beams again.
Yeah, it's going to be close. We know that much, don't we?
Yes, they're going out of Tower now. There's Nathan Dodd. Interesting to see where he is. Because, of course, he's had the success penalty as well. He had to sit for an extra 30 seconds because he won at Donington, along with Peter Dodd. I'm not sure how they're related, the two Dodds, but it's Nathan driving solo this weekend. About to come up to the line now, I think.
Yep, here comes our leader, the number 48 car back into the lead now, Toombs. Through he goes. It won't quite show it on the screen just yet because 3 cars ahead of him are still in the pits, yet to come out. Now, there's the Shelby. Now, the problem is, exactly as I predicted earlier, Dave, is that, of course, Jeremy Cook has got to get used to the handling of that car, that big, powerful car, in these conditions. Whereas, of course, Toombs, he's been out there since the get-go, and that car is doing a good job in these conditions. It's sort of in its own, that little Lotus Elan GTS, isn't it, to be fair?
You're absolutely right, and he's coming through, picking off some back markers now as they come down towards the S's. We've got 15 minutes of the race still to go, so I think the pit window has just closed.
Yeah,
I think everybody has made their stops. Nobody's missed the pit window. One thing we did see at Donington, several cars got penalties for making too short a pit stop. As you mentioned, they are timed at 2 minutes. You have to spend stationary in the pits. So there go the leaders. Jamie Boot is ahead of the Turner and then Jeremy Cook. So I think the Mustang has lost a couple of places here. We'll see as they come over the line at the end of this lap. Next through should be Nick Jesty there in the 110 at the wheel of the Mini. Now, have we lost any cars here? We know the Marcos is out, so we lost Steve Chapman as well. Looks like everybody else is still going.
Yeah, it does. It certainly looks that way as our leader comes down towards us. Now, surely just behind him is Dodd. Now, is that legitimately? It can't be, can it? So that would mean that Dodd is struggling to get the noise pedal down there as he exited Camp Corner in these slippery conditions. But yeah, Dodd is actually a lap down. That's devastating news for our pole sitter. What with that moment coming out of Folly, then as Dave was saying, the extra time to be served in the pit for a success penalty. Second place is number 72, the sort of pale green Jamie Boots TVR Griffith. Then it's the number 6 car, which is Luke Wasson, his Turner Mark II. Then it's the 86 car. Now Jeremy Cook at the wheel of that Ford Mustang Shelby. But as he gets used to that, Dave, I reckon that he's going to be able to really crank that thing up, you know.
Well, I've got time for about, I would say, 8 more laps in this race, looking at the lap times that they're covering at the moment. A lap taking just over 90 seconds for the quickest runners. We've got just over 13 minutes left on the clock We've got a green flag just waving at the marshal's post at Old Paddock. So whether somebody's had a spin there, I didn't see. Somebody's had a moment there. Apologies, didn't see who that was. I was looking at the timing screen. But the leaders are heading up towards Tower. Let's compare. We'll compare lap times. Of course, Jamie Boots just completed his outlap. We've got a slowing MGB. That may be what the problem is. Who's that? It's just heading out of my sight. So red MGB, I can tell you that. It's just gone out of my sight up towards Tower. That car looking rather slow. So maybe pick that up as they come through. Leaders coming out of Bobby's up towards the Dean Straits and into Camp Corner. So we'll see what the gaps are this time.
Well, a leader is now making his way down. Now, actually, I've just realised that, apologies if you did already say this, but the screaming Griffiths of Dodd has unlapped himself. So that's what was actually happening there. So he's trying to get himself back into the mix as quickly as possible. Leader goes through. Second and third, Boot and Was, 72 and 6, glued together there. But the Griffith now, as he's going through Folly Up Avon Rise, number 72, is able to pull away from that Turner at this stage. But it looks to me that Turner is very quick in the twiddly bit. And then suddenly they'll get themselves back together again.
And look at the lap times as well. Toombs did a 1:41 on his last lap. Boots did a 1:35. So did Was. Cook did a 1:41 as well. Was it the Lotus that had a little moment coming through the Essex? I didn't see it, but I think that might be the case. So here they come now. Toombs still in the lead. I'm wondering if Paul Toombs' tyres are going off, because he does seem to be handling a little more twitchy as he comes through there. Jamie Boots has got the Turner right on his tail now of Luke Watts. They are nose to tail as they go past my commentary box. And suddenly, Luke Watts is the one to watch here. They're going up towards Tower now. Jeremy Cook is dropping back in the Mustang. That's a definite. He's got Nick Jesty in the Mini closing on him. The leaders, the second place fight, are together as they head up towards Bobby's. The TVR just hanging on in front as they go through there. And they're catching Toombs as well, I think.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it was just a mistake, or are they going to continue to catch it. Looks continuous at the moment as they make their way down towards Camp Corner. Lights a blade from the third place car, Luke Was, the Turner Mark II. But this is where the Griffith is able to get the power down as he exits camp. Just does it nice and steady there, trying to keep himself as clean as possible onto the start-finish straight, starting their 18th lap with 10.5 minutes still left to go. That's going to be a long time to fend off the attentions of this Turner Mark II. Now, let's have a look. Lap time-wise, no, they were slower than Toombs that last time round, but back into the 34. So I think you're right, Dave, is that Toombs just was the one that must have made that little mistake in the S's. He's got it cleaned back up again, and he's pulling away ever so slightly. But second and third, what a tussle.
Coming down to the S's now, the leader, Paul Toombs, has got the Porsche 911 of Keith Waters in front of him to go a lap down this time. Yes, we've got a yellow flag coming into the S's there. Who's that? I think it's Nathan Dodd again. He's having a disastrous race with that TVR. Dodd had the spin through the S's that time. The second place battle goes through, still nose to tail. But poor Nathan Dodd, who'd unlapped himself, spun again. The leaders had to avoid him. He's really struggling with the handling of that TVR now. And meanwhile, Jeremy Cook has been caught by Nick Jesty in the blue Mini. And we could see the little Mini make a move here. In fact, they're going up towards Tower now. The Mustang tries to defend the big Yak tank and the little Mini. And the Mini goes ahead up in the fourth place as they go down the run towards Tower.
Big Yank tank, you can't say that. Leaders coming down towards us here at camp, but and second and third still very, very close together, but that Turner just can't quite find the place to do it. Strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuit is evident between these two. I'm looking into the distance. We've got a car just pootling along there with some issues, clearly by the looks of it. It's one of the MGBs, I think, through the rain on it. And you're right, the Mini has done it. It's got past Jeremy Cook. So Jesty 110, that light blue Mini, up into fourth place, already leading his class as Jeremy Cook brings it onto the start-finish line. But the lead pack should be with you.
Pat Keneally in the Lotus Cortina is just straight behind the S's, but he's kept it going. Loses out to the Thompson and Wolf TVR. Gets onto the curb, nearly spins. That Cortina's all over the place. Let's look for our leaders now. It's heavy back marker traffic this time. Paul Toombs got held up there coming out of Quarry. The blue flag is waving for the back markers frantically here from the marshals. Toombs has got through. And now there's a couple of MGBs for the second place fight to deal with. They've got Hugh Coleman with them in the 12 car, the 35 of Greenhill and Goss as well. They've got to thread their way through. Flames out of the back of the TVR there, and he's really under pressure now from Luke Wass in the Turner as they head up towards Tower Bend. They disappear momentarily out of my sight. They're side by side on the exit, but the TVR has got the inside line. These two are having a cracking race here. Who's going to win the drag race into Bobby's? I think the Turner's got the inside. Luke Wass goes through up into second place. Cracking move by Luke Wass in the number 6.
Yeah, that was some serious opportunism, wasn't it there? Realising that the car ahead of him had been compromised as we got yellow flags down here because of a car stopped on pit entry. But by the time we get to the apex of camp, it's then green again. So it's going to be an interesting place to try something. Now the leader is massively close to the second and third place battle. So Toombs has made a mistake again. 138 instead of 133s that last time as they're picking their way through a big gaggle of back markers. Up Avon Rise they go towards Quarry Corner. And you'll see 1, 2, 3. But Toombs just needs to know that he can get himself back into the 33s, 34s and pull away again. But you'll see onto the straight towards you now, Dave. The top 3 are line astern.
Yeah, Toombs went a bit wide coming through. I'm wondering if Paul Toombs is having tyre problems because he went wide again there coming through Quarry. Coming up now towards the S's. Still the Lotus with the lead. The Turner is really closing him down now. Luke Wass twitching about there as they come out of Old Paddock. He's sideways to Old Paddock there almost. This is great stuff to watch. Lotus, Turner, TVR. They're coming up to lap one of the MGBs there. Nathan Dodd's up behind them. Poor old Nathan still lap down in 13th place. It's all gone wrong for him in this race. They go out of my sight then. We've got... There was a yellow flag out there. The green flag now waving on the exit of the S's. So somebody else has had a moment there. Couldn't quite again see who that was. There's so much going on here. It's hard to know in which direction to look. Leaders coming down to Dean Straight.
Yeah, here they come down towards us for what will be the 20th lap. 6 minutes left to go, so still plenty of action in this. The Turner of Wasp may have got past the TVR Griffith of Boot, but it's still not done because the 72 car is kind of staying on the back of them. This time, it does look like Toombs struggled to pull away, and he's just matching their times, which arguably is all he needs to do. The Griffiths of Boot has got a good run up. Avon Rise there. He's going to try and position himself the inside. No, he's thought better of it. I thought he was going to get himself the inside of Quarry, but not quite able to do it. And if anything, actually, it suddenly means that Wass has closed in on Toombs. So I think you might be right, Dave. It looks like he may well be struggling in general.
We'll keep an eye on them as they come towards me. Once again, this is lap 21. We've got just over 5 minutes left on the clock in this Mintex Classic K race here at Castle Combe. Still Paul Toombs in the Lotus Elan that he's raced for many, many years, holding on ahead of Luke Wass, who's raced a huge variety of sports cars over the years. The little Turner in second place. Then we've got Jamie Boots incidentally. They're all leading their classes, those three. Classes A, D and B. And Class F, fourth place, Nick Jesty is leading that. Class T, for the taster class, for newcomers, is led by Kevin O'Connor in his Mini. Class E by Pat Keneally in the Lotus Cortina. And John Anden leading Class C in his Triumph. The MGB class is the other one. That's being led by Dominic Mooney in 8th place overall.
By the way, we also had a change as well for, what would that be, for 5th position is that the Page and Page, Matthew and Jonathan Page in that red Mini Cooper S managed to get past Jeremy Cook in that Ford Mustang. But the leaders come across the line now, still 4.25 minutes left to go. Toombs cannot shake off the attention of Wass. And in fact, if anything, that number 6 car, the Turner Mark II, he can smell blood because he's now put in a personal best that time round. Lapping quicker is less than half a second between himself and Toombs in the lead. Fastest car on the circuit, though, is the 167 TVR of Dodd, still trying to work his way back through this order. But the lead too, so close.
Nathan Dodd is on the tail. Oh, we've got a spinner. I think that's the Turner. It is. Luke Wass has lost it coming through Quarry. He spun it. Gets it going again. Disaster for Luke Wass. Oh, he was all set to take the lead, just trying a little bit too hard there. He's spun down to 3rd place. He's not going again. He'll be turning the air blue inside that light blue car as he tries to make up the ground. Now, this is going to allow Jamie Boots free rein to try and go after Paul Toombs for the lead, but he's got the TVR of Nathan Dodd, who's got the red mist going after all the problems in this race, trying to unlap himself behind the similar shaped TVR in front of it. Oh, poor Luke Wass there just got into a wet patch, I think, coming out of Quarry, spun it around. He's got it going in. He's still third, but he's a long way back. Paul Toombs continues to lead. 3 minutes of the race to go.
He's going to be devastated with that. He's still going to win his class by the looks of it, but it was looking very promising for an outright victory in this race that he'd like. Now, interestingly, he may be gone, but Toombs now is under growing pressure from the TVR behind him, number 72 of Boot. So we may well still see Jamie Boot try and make a move. And he's now trying to stay out of the way of the 167 car of Dodd, trying to unlap himself. That car's about to dive. Is it? No. Yes. No. He's trying to go up the inside at Folly. Thought better off it. What we got? 2.5 minutes left to go. So this is going to be their penultimate lap. 2 more laps to go in this race. And Toombs is just going to be doing as much as he possibly can to win it in the slowest possible time from now, I would suggest.
We're in the closing stages now of this Mintex Classic K race. The leaders coming out onto the straight up towards the S's. There's backmarker traffic ahead of them. Once again, Paul Toombs is going to have to be careful here. He's got the Lotus Cortina in front of him. He's got past that. The John Wolfe, David Thompson TVR is the next car to be lapped. They get shown the blue flag by the marshals. Nathan Dodd says, "Excuse me," to Pat Keneally. The TVR goes through. So does Jamie Boots. Pat Keneally out onto the curb. He always does there. Relative newcomer to racing. I noticed he's got a novice cross on the back of his Lotus Cortina, so just learning the ropes in these tricky conditions. As Paul Toombs continues to lead the way. Just looking for Luke Wass. Have I missed him come through, or has he not come through?
Has he possibly disappeared altogether?
Going to spin out and wallop into the recticel barriers there. That's Hugh Coleman's NGB spun at the S's. We might have yellow flags for the rest of the race there because he's knocked over the tyre stack on the inside there.
Yeah, that's not recticel then. The bad news is that's not recticel there. Leaders through to start final lap, so hopefully we may be able to get this just going to the end. Last lap board is indeed out. Toombs has managed to stretch that lead this time round to 2 3/4 seconds. That was because that was a slightly slower lap from the 72 car of Jamie Boot this time round. Wass, it did come through, and he is still sat there in third, so that's good news. But although he just did a personal best, interestingly there, Dave, but it's just too little too late, sadly. That little mistake's cost him dearly.
Got somebody else spinning at the exit of Quarry. I don't believe it. It's Nathan Dodd again. Oh, poor Nathan.
So unlike him, isn't it?
You have to feel sorry for him. He won at Donington, but he's had about 4 spins in this race now. There goes Paul Toombs for the final time out of Old Paddock, barring any disaster in the last couple of corners here. He's got this race in the bag. Jamie Boot in the TVR in second place. They've got a spin and the Turner has that shed a wheel there. Let's have a look. He's pulling off. Yes, Luke Wass has shed a wheel, so he's not going to make it to the finish. He spun at the Essie, so that's why the problems came about.
Oh, wow. Okay. Although I guess there's the cause or effect argument, isn't it? But that's quite incredible. Well, the leader's going to be coming down towards us for the final time. Here he comes, just picking his way through the back markers, ends up with quite a comfortable margin in the end, but it didn't look that way. Incidentally, the 199 Mini of O'Connor managed to get past the big Ford Mustang Shelby on that last time round. But here comes the leader to take the checkered flag, number 48, from that fabulous start initially. Paul Toombs takes the win. Second place, also a good start, and number 72, Jamie Boot, and his TVR Griffith. So who is going to be third? It's not going to be, by the sounds of it, Wass. So surely it's going to be the Jesty Mini. Into the pits comes Dodd, by the way. He's just limping his way in towards the pits. So I would suggest that TVR has actually got an issue. That is why he was pivoting around far too many times. Jesty is only just about to take this third place because behind him is the number 3 Mini of the Pages. That got very close, and they that was synchronized dancing as they came round Camp Corner there. They both sort of cocked their rear legs like a dog wanting a wee, as minis do when they come around these corners, and they just threw it sideways into the corner. And it was Jesty taking third, Page and Page taking fourth place. Fifth is then going to be another Mini. That's the 199 Mini of Kevin O'Connor. Now, is it, I think Humphrey and Cook, yes, that did come through in what would that make it? That'll make it 6th position for them, still runner up in Class B, so they've done well there. Boot won Class B for them. We then should have the 130, my favourite car, just crossing the line now, the 44 Blewett Ginetta G12. Beautiful car, that, as it sort of wagging himself across the line. The Triumph TR4 151 of Andon crosses the line. That secures Class C for him as well. So that's a good drive from Andon. It was a rather eventful race there as well. So have we got everybody who can take? Still, actually, did we lose the 130 car as well of Dominic Mooney?
I can't see it anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't come through.
What I have noticed on the timing screen is that we've got a few cars with penalties showing.
Have we?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Further down. Yeah, I see.
Whether that's for pit stop infringement.
Yeah, I mean, these are specific 39, 31, 31 seconds. Yeah, there's a few that have got that. But yeah, Mooney would, of course, won Class M, but doesn't appear to have come across the line, if assuming that the transponder's working okay. But Toombs takes the victory with 24 laps completed, won it by 2 3/4 seconds in the end. Second place, number 72, Jamie Boot. 110, the Mini of Nick Jesty, just taking third position, as well as Class F honours. Fourth place and second in Class A was the number 3 Mini of Matthew and Jonathan Page. In fifth position, 199, the other Mini, Kevin O'Connor, the Mr. Bean Limited Mini Cooper S. Then it's the number 86, Humphrey and Cook Ford Mustang Shelby that came home in sixth position. Seventh is still shown at the moment, Luke Wass, number 6, because he hasn't been unlapped, but I don't know whether he'll get that. Now it is showing at 130. Mooney did take the checkered flag, so secured the Class M honours. Ninth place, number 63, the Thompson and Wolf TVR Garantura. 10th place, although coming into the pits at the end there, was the 167 TVR, the pole sitter of Dodd. 11th, with a penalty, 201, the Lotus Cortina, of Keneally. 12th, number 35, Greenhill and Goss in the MGB Roadster. 13th place, number 44, Blewett in that lovely yellow Ginetta G12. 14th place, number 67, Russell and Russell in their MGB Roadster. 15th place, number 12, Coleman. 16th, number 9, Waters in that lovely Porsche 911. 17th place, 151, Andon. 18th, number 47, Hainan. 84, Wybrow in 19th place, despite the contact early on. In 20th place, number 36, Lock and Lock. And the final finisher in his first outing in the Gilburn GT, John Hutchison Sr., number 164. So a great job there, bringing that back with lots of things that they can now work on that car and the confidence of what they need to do. Sadly, that is the end of the Mintex K, Classic K for this weekend. They just had the one race, although some of those cars will be out in something else I've noticed a little bit later. But an awesome job, and what a way to open up the action here. I hope you enjoyed it. And certainly, judging from the majority of the comments, it looks like it. Carl Larard saying, terrible conditions. Thanks for the broadcast. Great job. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Kevin's done a cracking job, hasn't he? Spin a diamond. It's cold and damp up here. You know it. Deborah Humphrey, well done. Russ and Jeremy finished P6, second in class. It can't have been easy handing that thing out there. It looked just such a beast to try and take round these sections, wet circuit. So we move our attention to the only one that actually has 2 races this weekend. That's because they are the shorter, sharper races, and we've got a few familiar names in this. You've got the Toyo Tires and WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Car Championship, and they will be taking up the first handful of rows and have their own start. Then there's 2 rows empty, and the opens, to be precise, the Viren Builders Open Series will then start when the Union flag drops for them, and they'll have their own race. And as we found out on the chat show with David Smitheram on Thursday night, is that they keep alternating who gets to start at the beginning, and they'll, the fastest will get past the slowest, no matter which way they do it round. So let me make sure that we don't have a revised grid. Of course, everything is done paperless these days. So grid for race number 1. Nope, doesn't look like it's revised. So thank goodness for that. So on the front row, it's number 4, Tom Robinson, 11, Michael Holt. Second row, 97, Lawrence Kopok, and 158, Derek Pearce. Row 3, 65, Simon Lewis, although it looks like he's only in race number 1 today, and 28, Daniel Stewart. Fourth row, 170, Tom Lenthal, and 5, Simon Dumford. Row 5, 24, Michael Seaborn, and 114, Lawrence Ball. And on the 6th row is 45, David Ringham, and 52, Michael Atkinson. So that's the Jaguars. Rows 7 and 8 are then empty. And we then go to the Opens. And that pole position for the Opens goes to number 66, Alex Taylor. Now that is a change then, because I had that was going to be Alex and Trevor Taylor, but it looks like it no longer is. He says as he then needs to just quickly update that in the notes, because it's saying unless they're going to swap. Do you know anything about that, Dave?
No, I've just got Alex Taylor on my entry list.
Fine, and that's that wonderful Mazda RX-7 that took pole position for the Opens, if you will. Alongside him, familiar name here, 99, Jamie Sturgis. And he's out in the Seat Leon TCR this time. Last year's Castle Combe GT champion, and he puts it on front row for that. Row 10, 86, again, familiar names here. It's the father and son, Kevin Bird and Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. Alongside him, 75, Martin Thomas. Row 11, 74, Dominic Malone, 36, Mark Smith. Row 12, 14, Andy Thompson, and 70, Stuart Dayburn. 13th row, another familiar name here, number 9, Dylan Popovich. And also a familiar name, 73, Mike Parsons in his Golf. 14th row, 46, Jerry Bailey, and 135, Paul Bolton in that wonderful Nissan 370Z. 15th row, 19 is the Channing and Dye car. That's, although actually, I've got number 19 down as Steve Griffiths. Why have I got a different name down? I need to check that one, because that's now saying Channing and Dye.
No, he's in one of the races later on. Steve Griffiths is in. It's find a relevant piece of paper. He's in the next race, the Modern Classics.
Oh, okay. So I need to update my notes on that one. I have no idea why what I've done there. I will do that in a second, take you through the rest of this field. Alongside him will be 34, Dave Griffin. 16th row, 59, New Bolden Court, and 81, Andy Edwards. 17th row, 23, Anderton and Mensley, 23, Alexander and Alexander. 18th row, 39, Rob Hardy, and 77, another familiar name here, Perry Wadhams. 19th row, number 8, Philip England, and 6, Ben Eacock. And on the 20th and final row, 63, Jeff Beale, and 50, Charles College. So that is the field. As we said earlier, this is a 20-minute race, so a veritable sprint race, really, for these guys. Right, let me have a check of this. Number 19. Yeah, I have no idea why I've got that name here. Lee Anning and Wayne I.
Just got
Which race is Steve Griffiths in, Dave, did you say?
Steve Griffiths is in Modern Classics with the Ginetta.
Oh, yeah, I do have him there. I have no idea what happened there then. Fair enough.
Just a short pause at the moment while the marshals are rebuilding the tyre wall on the inside of the S's, and the three-wheeled Turner of Luke Ross is being towed in on the back of the flatbed. So thanks to the recovery teams for their prompt work. I've had a couple of shout-outs come in on my social media. If I could read those out just a second.
Please do, sir.
A quick hello to Serena Straker. She says hello. Hi to Lynn Bates, top circuit racing marshal around the UK. Says, loving the banter. Sorry we're not there. Have a good weekend, everyone. And a quick shout-out to someone celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday to John Goddard. No idea who he is. He might be.
Who is it?
That's my dad.
Ah,
Many happy returns, John.
Happy birthday, Dad Goddard. I met him obviously at Alton Park, didn't I? Last time I saw your dad, I think.
That's right. When I was unfortunately unable to drive, and he
right.
joined us for the weekend. That was 5 years ago now. That didn't seem 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I can imagine, mate. A few more messages coming in. Mike Kidson says, we're out in race 3 in our E30, number 50. Good luck, mate, and welcome here. John Hutchison Jr., of course, this is. So pleased the Gilburn finished. Roll on 2021. So that's sort of like in progress of getting sorted for that one. Jed Doyle, fab race, very entertained in changeable, moist conditions. Some people tell you off using the moist word. They don't like that. Jed, you know it. Jimbo DBS, good luck to my dad, Rob Hardy, car number 39 in the Virum Builders Open Series, car 39. That's Rob Hardy, the boss of Virum Builders, I presume. Oh no, just sponsored by Virum Builders, whichever. 944. It is the boss, you said, isn't it?
I believe he is. Yeah, Rob Hardy, Virum Builders is Rob's business, I think.
Yeah, I thought so. Jacob Nichols says, good luck to Nathan Nichols racing today. Hope the weather brightens up for him later. Yes, because he's in the, is he the last out? Yeah, the tin tops and turbo tin tops. Matt Parr, watching from work. Welcome, mate. That's one of our saloon car races. Well, apart from this year, chose not to. Good luck to all racing. Mike Morris says, cracking racing, loving the minis. Big shout out for marshals and medical services, massively so. We agree wholeheartedly. So thank you for that. Plenty of comments coming in on Facebook and YouTube, and so good to see you along with us here for the West Country Cracker, as the Classic Sports Car Club have called it. Of course, they are just down the road as well in Corsham, so close to here at the Classic Sports Car Club. So it's lovely to have them here in, of course, what was a fairly late arranged meet for them, with just being decimated their activity this year. So these wonderful Jaguars lining up. I just love the sight of these. You've got the XK8 there on the second row, very sort of modern compared to the others, but the front row dominated by, they are different cars, but they're very similar looking in my eyes, the XJ and the XJ6. Quite a few XJSs. Oh, we've got a gap on the grid. Let me have a look. Who are we missing? We've got 114. We're missing 24 Michael Seaborn, by the way, Dave.
That's the Castrol liveried XJ40.
Oh, really? Now, I saw him. He was out in qualifying. Well, obviously, because he put it, the penultimate row of the Jags. But sadly, he's not out. Hopefully, they can get that sorted for their race number 2. The Opens, looking through that grid, such an array of cars out there. It's just wonderful to see that. Quite a few of the BMWs, including we've got the jet black World Touring Car BMW as well. Do you know much about that one, Dave?
I know that I'm trying to remember. I did find out at Donington who used to drive that car in the World Touring Car Championship. It is a genuine X-Works WTCC car, but I can't remember who drove it.
David Smitherham was saying it's either Andy Prio or Huff.
I believe it's an Andy Prio car. Andy Prio MBE, of course, as he is now endowed.
Is he?
Yes. Three times World Touring Car Champion.
I love this. Paul Cornock says 9.5 for artistic impression for the minis around Quarry. Should have seen those two coming third and fourth, coming around Camp Corner. It was poetry in motion. One of the Quarry Hardcore, Mark Goose Bryant. Glad we have the feed. Just got up from the night shift sleep. Pity I couldn't be there. Keep up the work, guys. Thanks, mate. Good to see that you are able to catch some of it at least, buddy. Karen Blake says, hope you're not getting too wet marshalling today. Dan Blake. Dan's up there at Quarry Corner. Of course, he races an MX-5 these days as well. But he's very local here, and it's great that he's out there in the orange overalls. Dan Blake, good to see you here, buddy.
Give us a wave, Dan, if you can hear us. I'm looking down to Quarry through the binoculars now. Let's see if we can see him.
Problem is, you'll get loads of them just wave at you just to stitch you up, mate. That's what they're like. They're troublemakers up at Quarry. They're troublemakers up at Quarry at the best of times. Mark Osland says, wow, great looking grid. Wish I was sat on the banking at Bobby's. Yeah, Mark, we needed you here, mate. You keep me updated with what goes on over that section of the circuit. But we're now pulling away for the warm-up lap for these two races within one, the Toyota's WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship and the Viren Builders Open Series. Now, we do have a note that the car leading the championship at the moment is James Ram, who is not here. Second, he's got 58 points. Tom Robinson is second on 52, and he's got his car on pole position, so he's going to hope to really take advantage of that. Michael Seaborn, third in the championship on 44, and he was supposed to take the start, but of course, sadly, is not. He's not appeared for this race by the looks of it. So we'll see how that one unravels.
In fact, I think the Jags are going to be a bit more open than we normally see, because they're normally dominated by James Ram and by Colin Philpott in their XJSs, but neither of them are here. So Tom Robinson will start as the favourite, but behind him, it might be a bit more open.
Okay, that'll be interesting. The Opens will be intriguing as well. I'm interested to see what Jamie Sturgis is going to be able to do in his Seat Leon TCR. He's got either that or the Golf TCR that he pilots around here. And honestly, you've never seen a car look so planted. It's like it's on rails around here. Amazing cars, amazing driver. And I wonder whether he's going to go well. But of course, Alex Taylor in that RX-7 is mighty powerful. I'm sure it's a misprint in the notes, because it was allegedly trying to make out that car. Let me just check to see if it's been updated in the notes. Actually, where is he?
We are missing a car.
Yeah, 1300 cc. 1300 cc. That RX-7 allegedly. That can't be right.
Well, it could be, because it's a rotary engine, of course.
Oh, okay.
And you're never quite sure of the capacity of rotary engines. It was a bone of contention when they raced in touring cars in the early 80s. We are missing Charles College from the back of the grid as well, the little Mini Marcos. He's not there. That's the other car that I didn't see come through.
Which one was that, sorry?
Charles College, the Mini Marcos, that was supposed to be starting at the very back.
Okay. Just double check. No, he's not down in the pits either, so maybe not going to do it. Cheering on for our local series. Martin Bennett, our two-wheel commentator. Now, that's a proper saloon car grid, isn't it? Just, mate, looks cracking. I love this as well. Terry Gallagher said, if anyone could see my setup now, this on my TV, Burkitt 6 Hour on the laptop, and South African endurance race on my phone on Facebook. Good, man. That sounds awesome.
He's probably getting his stock rod ready as well.
Andy Myers says about Alex Taylor's Mazda RX-7. It is 1300, not running. Running, it can be up to 3 litre capacity.
Okay.
No idea. Intriguing. Love it. Now, have we lost somebody else? And I'm sure I didn't see any gaps earlier. Who am I not seeing there? Let me have a look. Stuart Dave. Oh, no, he is there. He was just a little while getting through, because it looked like Thompson was on his own in that Seat, but he's not. He is there. One or two of them not quite coming forward far enough. So hopefully they will go into their correct positions, because Parsons there. Bolton doesn't look like he's gone forward enough, but hopefully that's going to be okay. Seems to have confused the cars behind him, though, there, but wait and see. 20-minute sprint race, as I say, for this one. 2 races within one to keep Dave and I rather busy, to say the least. 5-second board goes up. Remember, this is the Jags that are getting there. The light start. It will be the Union flag for the Opens. Red lights are on. Engine notes are rising. Off go the lights and off go the Jaguars. Apart from 97, they're all having to avoid the 97 Jaguar of Lawrence Koppach. Now he's got going, and thankfully everybody did avoid him there. Wowzers, that would have been terrifying. Union flag now drops. Off go the Opens. And it's a great start by the 66, Alex Taylor, pulling away. And it looks like Sturgis is under pressure already from Martin Thomas in the white and pale blue BMW. Up into second goes Thomas. And in fact, he's making a lunge as he goes up Avon Rise towards Quarry Corner. He's trying to challenge the RX-7. He's not managed to get himself alongside, but the Jags have made it safely through, and you're going to have to tell me who's in the lead of that one, mate.
Well, side by side on the run into the S's for the first time, Tom Robinson, the pole sitter, has held his lead. It is incredible sounding number 4 XJR. Michael Holt in second. It's Simon Lewis in his classic Series 1 XJ6 is in third place. The Open Series cars have already caught up to the back of the Jags, going past the 52 of Michael Atkinson. It's Alex Taylor's RX-7 that leads them. The 75 BMW of Martin Thomas up into second. And Jamie Sturgis is down to third, ahead of the Bird, Hyde Andrews Bird BMW next through. A couple of Jags dropping back down the order at the moment. This hugely eclectic grid we've got out there. The last runner, number 22, which is the Alexander family Porsche 968. As they go out of my sight towards Tower, up towards Bobby's, the leaders come through. And it is the number 4 of Tom Robinson who has the lead.
Well, the lead 2 Jags are pulled away from the rest of the field. Then it's the yellow and blue 65, Simon Lewis. He's done well. He's in a lonely third, but it's a massive gaggle of cars. We've got Jaguars and Opens already making their way through. Through goes the 66 car of Alex Taylor, with Thomas in the BMW going with him. Jamie Sturgis in third in the Opens, just at the back of that gaggle of Jaguars, trying to find a way to go through. And he needs to do it quickly because the 86 car of either Chab or his dad, Kevin Bird, trying to get past him as well, but it really compromised, because the problem there, Dave, is the Jags were sort of having their own fight, really, weren't they?
Yes, we've got the two races in one overlapping with each other here, but the super sounding number 4, the XJR, is pulling away of Tom Robinson ahead of Michael Holt up there in second place in the number 11 in the X300 XJ6. Then Taylor's up to third overall. Then it's Martin Thomas in the BMW E36. Simon Lewis is fifth overall. Then it's the Bird family BMW, and then Jamie Sturgis in the TCR Seat. Plenty of overlap going on for that. We've got a spinner at the S's. It's Lawrence Ball's XJ6, the Gulf XJS rather. The Gulf livery car has come to grief there. Yellow flags out then at the S's. As this hugely eclectic field streams through. One of my favourite cars there has to be the Diet Coke livery BMW of Dave Griffin. Australian driver, and a car based on the cars from the Australian Touring Car Championship in the 90s.
Leader comes through, number 4 still in the lead. Robinson leading the Jags, but now second and third on the road is the lead 2 cars of the Open, and that is still the 66 Alex Taylor, 75 Martin Thomas still stuck with him, and it means that it's really split the 2 lead Jaguars apart, because Holt in number 11 is now a long way back from Robinson. So it does look like Robinson's got this under control as it stands in the Jaguar side for now. And then it's all the way back until the 65 car that's sat in third place in the Jaguars, running in 7th on the road.
Well, Alex Taylor is looking to take the lead from Tom Robinson overall. The Jag has a bit of a twitch coming through the S's there, and the RX-7 just breezes past him around the outside of Old Paddock. That little Mazda absolutely flying. Shades of Win Percy in the British Saloon Car Championship in the early 80s. Another BMW of Martin Thomas is through into second as well. Jamie Sturgis pressuring Michael Holt, who's dropping back following his quick start in his Jag. Then we've got Dominic Malone. Then Mark Smith, who's won many races in his BMW in these series with the CSCC. As the pack heads through, Lawrence Ball incidentally is out of the race. His car parked on the inside just before the S's against the barriers there. There's so many cars. You could spend, you need an hour-long race just to talk about all of them, don't you?
Absolutely. And I noticed, I'd missed it previously, is that the Bird car, the Bird BMW, has got past Jamie Sturgis at the moment. I'm going to venture that that's Chab at the wheel of that BMW now. Sorry, Kevin, but I just, from memory, is that Chab is just a little bit quicker. He was challenging for the Saloon Car Championship a few years ago in a stupidly quick Renault Megane, and he really has got to grips with that BMW again, but still picking their way past the Jaguars at the moment as well.
Chab, or Triple Barrel as I call him, going well in the 86 car. He's third overall now. He's got ahead of Tom Robinson, but Robinson won't mind. He's leading his championship sector, the Jaguars. Away go Taylor and Thomas. Then it's the Bird BMW. Then Robinson and Sturgis come through. Then Dominic Malone in the World Touring Car spec BMW. Then we've got Mark Smith. Normally shares with one of his sons in that car, but driving solo this weekend. Simon Lewis dropping back into the clutches of Andy Thompson in one of the 2 Seats the Hampshire man owned. He's got an ex-BTCC Seat Toledo as well as this Leon that he's driving today. Then Derek Pierce, who raced a Mark II Jaguar for many years, now in the more modern XK8, right alongside his teammate Tom Lenthal, who's out there in an XJS.
I was just trying to pick up as well. Where's the Holden Commodore?
Just going past me at the moment, Jerry Bailey's Mobil 1 livery Aussie Beast.
It's just awesome, isn't it? It really is one heck of a car. I mean, it is, like you say, there's so much that just suddenly catches your eye and you go, oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. Wonderful cars and very, very well presented. Viren Builders Open Series just attracts such an incredible array of cars. And talking about an array of cars, there's a gaggle coming down towards me here. It's predominantly, well, it's actually two Jaguars, Coca-Cola liveried BMW that's trying to pick his way through as well. And the 370 Bolton 135 trying to pick his way through as well. So it's quite a challenge for these drivers, isn't it?
It certainly is, yes. You've got cars of varying speed and performance in this one, which is part of the appeal, the sheer variety that you can have racing with any classic sports car club events, pretty much. Leaders have already gone past me. They're already coming up to lap some of the slower Jaguars who drops the rear of the field. There goes Michael Holtz through. He's in 8th overall now. Andy Thompson behind him in the Seat Leon. Then Simon Lewis. He's got Stuart Dayburn, the ex-classic Triumph racer, in his TVR Tuscan up behind him. Then Derek Pierce. And then we've got his teammate Tom Lenthal, who's under fire from, as we mentioned, David Griffin, the Australian, in the Diet Coke BMW. The car's made famous in Australia by Paul Morris and Jeff Brabham, among others.
Leaders are already...
Cars behind now. Carry on, sorry.
Leaders already up round Quarry Corner, and keep an eye. Third place, Chab is closing in on the lead too. 1:19 he's just lapped, so that was a second or two quicker than the two cars ahead of him.
That big gaggle of cars I mentioned heading up, the Holden's in the middle of that, and several more. We've got Porsches, Clios, and goodness knows what else. Kerry Wadham's in his TVR. The man from Devon is in there as well. Dylan Popovich in the big Ginetta G52. They're just heading up towards the end of the lap now.
You just missed the leaders going in front of you. Do you see how close they were then?
Yes, it's hard to know where to look at the moment as Martin Thomas in the BMW pulls out a little bit from the Bird BMW. Tom Robinson under fire as it goes past me from Mark Smith now in the number 36 BMW. I cannot keep up with this. There's action everywhere. This is brilliant.
First, leader's coming down towards Camp Corner now, and he's got a big lead all of a sudden, Taylor. Thomas in that 75 white and pale blue BMW's fallen away. Now, what is that? That's because it's a new fastest lap of the race to our leader, 66, Alex Taylor, a 1:18.992. So he's suddenly blitzed both of the cars behind. He's leaving Thomas in the clutches of the Birds number 86 white BMW. Sturgis had lapped quick last time round and was trying to close in as well, but he just seems to have dropped away as they pick their way through the traffic. It's quite a challenge, isn't it, really?
It certainly is, but Alex Taylor is coping superbly in the Rassler Racing Run Pentax cameras liveried Mazda RX-7. Here he comes monstering up onto some more back markers around the outside of the Alexander family Porsche 968, the 59 Honda Integra. There's a lap down as well. There goes Thomas in second place. The gap was just over 3 seconds last time through. Bird or Chad, whichever it is, on the tail of Martin Thomas. Then Sturgis in fourth. Then a gap back to Dominic Malone, who's rather on his own in fifth position with the black BMW. Mark Smith has now got his BMW ahead of Tom Robinson, who still leads the Jags by a clear margin.
Leader is coming down towards us and has got past one gaggle of cars, but has got a very large gaggle, including that Holden Commodore, to contend with next. Second place car of Thompson just dives up the inside of the wonderful number 81 Andy Edwards in that Ford Escort. And there goes the Birds BMW. Just lost a little bit of ground that last time round by the looks of it at the end, although the overall lap time, interestingly, was quicker than Thomas. So it's kind of the proverbial piece of elastic. But look at that, coming around Quarry Corner, right at the back of that gaggle coming towards you, Dave, is our leader, Taylor.
Yes, he's monstering his way through the back markers. He's got a lot of them ahead of him here at the S's. He gets past Dylan Popovich and Jerry Bailey in the big Holden. It's not until you stand next to one of the big Aussie V8 supercar machines you realise just how big they are. He's now got past Daniel Stewart's XJS. Kerry Wadhams is ahead of him now in the TVR. Oh, that was close. Nearly squeezed onto the grass there, the race leader. And that would have been a spin in the blink of an eye if he gets a wheel onto the grass. Backmarkers need to watch their mirrors here. I don't think they're expecting Alex Taylor to be coming through quite so quickly. Here we have got a spinner, though. That's the number 23 Renault Clio that's gone around. The Paul Anderton and Tom Mensley car. Tom Mensley will be a front runner in the Tin Tops race later on. That car rejoins over the grass.
As the leader comes down towards us, we've got 9 minutes left. About to complete his 8th lap is the number 66 Alex Taylor in that wonderful Mazda RX-7. Through he goes, screaming that engine as he crosses the line. In the middle of the gaggle behind him is the second place car, number 75 Thomas, which now means that Bird's BMW is glued to the back of that 75. The white and sort of turquoise or pale blue stripe on the car, just still holding on to second. But all of a sudden, Chab looks like he's just been compromised there, going up Avon Rise. But rounding there now, those two BMWs, that's second and third in the race at the moment.
Well, 5.8 seconds at the line behind Alex Taylor, who is absolutely flying along that little Mazda. He had to go wide there to pass one of the Jags. That's Tom Menthal going a lap down. So he's lapped everybody up to 14th place overall now, Alex Taylor. There goes Thomas. There goes the Charles Hyde Andrews Bird car. Of course, we won't see any driver changes in this one, so I suspect we'll see Kevin Bird out for race 2. Then we've got Jamie Sturgis, and the rest of them go through. Next in the order is Dominic Malone. Just behind him, Andy Edwards. He used to race a Ford Falcon, now in that wide arch Mark II Escort. Normally runs that at the CSCC Special Saloons series. Takes all sorts, as we keep saying in this Durham Builders Open series. Tom Robinson still leads the Jags.
Leader's gone through, and Bolton 135 in that Nissan 370Z just made a little bit of contact with the Jaguar XK8. Thankfully, they both got away with it, and that was a bit of lappery going on, but it was a bit tight. But leader's gone through, and it's very comfortable. It's also a bit more comfortable for that second place as the misty rain comes in. Just makes it a little bit harder to see up towards Quarry Corner. And if anything, Dave, that looks to me like there's a lot more spray coming off of the tyres as well now.
Yes, it is getting much more tricky out there, so we'll see a fair lot of slip and slide. Here comes Dave Griffin in the Diet Coke BMW around the outside of one of the Jags to put a lap on it. And Griffin himself is going to be lapped soon because there goes Alex Taylor behind him. Here comes the second place battle there, being momentarily held up by backmarking Big Cats. It's the Somerset Storage BMW and Martin Thomas still in second place with the Bird family BMW, the later model, still there, and Sturgis has almost caught them now. Jamie Sturgis is closing up on the BMWs. He took nearly 2 seconds out of them on the last lap, and he's right with the Bird car now as they head up towards Bobby's. Through they come. Let's see if he's still on the tail of the E92 M3. Yes, he's right there, Jamie Sturgis.
Very much so. He is. I said keep an eye out for him. He didn't get the start he wanted, did he? Leader goes through already with 6 minutes left to go. 10 laps completed, but it's all about this second, third and fourth. Across the line goes 75. It still just about holds on to it. Martin Thomas, that great start paying dividends. Then it's the Bird BMW number 86 with Jamie Sturgis in that wonderful Seat Leon TCR number 99. Glued to the back of that as they go up over Avon Rise. They're just kind of picking off stragglers and backmarkers at the moment rather than big gaggles of them. And it's put them line astern as they come back towards you, Dave.
I'll pick them up in a moment. Alex Taylor just coming through Old Paddock at the moment. That Mazda sliding as it comes out of the turn. Here comes the second place fight. The three of them together. Still Thomas, pulls away by just a couple of car lengths there from Bird. Then it's Sturgis in the TCR Seat. Next group headed through by some back markers. Next in the order it is Dominic Malone, but he's a long way back now behind this variety of back markers. As Jamie Sturgis, around the outside there, going towards Bobby's. He's through. Superb, coming out of tower. You don't see that very often.
Not in these kind of cars. We do see it in Formula 4s. Nathan Pull it off around there, I got to tell you. But in these cars, that was a cracking job. You could see that Sturgis was closing in somewhat, but that was quite incredible. Now, it shows that the conditions have changed quite dramatically there, and you've now got people excelling, people getting a bit twitchy out there, and that big BMW GT4 is clearly not relishing these conditions too much as it stands at the moment, up over Avon Rise, which I can barely see from this misty rain at the moment. And it looks like Sturgis is trying to go a step higher.
Yeah, they're coming through now. It looked like Martin Thomas may have got a bit wide. It's a struggle to see from my vantage point up to Quarry as well. I think he got wide onto the curbs there. He's still second, behind with Sturgis right behind him. Taylor's away up the road, still leads the way. Here comes the second place fight. Yes, in behind them it is the Bird car, but that's dropped away a little bit, so it is proving a handful here. Certainly Paul Bolton's Nissan 370Z is proving a handful. He's sliding all over the place. I think that car was used by the Nissan GT Academy in the past, that one. Here's a big gaggle coming through the S's now. Six of them together.
See, heading out of Tower there, that the challenge was coming again. That clearly as the leaders coming across the line. That's the bit. And they're side by side down towards Camp Corner, outside line for Jamie Sturgis. He's loving these conditions. That car clearly is coming to the road. Up into second place goes the 99 car of Jamie Sturgis. Now, what he's doing that time was he is wrapping quicker than Alex Taylor in the lead. And but the gap is like 9.9 seconds with 3.25 minutes left to go. It's going to be too little too late. But clearly that car is looking incredible in these conditions, isn't it?
Yes, he's absolutely reveling. We're coming towards the end of this now. What's happened?
The Birds BMW is about to take Thomas as well.
Yes, they're coming out of the spray towards us now. There goes Taylor. Now, who's going to be in second? It is Sturgis in second place. And straight on. Martin Thomas has gone straight on at the S's over the grass. He's held third place. I thought he was going to hit somebody as he came back on there. Thomas has held it. He's still third, ahead of the Bird Chab BMW. As you say, we don't know which of them it is in that car for this race. So they're still in the same order. Sturgis up into second place. Let's have a look at his lap time. Yeah, he's about half a second quicker than Alex Taylor, as we said. As they slip and slide their way around, it's definitely getting worse here.
Yeah, you can see that it's a real struggle to get the car stopped going through Bobby's, the second of the two chicanes. I think that whichever of the Birds is in that 86 BMW is probably going to be a bit frustrated with that, because they had a move lined up on Thomas, and Thomas just went straight across, didn't even slow down, and has managed to hold that place and pull clear. So in normal circumstances, you'd expect that to be a penalty, but it's not necessarily quite that kind of race. They might get away with that. But I'd imagine Bird's very frustrated. They're just going on to their penultimate lap now. 2 more to do in these tricky conditions, Dave. Anything can happen yet.
Yes, anything can happen in the next 2 laps. As through goes number 52. That's the Michael Atkinson Jaguar, sounding a bit rough. Just looking down the timing screen here, we've only had the one retirement so far. That's Lawrence Ball. I say so far. I don't want to put the curse of the commentator up on anybody. Of course, Lawrence Ball spun on the first lap. There goes the third place fight. Martin Thomas still ahead of the Bird BMW. They dropped away from Jamie Sturgis now. Leading the Jags is still Tom Robinson in 7th place in car number 4. Shouldn't his number be 2468?
Why?
Think about it. Anyway, here comes Dominic Malone.
Well, leader comes towards us with 50 seconds to go. So on to the final tour he goes. Alex Taylor, RX-7 in a class of its own. Here comes the second place, Jamie Sturgis. Oh, and he was starting to run a bit wide there coming out of camp, but got away with it. And this battle for third still rages. Still the 75 car of Thomas just holding on to third. He is also second in Class D, because our leader, Taylor, is in Class C, but second, third, and fourth are actually first, second, and third in Class D. So that's why that's a big battle between Thomas and the Birds. And it looks like they're still going at it if they go around Quarry Corner for the final.
They certainly are, yes. Here comes Alex Taylor. He's got this race sewn up, barring any major disaster for the little rotary Mazda. Here comes the battle for second. They get through the S's. Jamie Sturgis still there, coming up on the series sponsor, Rob Hardy in the Porsche. Martin Thomas, the wipers going, still there in third, ahead of the Birds. Going to gap back further through the order. The Jags still being led by Robinson, who's got to be nearly a lap down now. It's Alex Taylor.
Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to do that out loud. There was a car that just ran very wide here and then came straight back onto the circuit on the start-finish straight and nearly into the oncoming Renault Clio. But here comes our leader, ready to take the checkered flag. A great victory from Alex Taylor, number 66, just dominated from start to finish. Here comes Jamie Sturgis. He's going to take second place. Third is settled because there's a big gap all of a sudden between them. Thomas, number 75, Martin Thomas, comes across to take third and second in Class D. There goes number 86 with either Kevin or Charles Hyde Andrews Bird at the wheel of that one. A great battle between those guys. Equally, by the way, the number 14, Andy Thompson, also comes across. That's in 8th place, actually, 6th in Class D. We wait to see the others coming through. There goes the number 11 car that is the first of the Jags to take the flag. Second overall in the Jags, but the lead JC class. There goes 74. That's Dominic Malone in that World Touring Car BMW that takes 5th place overall. 6th goes the way of the number 36 BMW of Smith. Mark Smith in the white car with the pink flashes on it. 7th place should be our overall Jaguar winner. Here he comes now down towards camp. Lovely livery on this one, sort of white to a dark green at the rear of that car. Comes across, just putting a lap on the 65 Jaguar there of Simon Lewis. Through he comes, takes the checkered flag. That gives him 7th place overall in this race, which is really impressive. Plus, obviously, giving him the overall Jaguar victory. 8th, as we say, is number 14, Andy Thompson. 9th, number 11, Holt in a Jaguar XJ6. In 10th is the TVR Tuscan, number 70 of Dayburn. 11th, number 34, Griffin in his BMW, the Diet Coke make BMW. 12th, number 135, Bolton in that wonderful Nissan 370Z. In 13th place, local driver 73, Parsons in his Volkswagen Golf. And Perry Wadham's number 77 in 14th place, that obviously has raced here a lot as well in his TVR Tuscan Challenge. 15th place and the third of the Jaguars, number 158, Pierce in the Jaguar XK8. 16th place, number 9, Dylan Popovich in his Gillette G50, another driver that plays here a lot. 17th, the yellow and blue Jaguar XJ6 of Lewis, number 65. 18th is number 19, Channing and Dye. That gives them Class B victory in their Renault Clio. 19th, number 170, Lengthful in the Jaguar XJS. 20th place, 97, Kopok in his Jaguar XJS. That was the car that, of course, had the issue off the start line, managed to get it going and still came home second in Class JD. 21st, number 59, Newbold and Court in the Honda Integra Type R DC5. That's second in Class B. 22nd, number 5, Dumford in a Jaguar XJS. 23rd is number 22, the Alexanders in their Porsche Club Sport 968. In 24th place, and runner-up in Class JB, number 28, Stewart in the Jaguar XJS. 25th, number 81, Edwards in that wonderful Ford Escort 2000. 26th place, number 39, Hardy, the boss of the sponsor, in his Porsche 944. That gives him third in Class C. 27th, number 8, England in that Subaru Impreza. 28th, number 23, Anderton and Mensley in the Renault Clio, despite a spin from memory of that Dave was explaining in the early stages. 29th, number 6, Ecock in the Ford Puma. 30th, number 45, Ringham in a Jaguar XJS. 31st, number 52, Atkinson. And then we lost the Holden Commodore at the end, sadly. That came into the pits into retirement, and we obviously lost number 114 Ball very early on in that race as well. The good news is, Dave, we get to do that one all over again.
Excellent.
It's all I can say to that. Isn't it awesome? Absolutely love it. So that is the action before we now, I presume we're still taking a lunch break. Yeah, because they're only just getting the cars put together. So we're going to take a 20-minute break. Actually, our break will probably be less than that because we'll need to lead into the race. And we will keep it on. We'll play some videos and action shots from the circuit while we're doing. Dave and I are going to grab a quick bite of lunch. Not together. He's over there. I'm over here. But we're gonna do it anyway. And just keep your eyes peeled, your ears peeled. and we'll get the racing back underway. And the first one after the lunch break is the Cartech Motorsport Modern Classics and Future Classics. It's going to be a classic, that one's for sure. But from Dave Goddard and I, we'll be back very shortly.
It's been way too long, I've been building walls around me. Keep my distance so you never know too much about me. Trying to keep you out cause I love my safe space. But the problem is I never looked into my own face. Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? We let it go, we hold it inside. It's hard to take the blame, I know it doesn't feel right. We let it go, we hold it inside. You're more than just your past, you're more than what you realize. We let it go, we hold it inside. It's hard to take the blame, I know it doesn't feel right. We let it go, we hold it inside. You're more than just your past, you're more than what you realize. Way too long, I've been building walls around me. Keep my distance so you never know too much about me. Trying to keep you out cause I love my safe space. The problem is I never looked into my own face. Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions?
A jet stream, see it in your eyes that you feel me. Never wanna come down to the ground. Setting sparks to fires when you're with me, and I realize what it all means when our hearts beat loud to the beat. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best day that we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. So I love you so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice cuts through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. How we got it so good, I don't know how. Tattooing your name on my heart now. Never wanna let go of this feeling. Soaking in your light right above me is an open sky full of our dreams. Never been so easy to believe. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days that we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. So I love you so bad. I am better than I've been whenever
Becoming a racing driver has never been easier with Castle Combe Circuit. Book your Ards Novice Drivers Training course at the Wiltshire venue today. The easiest and quickest way into competitive on-track action.
Welcome to Castle Combe. My name's Alan Cooper. I'm the Chief Driving Racing Instructor here at this circuit. We're here today to do the Novice Driver Training course, often known as the ARDS course, which is the first way to start off and get your racing driving licence. So, no further ado, let's get on and show you what's involved.
So you've seen the format. Everyone here today passed their tests and now have their racing licence. Who knows? The next time I see them could be as I commentate on them in front of the usual packed house of racing fans here at Castle Combe Circuit. All you need to do to be next is to visit castlecombecircuit.co.uk and select Become a Racing Driver under the Racing tab. Becoming a racing driver is easier than you think with Castle Combe Circuit and Motorsport UK.
Video 1 is about the reasons and benefits of public speaking or presenting. Well, let's think about this another way.
Why on earth do we exercise?
It takes some serious willpower to get going, and it's all too easy to talk yourself out of it. But we know the benefits will be significant, so we push ourselves to do it. And once you get going, it becomes addictive, including the battle of wills to keep going.
The same applies with public speaking. It's easy to psych yourself out if you let yourself, but it lets you share your knowledge, point of view, passion, emotion, etc. You have the opportunity to inform, motivate, win over and persuade an audience. What a buzz and an honour. I have the same addiction to the battle of wills, adrenaline and achievement with public speaking. So turn around the way you see it and relish the chance and opportunity.
And it hurts a lot less than exercise.
It's true. It really does hurt a lot less than exercise, I can tell you, but that's my company. Open Doors Training. So, quickly time to scoff something down. Another massive thank you to all of the officials, the Orange Army, the medical crews, recovery crews, maintenance crews out there getting going again, because we are going to be getting this race back underway very, very shortly. Here's Dave Goddard as well. He's over the other side. Did you just about get time to scoff some food down, mate?
Only just, yes.
Yeah, I know the feeling. But with this this weather that you can see coming in, is that we need to make sure that we get it sorted and get ourselves back out there. Right. Next up is the Cartech Motorsport Modern Classics and the Future Classics. Running together here this time as well, and really enthralling, and a familiar pole sitter. You see him there on your screen. Pole position goes the way of number 66, Alex Taylor, in his Mazda RX-7. Alongside him, though, will be the number 71, the TVR Tuscan challenge car of Tony Blake. Now, we're all passionate about the Tuscan challenge cars around here, of course. Really bring back a lot of memories. Second row, 79, Mark Chilton in that awesome-looking Nissan Skyline GTR R32. Alongside him, number 70, Stuart Dayburn in another TVR Tuscan. Third row, awesome-looking Vauxhall Astra GTE 16-valve. John Hammersley and Adam Brown will be piloting that one together. Alongside them, 112, James Hebditch in his Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark 1 car. Fourth row, 77, Perry Wadhams in his TVR Tuscan. Alongside him, number 14, which is it's Ellis and Ellis. I've only got Martin Ellis. Who would be the other Ellis then, Dave?
Matthew Ellis, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay. I need to just update that one because that was a tweak. So Martin and Matthew Ellis, according to my right honourable colleague. Never been called that before, have you? Fifth row, number 34, Dave Griffin, alongside number 22, Tom and James Alexander. Sixth row, number 54. Now, that's another one. I've only got one driver. I've got Michael Kidson, and it tells us now Kidson and Bentley. Any idea who that's going to be?
That's Tim Bentley, the second driver in the BMW.
Okay. What am I looking for? Car number 54. So Tim Bentley, did you say?
Correct.
Tim Bentley. And alongside them, the number 74 car, another one I've only got one driver, James and someone else, Dingle.
James and William Dingle.
Thank you.
Good to see they've got that car back out as well. It spat its transmission out in qualifying at Donington a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's good. James and William Dingle in 12th place. Seventh row, number 16, Paul Dolan in the BMW 325. And alongside them, number 63, which is Jeff Beale in his Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. In 15th position, number 19, Steve Griffiths in the wonderful-looking Ginetta G20. Alongside him, number 51, the Walker and Walker Porsche. John and Christian Walker in a Porsche Boxster 986. Ninth row, number 4, Hayes and Hayes, and 39, Rob Hardy. 10th row, 41, Glyn Davies, 20, David Sharp. 11th row, 27, Martin Reynolds, 42, Alan Drain. 12th row, 131, Pidcock and Thompson, 351, Claydon and Andrews. And on the 13th and final row, 33, Nick Whittaker, and 186, Colin Claxton. Now, I say that, neither of that last row are there, Dave, by the way.
Okay, so I'm just trying to write the last couple of rows down there. So Nick Whittaker's not there.
And nor Colin Claxton.
Colin Claxton's Triumph is not there. So just put the last couple of rows onto my info sheets. There we go. We've been asked to read out a birthday request. Mark Chilton has requested to wish a happy birthday to his partner Holly, who's celebrating her birthday here today. So many happy returns to Holly. News of a couple of success penalties as well. Mark Chilton has a 1-minute penalty at his pit stop in this race. He has to sit for an extra 60 seconds because he's had 2 wins.
Wow, that is hot.
And of course, it's effectively 2 races in one, the Future Classics, because there's the 70s group and the 80s group. They both have success penalties for wins. And Alex Taylor's got a 30-second success penalty because he won the 70s group at Thruxton. So he has a 30-second pit stop penalty. Mark Chilton has a 60-second pit stop penalty in that incredible Aussie replica Nissan Skyline. I don't think in the modern classics, I don't think there are any penalties. I'm just checking my sheet here. Well, no, Alex Taylor was on the podium in the modern classics at Donington, but he's entered for Future Classics in this one, I think. Yes. And Stuart Dayburn would have had a penalty for Future Classics, but he's entered for Modern Classics, so I don't think has to serve it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Barry Tapping says, no, hashtag 20 or number 20, go Dave. That, of course, being David Sharp in the Lotus Elise S1, the yellow with the green flashes on it. Good man. Nigel Forrest, one of the Alton Park, Knickerbrook Hardcore. Yay, I'm here, mate. Good to see it, mate. You got yourself there ready to watch it. Dan Blake up at post 5, up at Quarry Corner, presumably, because I know that's where you were planning. Charles Pidcock says, go Pidcock and Thompson. And that is, he says, just looking through, where did I say they were? 131 is Christopher Pidcock, and he's been joined by Thompson. I didn't have that in my notes then. So who's with
Andrew Thompson? Andrew Thompson, the second driver in the Porsche. Charles will be able to tell us. Charles will be able to tell us as well. Is that Chris Pidcock, who was a former Speedway rider? I seem to remember reading that name a few years ago in the world of Speedway.
Okay.
Charles will be able to tell us, I'm sure.
Suzanne Williams, good luck to my fellow competitors. Lockdown in Wales, or I'd be there enjoying the rain in my Elise. I did see that you weren't able to make it. I was gutted when we discussed that on Thursday. Right, so they're making their way in what just still seems to be deteriorating weather conditions here, sadly. But our pole sitter, Alex Taylor, he's just been out there. I'm feeling exhausted at the idea of this, and he's doing this on his own 40 minutes. That's a fit person there. It really does cause me anxiety at the idea of how tired I'd be. But the last couple of cars are making their way in. What a car at the end, though, as well. That Mustang Mach 1, Martin Reynolds, number 27. A big car. That's going to really dislike these conditions. 5-second board has gone up already. 40 minutes with a pit stop. Red lights are on. The engine notes are rising. Off go the lights and off go the field. Apart from the number 70 TVR of Dayburn, they're all trying to miss him. The Golf struggling to get away. 1-1-2 as well. They have all missed the stricken cars. The stricken cars have got away now. Into the lead has gone Tony Blake in his black TVR Tuscan Challenge car at the moment. But Alex Taylor's already trying to come back at him. Up over Avon Rise we go. Is he going to do it? Oh, and we've had contact in Folly by the looks of it at the bottom there as I was watching the leaders go up in towards Quarry, already making their way towards you. It looks like they've all got going. No, the Golf's still struck down here.
Yeah, the Golf, I think, is the car that went into the barriers up there. I caught on the cameras there. I think that's gone straight on at Folly. It's Alex Taylor who's got the lead. He's taken the lead back again from Tony Blake. Shares the car with his son, Aston. They normally race a Porsche 911, but out in the TVR this weekend. Mark Chilton's amazing, raucous Nissan Skyline is third. Didn't get any dry running in qualifying earlier on, or he would likely have been on pole. Then it's Perry Wadhams, local hero in the TVR, the man from Devon. And then we've got the lovely Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of the Ellis family.
Safety car,
Safety
Dave.
car, yeah, because of the incident at Folly.
Yeah, it's only
Okay.
the one car. Of course, that Golf struggled to get away at all and was just sort of getting itself moving. And if it hit the barrier, it's back on the circuit, but just can't go anywhere. Incidentally, by the way, as to let you know, Charles Pidcock has confirmed, yes, it is the very same Speedway rider, Dave. So you knew your stuff there. So Taylor had got himself back into the lead. Had he done that? Had he retaken the lead by the time he was exiting Quarry, or was it a bit further round by the time?
Yes, he had.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, yeah. Emma was watching that one. Heart rate in the Dayburn car, the grey number 70 TVR Tuscan, where it just did not get away. And it was everybody was holding their breath quite dramatically here because the field were just trying to sort of go either side of the stricken car. And the problem you get, Dave, isn't it, is it's the ones further back that, you know, you don't see it until it's too late to be able to dive to the side. But thankfully, everybody did.
Yes, good job by everybody towards the back of the field there. Stuart Dayburn is still going in the TVR Tuscan. There's a couple of cars that haven't come through on the timing here. Have we lost a couple more cars further round? We know about the Golf. Bob Hardy is not listed as coming through on the timing screen, and nor is Bob Claxton. Bob Claxton didn't start, did he? So have we lost Bob Hardy's Porsche somewhere?
I'm not sure. I wasn't convinced we had, but
Just looking at the... Oh, he is there. They're just coming through on the cameras now.
Okay, so he's obviously got a transponder issue by the looks of that then.
Yes, hasn't transponded through first time. So the safety car heads them through Old Paddock. It's once again Alex Taylor with the lead, but remember he has that 30 seconds additional time to serve at his pit stop. The Blake family, normally Porsche racers, the North Yorkshire duo in second place. Then it's Mark Chilton in the replica of the car that raced at Bathurst in the early 1990s. Jim Richards and Mark Scaife took the Nissan Skyline to victory in the Bathurst 1000. And Perry Wadhams, the Ellis family, David Griffin, and then John Hammersley, the chairman of the Classic Sports Car Club in the Vauxhall Astra GT. I believe it's John that started that car, and Adam Brown, his young protege, will take over. I've had a lot of problems with that Astra over the last couple of years. But it came good at Donington. It had a class win there in the last meeting for the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. The dingles behind them, they've replaced the transmission, as we mentioned, on that Porsche since the last meeting at Donington. So it's Taylor who leads the 70s division of Future Classics. Mark Chilton leads the 80s division, and the Modern Classics are led by Tony and Aston Blake.
Yeah, that was another one I've just noticed that I didn't have the second driver. I think I put all my notes together when from the first stuff, and I'd updated those that were in and weren't, but not clocked. There was quite a few where they suddenly added second drivers quite late as well, wouldn't they? We like additions, though, don't we?
Yep, as many drivers as possible out there.
Exactly. Well, it looks as though they are having to get that Golf onto the flatbed there. So that suggests that it's not freewheeling, sadly.
That's a great shame because Mark 1 Golf, a very attractive little car. James Hebditch, the driver, used to race midgets and sprites in the swinging 60s division, trying something new this weekend, and unfortunately it hasn't lasted long.
Just seen that the 39 Hardy's gone through. They're going to have to update TSL because it's showing them as a lap down, but they definitely were there in that thing. So that will get updated manually with the troublesome connection there. Also showing Drain as a lap down and possibly not coming through, but I suspect that's another transponder glitch there. Now it's only showing Hardy a lap down, but he definitely isn't. He's like quite a long way up this field, so hopefully that will get sorted once we get going. But I'm sure I noticed that there's some sort of tyre marks on the side of that car. Have a look around where the number is on the side of the car when he comes past you. I'm sure I noticed big tyre mark across it.
A troublesome transponder then for the Porsche. May have some damage as well.
He might have got away without damage. He might have got away luckily with that, but it just looks like some tyre marks. But I only saw it the last second, so I might be wrong. Nice to see this on YouTube. Comment coming in from Calm Kenny. Greetings from Germany. Nothing beats a good British club meeting. Nothing like it out here. That's a shame if that's the case, because we do love it. There we go. Thank you for that. Jimbo, number 39 has been hit on the passenger side. So that confirms that. I thought I saw it. He'll come past you, or possibly already has.
Yes, he has. He's just in front of me now. In fact, yeah, that door is dented. So Rob Hardy has been hit in the Porsche. I would imagine the Golf, because we saw it struggle away off the line. He may have gone out wide, then slid back in and bounced off the Porsche into the barriers. That's my theory anyway as to what's happened there.
I think I just overheard from race control next door that we're going to do another lap behind the safety car. We've even got, look at that, hot off the press, Tom Steen. Hi, guys. Bit wet on the pit wall. So Tom's down there on the pit wall somewhere there, getting rather wet. And it does. It's as Peter Kay says, it's that fine rain that soaks you through.
I won't attempt to do the Bolton accent, don't worry.
No. So the Classic Sports Car Club Audi safety car comes through, leading this field. Now, it was a brilliant start by the number 71 car initially. That meant going up Avon Rise, he did have the lead, the Tony or Aston Blake TVR Tuscan Challenge car, but Alex Taylor again managing to get it into the lead. Now, what was his advantage in qualifying? 119.385 was his pole time, 120.039 for the Blake's number 71 TVR. So he's got 3/4 of a second advantage in pure lap times, but I'm not sure how different the track conditions are for these guys now.
Well, I know that Mark Chilton messaged me earlier and said to me that he didn't get any running in the dry because the electronic boost controller broke on his Nissan Skyline. He said in this message, in qualifying, driving that Nissan, he said it felt like he was wrestling a greased pig. That's how slippery it is out there. That's Mark all over that. His great sense of humour has Mark Chilton. Runs a Porsche specialist garage in the West Midlands, but chooses to race this Nissan Skyline, something a bit different.
Yeah, fair shout. I'm interested to know how he knows that, though. Has he wrestled the pig before, has he?
I'll message him back after the race and ask him. There's Martin Reynolds, that awesome Mach 1 Mustang. Martin, a construction boss from Norfolk. He's got a few old school Fords. He's got a Mark 1 Escort and an Anglia as well that he races.
Well, I'm looking off into the distance towards
the back of the field at the moment, unfortunately.
Here comes the safety car. Lights are out, so the field is under the control of Alex Taylor, and he's really slowed them down. He's now scrolling from side to side. I'm not entirely sure there's much point in these conditions attempting to get temperature into those tyres. I don't think it will work, but now he decides he's going, and he's gone down towards camp. But in fairness, the Blake's TVR has gone with them. Those two have dropped the third place, number 79, Mark Chilton. He got caught out quite dramatically there and has fallen away. Perry Wadham's in that fourth place, 77 TVR. He's done brilliantly considering he started in 7th on this grid. But is he going to try and have a little nibble at that Skyline as they go up? In fact, if anything, he's the one that's under pressure that's the Ellis number 14, presumably, that's about to have a go at them. The Toyota Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, I think, is trying to move up into 4th ahead of Perry Wadham's.
Yeah, he tries to go around the outside there, and I think Wadham's and Ellis have both got ahead of Mark Chilton. We'll see as they come into the S's. Taylor took a bit of curve there on the inside in the lead. Yes, Wadham's is up into 3rd place. It's the Ellis Talbot up into 4th. Chilton's down to 5th. I think Mark Chilton's got a problem because David Griffin's up with him now. Goes round the outside of the Skyline. They're side by side, an all-Australian battle there for 5th position. Griffin's going to go ahead in the BMW. That's John Hammersley 7th. The Dingle Porsche is 8th. Then Paul Dolan's BMW 9th. And one of the Porsche Boxsters, the number 51, the Walker family car, is 10th. But I'm wondering if Mark Chilton, David Griffin's pulling away from him. That Skyline, unfortunately, has got a problem, I think, as the leaders head up through Bobby's and onto Dean Straits for first lap of the restarts.
So it was a bit deeper. I thought he'd just been caught out in the early stages, but it was obviously a little bit deeper than that. Through goes our leader, Taylor, stretching his legs from the 71 Blake's TVR. Perry Wadhams is in third place, so he managed to get it back again from the 14 Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of the Ellises. Now we did, that Talbot Sunbeam got very sideways then through the right-hander of Folly. In terms of that skyline, he's already into the pits. He is coming into the pit lane rather than straight into the paddock. Now, interestingly, by the way, Dave, Heidi Makipar says Alex Taylor in the Mazda actually moved to moderns, so only 10-second penalty when they finally get going. Well, it's not saying that. It's saying that he's futures, isn't it?
Yes, so he's changed class and TSL haven't been informed. So he has a 10-second penalty, apparently, for third place in the Modern Classics at Donington, because they do their success penalties a bit differently. Whoa, Talbot sideways there. The Ellis Talbot. Well, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, more famous as a rally car, of course, than a circuit racer. Henry Toivonen, the great Finnish driver, was the leading exponent in Talbot, so he was driving like a rally car there, sideways over the curb as it came past me. Superb, very spectacular.
Well, he did that at Folly. He did that at Folly as well, so he's clearly decided that's the style he's going to go for around here, interestingly. Our leader isn't bothered, already through completed 6 laps. I'm assuming that what that means then with Alex Taylor is that he raced in the moderns class at Donington and he's back into the futures now. Is that right? Because he's definitely futures this time. So,
well, I'm not sure how it works, because if he is racing in future classics, he has to serve a 30-second penalty because he won at Thruxton in the 70s division. But if he's racing in Modern Classics today, he will only have 10 seconds to serve. But it says on the timing screen he's in future classics, so we don't know.
Okay, interesting. Pit window is open.
Yes, the pit window is indeed open. The first car to come in is Paul Dolan, number 16. Here comes our second place car, the Blakes, then the similar TVR of Perry Wadhams, knows this circuit very well, of course, from his days racing in the Castle Combe GT Championship. Then it's the Ellis Talbot, then Dave Griffin in his BMW, the Dillette Coke car. Then I get back to the Dingles. They've got ahead of John Hammersley and Adam Brown in the Vauxhall Astra. Hope that car's not developing a problem again. And then Stuart Dayburn is next in the order, so he's back into the top 10, having stalled on the grid.
I've got to pick up. Our leader just crossed the line. Last time round, he did fastest lap of the race, which also answers Nigel Forrest's question, 1:19.692, and he's just done a 1:19.694. Talk about metronomic. That always impresses me when drivers are able to do that. But it looks to me as though a great fight's going on between second and third all of a sudden, unless that was a backmarker going up around Corrie.
I'll pick up the 2 TVRs in a few moments' time. Alex Taylor's coming towards me at the Essex. He's got the number 42, the Porsche Boxster of Alan Drain, ahead of him, about to go a lap down. And here come the TVRs. It's the Blakes in second place. And then we've got, Perry Wadhams. There's a few car lengths between them, so it may have been a back marker that was there. The main battle is for fourth between the Ellis Talbot, and Dave Griffin has caught him in the BMW. Here they come through the right-hander at Old Paddock. It's still the Talbots really being thrashed around here in that fourth place. Of course, we've got another Talbot further down the order. That's just coming to the pits. That's Jeff Beale, the car he used to share with Phil Seaman. The lead gap is now over 15 seconds for Taylor ahead of Blake.
He's crossed the line now, and even just watching him go around Camp Corner, it's like no one's actually told him that it's raining. He's on an absolute mission. We've got a pair of Porsches that are close together, but they will be separated by multiple laps because Hardy 39's been in the pits to look at that damage, back out again. There goes the Blake 71 car. Yeah, it's definitely not under pressure from Wadhams as it stands at the moment, is it? But the one that is under growing pressure, it looks like the Ellises in that Talbot Sunbeam Lotus under big pressure from that Diet Coke BMW, number 34 Griffin. Let's have a look. Did that confirm? Yes, it was quarter of a second quicker that time. Up over Avon Rise. Even come around any second, Dave. That's a very interesting fight.
It certainly is. Yes, got a gaggle of cars coming down towards me now. They're coming through the S's. Front of it is Rob Hardy, having already made his pit stop. He's got another portion there. That's Chris Pidcock's 924, just ahead of him. There's the 54. And they're about to be lapped by the 71 of Tony Blake. Wadham's in third. And here's the fight for fourth. David Griffin has got through ahead of the Ellis Talbot now. So the over-exuberant style of Martin and Matthew Ellis, we don't have the starting driver for that car. No match for David Griffin's experience in the BMW.
Into the pits comes our race leader. So he's coming in very early. Alex Taylor, number 66. Down he comes past the Avon Bridge, the famous Castle Combe Avon Bridge here. And he's going to come in. Tom Davis, the sales and marketing director of Craft, said, we've all wrestled a greased pig in our time. Dave. Apparently, we've all wrestled a greased pig. So he's not on his own. Now, interestingly, second and third place cars are also coming in. So that's the 2D TVRs. The Blakes are going to be swapping drivers. Perry Wadhams is not going to be swapping. I mentioned that the Griffin BMW had closed in on the Ellis's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Well, they've swapped places. So the Griffin has got through and, interestingly, has pulled away quite significantly. That was a slow lap for the Ellis's in that Talbot Sunbeam Lotus.
So Griffin has now got the lead on the road. Of course, some of the cars that were ahead of him has come in, but David Griffin now leads the way in his BMW, just lapping a couple of slower markers into the S's there. One of them, the 54 of Kidson and Bentley, the BMW. It's the newer E36 BMW that leads. The Ellis's Talbot's in second place. And behind them, although quite a way behind them, is Stuart Dayburn. What a recovery by the TVR. Of course, if things don't work out for Alex Taylor here, and of course he will have a success penalty, we don't know exactly how long. We could have an all TVR Tuscan podium here. When was the last time that happened in British motorsport?
It probably back in the TVR Tuscan Challenge days itself, because it had to be an all TVR podium then, didn't it? But which we adored round here at Castle Combe. In come more and more of the cars. It's a very busy pit lane down here now. I've got to tell you, they're all piling in. In comes the number 20 car, David Sharp. I know that that Lotus Elise driver was being cheered on from back home by one of the viewers. The size of that number 27 car, Martin Reynolds, in that Ford Mustang Mach 1, as it comes down, as you mentioned it, Dave, it's a very narrow pit lane here, isn't it? That car suddenly looks even bigger.
Yeah, it's huge, that Mustang is. I've noticed Mark Chilton's back out as well. He's got the Skyline going again, which is good to see.
Good.
3 laps down. Look now for our current leader. Here comes David Griffin into the S's. He's got the other Talbot of Jeff Beale ahead of him. That car having had its engine, I believe, had its engine replaced. It blew its engine at Donington, if memory serves me correctly. And he's staying ahead of David Griffin there. He's got the blue flag from the marshals. He needs to move over and let David Griffin through here. The Ellis Talbot second. And then further back in third, it is Dayburn. He's got the James and Will Dingle Porsche behind him, the black and green Porsche 944. Then the Hammersley and Brown Vauxhall Astra is further back in fifth. So
Sorry, Dave, go on, mate.
I was just about to give you the class leaders. Modern Classics led by David Griffin. The 70s division of Future Classics led by the Ellis Talbot. The 80s division by the Dingles.
The key thing I was just about to pick up there is just looking at the footage on the screen there and seeing them going through S's and then round Old Paddock in front of you. There's a distinct, and I can't call it a dry line, a less wet line showing up now, isn't there?
There certainly is, yes. And David Griffin was making good use of that last time he came through.
Which therefore, of course, means that, you know, there could be tyre considerations at some point. But the biggest one is that you're going to have to come off that line if you're looking to make a challenge with anybody. So you've got to time it absolutely right. In comes the number 70 TVR Tuscan Challenge, Stuart Dayburn, the recovering Dayburn, and number 74, James and William Dingle in that black and green, of course, 944 Series 2. So they're all coming down. It is still a fairly busy pit lane. Drivers out there. John Hammersley bringing that Astra GTE. Adam Brown's going to then take that round. And he, if qualifying's anything to go by, is going to be about 4 seconds quicker in that car, I think. So that one could come back into play as well, Dave.
Yeah, to determine which of them is getting out and which is getting in, have a look at their heights, because Adam Brown is extremely tall. So you'll see if it's him getting in. He's got to be the tallest driver here.
That certainly is looking a lot shorter, the driver that's now stood out. So I'd imagine that was Adam Brown about to get in.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, John Hammersley, has got out as Perry Wadhams nearly clips a back marker there. He's had to, it's the Mustang and also the Ginetta of Steve Griffiths. He can't get past them simply because that Mustang is so big, it's taking up all the road, and Perry Wadhams couldn't get through there, coming along Hammerdown towards Tower.
We've got both two cars that are in, the two leaders, 34 Griffin in the Diet Coke BMW and the 14 Ellis's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. They are both now in, ready to do their driver changes. And it's so busy here that they've had to sort of double stack. That's going to cause issues for a few of the other cars a little bit later when they try to pull out, like Adam Brown in the Astra. So those two were in and they were leading first and second, but even before everybody started pitting, what were they running? Third and fourth, weren't they? So they're significant pit stoppers.
Well, I think we've had the whole of the top 10, with the exception of Steve Griffiths' Ginetta, come in at the same time on that lap. I had 9 cars listed as in the pits at the same time. So who the heck is going to come out of this with the lead? I think it might be Tony and Aston Blake, whichever one of them has taken over that car. Now, normally it's Aston Blake, the younger of the Blakes, who drives the first stint, and then Tony takes over the second, but we don't know which way round they've done it. They're just going past me now, so I think that car might now take the lead on the road once everything has cycled through. We'll wait and see where the other pit stoppers slot back in.
Which one's that you're saying, the 71 car?
Yeah, the 71 of Blake and Blake.
Right, well, we'll keep an eye on that because, as I say, we've still got a few interesting ones. Sadly, is that not? In fact, Taylor's, actually, I couldn't see it behind the building. Alex Taylor is the other side of the cone, which normally means he's got an issue. So that RX-7 is not coming back out onto the circuit.
Yeah, well spotted, Chris. There was so much else going on with the TVRs and so on. I never noticed that. Alex Taylor didn't come back out of the pits, did he?
No, and it was I couldn't see him because it was behind the bit of the roof jutting out, and then suddenly looking down, and they're pushing it backwards behind. They've got like a set of cones separating the live pit lane and the not live pit lane, and yeah, they're pushing that car back, and yet nothing suggested there was any issues with that car. He was flying, wasn't he?
That shows you need 2 pairs of eyes to follow the racing from your commentary box. You need 1 pair of eyes on the track and 1 on the pit lane. I completely failed to notice there. I do apologise that Alex Taylor hadn't rejoined after his pit stop.
Well, we knew that he was going to be a bit longer in the pits, didn't we? But not that much longer wasn't the plan at all. So we need to allow this to settle itself down. It's still showing Griffin and the Ellises in the lead, but of course they've only just gone back out onto their pit stop.
As I say, I think it's Tony and Aston Blake who are leading now. Where is the TVR? I have to work out where on the circuit that is. Can't see it on my section of the circuit at the moment. I think it might be coming up towards the end of the lap now. So
here it comes now, just about to go up the inside of the number 4 Toyota Supra Turbo of Andrew and Richard Hayes. Through it goes. So there goes that 71. Yes, you're absolutely right. He is in the lead. Now, who's going to be there for in the second? I think it is the 34 Griffin. Here he comes. Car Griffin comes across in second with a big gap of just over 13.5 seconds. We just now need to see what that Griffin BMW's lap time is going to be. It's gotten out compared to new Blake that's at the wheel of the 71.
Okay, Perry Wadhams is in 3rd place with his TVR. Then it's the Ellis is 4th with the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. They're still leading the 70s group in Future Classics. Perry Wadhams now leads the 80s group, and the Modern Classics are led by the Blakes. They've just gone past me. There's Dave Griffin in 2nd place, just coming out of the S's now. So we'll see what the gap is this time around, see what lap time David Griffin, as you say, Chris, is recording. And it's Perry Wadhams 3rd in the TVR. Stuart Dayburn is 5th. The Hammersley Brown Astra leading Class C 80 in 6th position. And then the Dingles are 7th. So it's Steve Griffiths dropping down the order. Yeah, he's 9th behind Paul Dolan. I think Jeff Beale rounding up the top 10. I think that's how they've settled down after the pit stops.
Yeah, because Griffiths in that yellow Jeanette is only just come out of the pits and going up over Avon Rise, but quite a big gap before the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of Beale, who was just rounding Folly. So you've got that Avon Rise is the difference. Now, apparently, Emma Strawford tells me that apparently Aston Blake was on lap record pace in yesterday's track day, by all accounts. So although the conditions aren't going to lend it to that, it goes to show you just how quick Aston Blake potentially is going to take that car, and he is indeed lapping quicker than Griffin in second place, but not by a lot, Dave. 24.948 compared to 125.0. So it's close, but there's a 13 3/4 second gap. So I think that the Blake has got this one under control now.
It certainly looks that way. They're coming up to lap Jeff Beale, who's 10th in his Talbot. Where's the BMW? There it is, coming up on Mark Chilton, who's still struggling along with the rather recalcitrant Skyline. He won at Donington and at Snetterton as well. He had the 1 minute penalty to serve, but he had a much bigger penalty, of course, because of that long pit stop with a few problems. There's Perry Wadhams, who's this circuit like a back of his hand in third place. Seems interesting that a couple of the TVRs are running in modern classics and one in future classics in the 80s division.
Good point.
Not
Leader
sure.
In that TVR Tuscan Challenge, just done a personal best, 121.094. Still doesn't manage to compete with the 66 Alex Taylor time of 119.692. So in actual fact, it's quite a long way off of what that RX-7 was doing, isn't it? Griffin in second's just gone through in the middle of a gaggle of back markers, and that was a very slow lap for him. So the gap's gone out even more because he just suddenly did a 127 compared to his 24.
Yeah, so I've lost a bit of ground there, and personal best for Aston Blake, who's now really picking up the pace. He's just gone past me on the tail of a trio of back markers. I have to be careful heading through Hammerdown because just at the left kink that runs into Tower, there's a big puddle on the outside of the circuit. So you have to be careful when going offline there. Griffin up behind Mark Chilton, who's clearly up to speed with the Skyline. We've got our 1990s Aussie battle once again. This is Castle Combe, not Bathurst, sadly. Yeah, both of those cars, the originals of them, competed in the legendary Bathurst 1000 at Mount Panorama. There goes Perry Wadhams in the 77. The Ellis Talbot still going well, leading the 1970s division in fourth place. They've driven superbly today, Matthew and Marty Ellis, flinging that Talbot around, clearly showing its rallying routes, as we said earlier. Then it's Stuart Dayburn, and then the Hammersley and Adam Brown Astra. Adam Brown really on it as he comes through the S's there.
Leaders already exiting Quarry, heading back towards you with a comfortable lead up to 23.6 now.
Yes, Aston Blake at the wheel of the TVR, really putting the hammer down. Just careful not to get offline there at the S's. Doesn't want to hit a wet patch and risk spinning the TVR. TVR Tuscan is a big brute of a car. It will bite if you take liberties with it. Through a few back markers. That's the Dingle Porsche, and he's being closed down by Paul Dolan. That's for 7th place overall. But identical lap times last time through. They're separated by 1.6 seconds. And Griffiths just behind them as well.
I tell you what, I've just picked out the race that's forming now. It's just heading up Avon Rise. Dayburn in the grey number 70 TVR Tuscan, recovering, of course, from his second row start that was a bit scary. And he is going so much quicker than the Ellis's number 14 car, of course, that being the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Martin or Matthew Ellis behind the wheel of that. 5 seconds a lap quicker. And he's now he was 3.5 as he came across the line.
Well, the TVR gets sideways, just as you say that, coming through the S's, lost a bit of momentum, had a big slide there, and the LS is able to stay ahead this time, so battle really developing for fourth place now, the Black Talbot and the Battleship Grey TVR. There goes the Hammersley Brown Astra, still in 6th position. And then here comes Aston Blake, so only 6 cars left on the lead lap now. We've got just under 10 minutes of this race to go. This is looking perfectly rosy for Aston Blake and his father Tony, who started the car.
I was just glued then watching. There we go. Dayburn's made the move before he's even got to camp corner. Slides up the inside. Number 70, Dayburn. That now puts him up into fourth position ahead of the Ellises. Great from that start that probably put the fear of all sorts up. Very Wadhams in third place, but only by sort of about quarter of a second a lap, and he's 16.5 down. So I think that's probably about as far as he can get. The Blakes actually aren't far from putting a lap on Dayburn. She's crossed the line now, Aston Blake, with a new fastest lap of the race, 1:18.212. I think that confirms, Dave. We were saying about that there's a drying line appearing, and I think that is the case. And all of a sudden, Aston Blake is managing to take full advantage of that, stretch his legs, and post that fastest lap of the race.
1:18.212. That's about 6 seconds faster than anything anybody else has managed. That's incredible from Aston Blake.
Hardy had done a 1:19.6. Sorry, Taylor had done a 1:19.6. Sorry.
Yes, he has. I couldn't see. I could only see that the top 17 on my timing screen. Apologies there. Yes, that was early on in the race. Alex Taylor. Apologies to him there. Shame that he's no longer involved. So Griffin now 35.5 seconds behind in the BMW. The Dingle Porsche is now pulled away from Paul Dolan. They were scrapping over 7th place. Not far behind them is Griffiths in the little yellow Ginetta in 9th place. And rounding out the top 10 is Mark Chilton. So he's coming back in the skyline. He may have lost a couple of laps earlier on, but he's made up the positions there after dropping back early on. And he's there in 10th place.
How's he managed to get into 10th? That's incredible, isn't it?
Maybe it was maybe he pitted right at, maybe he caught us out. Maybe he pitted right at the very, very start of the pit window.
But it wasn't just that. He clearly had an issue, didn't he? At the rolling start, the restart after the safety car, is that he dropped back and then he was being passed hand over fist with a clear issue. But the good news was he didn't go to the paddock. He came into the pit lane and so was able to keep going. The Blake's car goes through again to complete 19 laps. We're down to just over 6.5 minutes left to go. Here comes the second place car, the Diet Coke 34 BMW of Griffin. Now, he's not going to be able to get any higher than that. But of course, the good news for him is it is a class lead for Modified B as well, or Modern B, sorry, MB class. Perry Wadhams then just rounding Camp Corner now in overall third position. That's the A80, so Future Classics. And Dayburn, here he comes down to Camp. Now, actually, it's interesting, What do we got? 6 minutes left to go. There goes Dayburn, still flying at fourth place. Done a personal best, 1:23. 1:27. It's not totally out of the question.
I'm looking further back than that. I'm wondering if the Ellis Talbot may have a problem because its last lap was a 1:31 and Adam Brown had almost caught it in the Vauxhall Astra. So whether there's an issue for the Talbot, we'll wait and see.
Or is it the second driver could be a little bit slower than the first?
It could be that, yes. Again, we don't know which of the Ellises is currently in that car, but there goes Perry Wadhams past my position, still in third place. Now, where is Dayburn? There he is. Wadham's just going into Tower as Dayburn comes out of Old Paddock. So that's the gap as you see it. There goes Aston Blake. Mightily quick at the wheel of the TVR. He's got a couple of back markers to negotiate there. And yes, John and Adam Brown, rather, in John Hammersley's Vauxhall Astra has got ahead of the Ellis Talbot now. So the Astra up into 5th position overall. They're both leading their classes, of course.
We just had an interesting moment there. Chilton in that Nissan Skyline came out of Camp Corner and power slid it round, but it looked like he was going to lose it and possibly overcorrect towards the pit wall, but it did a great job, and he didn't even lift his foot. The joys of it being that loud is you get to hear that, and he did not lift his foot off the power at all, and managed to get it straightened up, thankfully, so a good job there. Leader's gone through for the 21st time with just under 4.5 minutes left to go. Dayburn's approach to a overall podium, did not manage to materialise particularly last time round. So I think that Dayburn's got as far as he can go this time. He ran very wide Quarry corner, and I think he's about to be back. The Blake's coming towards him now.
Yes, it looks that way. Yes, there they are coming into the S's now, just picking them up through the binoculars there. And Dayburn is shortly going to be lapped by the incredibly quick Aston Blake. I don't think we're going to get our TVR 1, 2, 3 that I was looking out for. David Griffin is going to spoil the TVR party with his BMW in second place, as Adam Brown got a bit of a close squeak there with the number 51 Porsche Boxster as he lapped it there. So 3.5 minutes to go then. This has been pure domination by Aston Blake after he took over from his father Tony in the TVR. Of course, it's a great shame we didn't get to see him go up against Alex Taylor because he never rejoined after his pit stop.
No, and here comes the leader. Still not managed to actually put a lap on Dayburn yet. Dayburn's not making it easy for him in the number 70, but the 71 car is now going to... No, he's not. I thought he was going to dive up the inside at Folly, but that's not been possible. So Dayburn is blue flag now. He's completely ignoring them, and he's not going to allow the leader of Aston Blake through. Up over Avon Rise they go. Probably onto their penultimate lap at the moment, past the monstrously big Mustang one. Coming towards him now, you'll see that he's not making it easy for him to get past. Now he has.
Yes, they have. Steve Griffithson certainly just had a quick spin coming out of the S's, a 360 in the Ginetta, and kept going. There go the TVRs. They have got ahead of that mighty Mustang of Martin Reynolds. We'll see him out in the swinging 60s race later on at the wheel of his Ford Anglia. Hasn't got the Mark 1 Escort here today, though. Blue flag's being waved. That's for the Hayes Toyota Supra, because Adam Brown is monstering his way past it in the Astra.
Someone's just gone off. Is that Dayburn's just gone off at Tower? Someone's gone into the Rector Tower, and it's right early, so you might not even quite be able to see it from where you are.
No, that's out of my view, unfortunately, behind the trees. It is Dayburn. Up on the cameras. Yes, Dayburn has crashed out.
Wow, I just suddenly saw him go straight on as he went in towards Tower. Leader here, who took all that time to try and get past him, he comes through now to start his penultimate lap now, because we still got 1 3/4 minutes left to go. As long as there's no compromise with Dayburn's car, we could find that they choose to throw the checkered at the end of this if they're concerned about the positioning of that grey TVR. But that was the shame, because he was flying, wasn't he?
Yes, and don't forget he came through after that stalled start as well. Then came through. Did he have a pit penalty in this one? No, he was entered for modern classics, and the penalty was for future classics. So no pits penalty for him to overcome. Another car sliding about all over the place is Paul Dolan, the E30 BMW. He seems to be struggling a bit. As there goes Blake. He's now lapped Perry Wadhams in third place. Can he catch David Griffin here? Can Tony and Aston Blake win this by a full lap? Where's the BMW?
No, he's just coming around camp now, so no, definitely not. So yeah, through camp goes the second placer. He's going to be comfortably not lapped. As I look towards the distance, here comes our race leader, still picking way through the traffic. That's the 63 Jeff Beale Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. He's just got passed through, and then it's going to be the 19 Steve Griffiths in the Ginetta. So this will be their final lap. They decided that they're comfortable with how this is going to work okay, as leader makes his way for the final time up over Avon Rise in towards Quarry. Just been an absolute class of his own, lapping all bar Griffin, the only car that he couldn't lap. That is just monumental, frankly, isn't it?
It is fantastic, yes, and Aston Blake marking himself out as a real talent in these sports cars. He's shown it in the Porsche 911 RSR that he and his race between them in future classics events in the past. And he nearly came to grief there. Goodness me, that was close. One of the Lotus Elises, the number 41 of Glyn Davies, nearly went into the side of the TVR. That would have been disaster on the final lap. Blake's got past him, but that was very close coming through Old Paddock there. But Aston Blake has kept it on the black stuff. He's keeping it going in this TVR. And I think this is the first race that the Blake's TVR is going to complete, never mind win. And it's going to win it in very emphatic style indeed.
It certainly is. He's already come into my eyesight down towards camp. Suddenly slowed up a lot there.
Red flag, red flag.
Ah, that'll explain that. I just suddenly spotted that he'd slowed down considerably. Now, he hasn't aimed towards the pits. I'd imagine it was like kind of going, okay, which direction should I go? Punches the air in delight. That is the end of that race. Now, I'm not aware of anything other than the Dayburn TVR.
That's what I've just seen a service vehicle going down to Tower Corner, so I've assumed that's the reason for the stoppage.
Okay, fair enough. They obviously had hoped that it was going to be okay there, but I would imagine what probably happened is that a few too many cars were suddenly ignoring the yellow flags and going a little bit too quick through there. So the end of that race, and therefore it is the number 71 car, Tony and Aston Blake, that take the overall victory. Pure domination. They won that by 1:06 in the end. Second place, the number 34 BMW of Dave Griffin from 9th on the grid, Dave. I'd missed that part that he came from the 5th row and he's come through to comfortably come second place overall. That's just really good.
Yes, Dave Griffin, a lot of experience in classic touring car racing with that BMW. I can see service vehicles moving up towards Tower Bend to check on Stuart Dayburn. We hope he's okay. Looks like he's just gone into the end of the Recticel barriers up there. Just got caught out with straight on.
Yeah, that's the good news. The fact that it is the Recticel barriers, that as we all know, it's made up of unicorn drop-ins and leprechaun hair. So it's perfectly safe and magical. Nothing happens and you get to carry on racing most of the time. So don't ask, Dave. In third position, Perry Wadham's number 77. Fourth, number 156. John Hammersley and Adam Brown in that Astra GTE, and in fifth place, number 14, which is the Matthew and Martin Ellis in that Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Now, they all have won their classes. In sixth position, second in Class A80, is the number 79. Did that Nissan Skyline GTR got up to sixth overall in the end? How did that?
How the heck has Mark Gibson done that?
And how do you manage to do it under the radar in a car that big, that loud, and everything else? That's just absolutely amazing. In seventh place, number 74, the Dingles in the Porsche 944. That gives them a victory in B80. I feel like I'm calling bingo numbers now. In eighth is number 16, the Dolans. That's second in their class, BMW 325. Ninth, number 19, Griffiths wins the MD class. So Steve Griffiths and his Ginetta G20. In 10th place, number 63, Bill in the second of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotuses, second in class B70. 11th, number 54, Bentley and Kidson. In 12th position, the number 4 car of Hayes and Hayes, the Toyota Supra Turbo. I love that car. Second in class MA, that one came. 13th, second in class B, Walker and Walker in the Porsche Boxster 986. 14th place, number 22, Alexander's in the Porsche Club Sport 968. That gives them third in class MA. 15th, number 20, Sharp in the Lotus Elise, second in class MD. It's still showing in 16th place, the Dayburn TVR. 17th, number 41, Davies in the Lotus Elise. That's third in class MD. 18th, number 42, Drain in the Porsche Boxster, third in class MB. 19th, and winner of class A70, the number 27 car, that big Ford Mustang Mach 1, Reynolds at the wheel of that car. 20th, number 39, Hardy, that's second in class B80. 21st, 351, Claydon and Andrews, third place in class B80 in their Porsche 944. And the final finisher, 22nd, 131, Pidcock and Thompson in their Porsche 924. So that was the Kartech Motorsport Modern Classics and Future Classics, as incredibly enjoyable as ever. And shame that we got the red flag, but thankfully it only cost us the one lap, so we didn't lose out on the racing too much there, did we? Thankfully. Right, so let's check it out. What are we going to next? It's the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens is the next piece of track action. It's fair to say, Dave, that you don't tend to get a boring race with anything Caterham or Lotus 7 or anything of that ilk, do you?
Well, someone did once say to me that racing a Caterham or a 7 type is the most fun you can have with your clothes on, and the drivers do display that every time.
No, I agree. It does look absolutely brilliant. So we look forward to seeing what these guys are going to do. Let me close that down, press refresh to make sure we have no amended grids, because they are the bane of our life. Now we're doing it all electronic because they sneak them in without us knowing. Up comes the grid. Yes. Right. The grid will line up as follow. On the front row, number 80, Tim Davis. Alongside him, 14, Ben Simmons. Second row, 92, Colin Watson. 34, Green and Green. And let me just remind myself, go to the right page here. That's Richard and Pascal Green. Third row, 10, Tim Bishop. 172, Robert Cooper. Fourth row, 22, Graham Charman, and 139, Mark Drain. Fifth row is the number 40 car. Now, I don't have a second driver noted down for that, so I need to update my notes. I've got Stephen James.
Sam Weller is the second driver, Sam Weller.
Sam Weller, thank you. Alongside him, number 42, Richard Carter. Seventh row is... I've lost my train of thought now. Actually, that means that's different to what I've got here. Oh, no, don't panic. I was looking at the wrong bit. Sorry. In 10th position on the grid. So James and Weller, then 42, Richard Carter. In 11th place is the 93 car of Hugh Coulter, 67, Gavin Crawford. 7th row, 106, Nick Powell, 441, Tom Woodcock. 8th row is the 48 car of Tom Collar and Louis Wall. I've just realised that I've also got the 106 showing as 2 drivers. That means that who's at the wheel of that one? 106 is just Nick Powell, isn't it? So no Eddie Powell.
Yes, so it's just Nick I've got listed.
Okay, so change that one. I'm surprised that there's not that many that are doing it dual, is there? Really, it's a surprising difference here. Where did I get to? 8th row, Collar and Wall. Alongside them, car number 30, Ian Mockett and Mark James. 9th row, number 3, Jeremy Adams, and alongside them, the number 56 car of Ray Ames and Stephen Story. 10th row, 188, Robert Forsdyke. 192, Jason Garrett. Oops. 11th row, 115, John Timperley, and 23, Tim Woodman, another driver that knows this circuit very well. 12th row, 241, which is William and Charles Redman. Alongside them, the 54 car of Simon and Mark Lanyon. 13th row, number 72, Ian Hare and Andrew Greenwood. 73, John Wright. 14th row, 33, Surhid Chatterjee and the 58 car of Carl Lantry and Philip Pittman. And then alone on the 15th row, number 77, Simon Lancashire. Why do the names Ray Ames and Stephen Story jump out at me?
Well, Ray Arms, back in the late 80s, early 90s, was a British touring car driver.
And it is him, is it?
It is indeed him. Raced the PG Tips or PG Tags sponsored Honda Civic in the multi-class era.
And you pronounce it Arms, do you?
Yes, Ray Arms, yes. Stephen Story, I'm not so sure about. They've raced together for a few years in that car. It's the Gold Leaf Lotus liveried car number 56.
Okay. Yeah, I just recognise the names, and you know when you recognise them and you can't, you rack your brain. And, well, you wouldn't know because you remember everything.
No, I don't.
You do. You're the master when it comes to the quizzes, mate. Yeah, I always try to make sure I'm on your team.
Yes, we need another online quiz night soon, I think.
I don't, because I'm useless. I'm useless, mate. I can't remember. I sleep too much and drink too much gin to remember it all, mate.
Well, there's a reason we didn't name Team G&C.
Yeah, exactly right. So the Dayburn TVR Tuscan's now just been recovered back into the paddock area. Just having a look as it turns around. Yeah, it's a bit of damage on the front, but it looks like it's just bodywork, which again, with those recticell barriers, that does tend to be the main thing. And I just had a lovely text just come in. Tony Allen says, sounds like you're missing Jill. Very good, thanks. Guys, I miss you. Tony and Jill Allen, normally up here. We have Jill up here doing lap scoring and Tony Allen over at the Old Paddock commentary box doing the lap scoring and paperwork and whatever else. And I miss you guys massively. Obviously, they're not really able to get here because of the needing to sort of like look after themselves. James Last asked a question that says, what time are the Caterhams, please? I can't tell you a time, but what I can tell you is they're up next, James. So keep yourself glued to this now. They are in the assembly area, ready to come out very soon. Sorry, Dave, you were going to say something?
I was going to say, you get help with the paperwork when you're over here, do you?
When there used to be paperwork, that was, of course, yeah. They sort of come and do the lap chart, and they're like an ever present. They're wonderful, wonderful couple that have been here for just forever.
Lovely.
Damien Hurst says, "Miss you, Chris." What do you mean? I'm here. I don't know. Maybe I missed the first chat up line. I don't know.
What about viewers agreeing with you and says you do know everything?
You do, absolutely, exactly.
I don't. I don't.
Damien Hurst is obviously here somewhere because he says, you look warm, get out the tower. I am nice and warm. Or are you just watching on the screen? You can see me here.
I'm not.
I am. I'm nice and warm.
I'm not. It's cold in here.
Well, that's because I've got my hoodie on underneath and my coat on top of that, and I didn't intend to wear all of that, but I am.
Well, I've got to wear my CSCC colours, you see.
Whereas I've got my Castle Combe circuit colours on. You see, it's got to be done.
And of course, the checkered flag tie. Those of you watching on the live stream can see.
Well, we'll just let's do that back up to full screen a second. So now we can see. So there's the checkered flag tie, and let's see the jumper.
And yeah, the classic sports car club colours. I'm going to do this mirror image. So there you go.
Like it, fair shout.
Got to display my colours.
I've gone Castle Combe circuit colours, but I'm wrapped up nice and warm, as you can see. It's got to be done. And all of you sat up round the circuit, the majority of you look like it is up at Quarry. I think I did see a few along the banking, along Farm Straight towards the S's. I suspect there may be a few of you at Tower, although quite often people go there and sit in their cars, because you can sit in the cars there, but I don't think the cars are being allowed up there at the moment. So I'd imagine Quarry is the main area. I hope you're having a great time, guys. Last race meet of the season here at Castle Combe. We thought that we'd have probably already had that, but thankfully we got this one last. We do have a bit more action yet to come here, let's not forget, because on the Saturday the 31st of October, so next weekend, we have the Halloween Action Day, a spooky show to end the season. Is that a good spooky voice then?
That'll be a thriller, I'm sure.
Exactly. So find out more about that. Go to castlecombecircuit.co.uk. Check out as well that we've got plenty of things running with the Castle Combe Racing School. I'm hosting the Castle Combe Racing School something like Friday the 20th of November, I think it is. I'll be hosting that here. Circuit driving courses from £110, rally driving from £165, passenger white knuckle rides from £40, start line young driver courses from £55, and of course all of these can be also bought as gift vouchers as well, monetary gift vouchers, and these can be purchased in £25, £40, £75 and £100 denominations, as well as for a specific course. Please contact Circuit Administration Centre. Look on the website to see the numbers. Plus, all of that's with ARDS registered instructors as well. Graham Bloomfield says, hi from Old Paddock. Weather great down here. So there you go. You've got someone that's obviously down there by you, Dave, and they might wave up to your commentary box if Graham Bloomfield. That there is Graham.
You're not far away.
Other important statements I should have been making throughout the whole day. Please exercise social distancing. Please do not congregate in groups of more than 6 people. Public no access to the paddock, sadly, and those in the paddock don't have access to the rest of the circuit. So, I really hope that we can put this torrid time behind us next season. Face masks must be worn in toilets and all indoor areas as well. That is still the case, and it is down here for us as well. We've got a new thing that they're launching this year is you've got winter track days through November where you can take your own car. Sound limit for the day is 100 decibels measured at half a meter from the exhaust outlet at 4,500 revs per minute. Only £150 per place, 6th, 12th and 23rd of November. Limited numbers so that we can still run open pit lane format. £25 for any additional drivers. They must be arranged before the day. Again, you can also get gift vouchers for those as well. So check that out on the website, castlecombecircuit.co.uk. I think we finished the bike track days. Oh, no, it looks like we've got one more bike track day actually on the 27th of October. £135 includes free tuition from professional instructors. Again, have a look on castlecombecircuit.co.uk. Amazingly, we're the only track day organisers that run bike track days at Castle Combe. So that's the best way to get those ones sorted. Right, we're underway for the warm-up lap for this one. It's another one that is 40 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. And it's the same thing. So 10 minutes in. And 25 minutes in is the window, basically. So when there's 30 minutes left on the clock, the pit window will open. When there's 15 minutes, it slams shut. So it's and thank you very much to Emma Strawford for those parish notices to make sure that we I get through the things I'm supposed to say for that as well. Let's put the circuit back up to full screen. Don't need to see our ugly mugs. It's all about this action. I mean, this is going to be as manic as ever, but it probably even more so because we've got a variety of different types of cars in this, contrary to what it looks like.
Yes, most of the classes is determined by power to weight ratio in the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens series. Also, there's no success penalties because it's done on grid penalties in this series as well. If you win your group, then you get a 5-place grid drop for the next race you can test. The overall winner at Donington Park was Rich Webb. He's not here, but Nick Powell is here, number 106. He got a 5-place grid penalty, having won his group in the Donington Park race. So that's the only penalty in this race. The rest, it's going to be a bit of a free-for-all. But it's usually the boss racing cars are the ones to watch, the likes of Tim Davis, Colin Watson, Hugh Coulter, Richard Carter as well. They are likely to be the favourites for this one. We just had a comment that said, "Get in Boss Racing" from Doc Pittenstein on Facebook.
Loving that Captain Chaos profile photo as well.
I can
Lewis
see you as
Bird.
Captain Chaos.
Oh, absolutely, mate, without question. Lewis Bird, one of our racers here. I love a good Caterham race. So do I. I have so much fun commentating on these. Tend to feel rather exhausted by the end of them because I always call these things bike racing on 4 wheels because they are back and forth. It's just brilliant, aren't they?
They are indeed, yes. After I showed off my classic sports car colours, John Goddard got in touch and said, "You can put your coat on now, Dave. You just enjoy your birthday, John, and save us some birthday cake for later."
Love it. He'll be sozzled by the time you get home, so it'll be too late by then. The number 22 car's just overshot his starting box a little bit there. Well, completely, actually. The front wheels are past the white line. So hopefully Graham Charman's not going to be slapped on the wrist for that one. Actually, so is the number 40 car, James and Weller. That's gone forward. We are missing the 93 car of Hugh Coulter, actually. And we've got a completely empty row there. That's the 48 and 30 cars are completely missing as well. So there's a few that have not made it out there for this. I didn't see. There's one in the infield just hiding behind the light.
I think that must be Hugh Coulter. I saw him come round on the green flag lap.
Oh, no, this one won't have done the green flag lap, so I don't know what the story is there. Green flag has been waved, 5-second board. Red lights are on. Up go the engine notes, and off go the lights, and off go this field. The 40 car has not moved. Everybody is trying to miss him, and thank goodness, yet again, they have. I would hate to be in the car when that happens, but thankfully we've got away with it. It looks like 14 Ben Simmons must be in the lead, only because I'm seeing a white car that is not only in the lead, but pulling away. I have to tell you, Dave, pretty much all of them were struggling to get away, looking like a dog trying to accelerate towards the postman from a kitchen floor.
I'll get away with words sometimes. That's brilliant. Yes, it is Ben Simmons who's got the lead as they head towards me down towards the S's. Tim Davis, the ex-TVR racer, is in second place in the Boss racing car. Then we'll pick up who's third as they come out of Old Paddock. It's a bit tricky to see through the spray, especially as most of these cars haven't got headlights. There it is, Davis second. He's already lost a rear wing. Third place is the 34, Pascal and Richard Green. Now, they were regular race winners in this series a few years ago, so it's good to have them back. Over the line, over towards Tower they go, I should say. Looks like everybody's got through so far. The 58 car at the back of the field. The leaders head up towards Bobby's for the first time. It is Simmons who's got the lead ahead of Davis. Let's see who's in third place as they come through. It looks like it is still the Greens who are there ahead of the 22 of Graham Charman at the moment.
Well, here comes the field, and yeah, the 14 car still in the lead. The car that's in the middle, by the way, I've now at last been able to make it out. 48, Tom Collar and Louis Wall. Louis Wall lives up in Cirencester. It's a shame that's not out. That, of course, is one of the low-cost Mazdas, that one, and that's just on the grass on the infield, so it never even got to Folly on that warm-up lap. But look at the spray that's coming up from these cars. That rain really has come in with a vengeance. And we've already had a note that it's raining very hard down in Weston-super-Mare, and it's going to be probably coming up from there.
Yes, it is getting more difficult out there. The first two have pulled away, Simmons and Tim Davis. I wonder if he had a bit of contact off the line there, possibly, because he's lost one of the rear wings off his car. So the first two go through. In third place, it's a bit tricky to see the numbers on these cars from a distance. Looks like it's number 22, Graham Charman in third. Indeed it is. Then it's the Greens. Then the 139 car, which is Mark Drain. Then Tim Bishop, number 10. And Colin Watson, number 92, the ex-national hot rod racer of a few years ago. Next in the order, they head into the spray at Tower Bend. Through the right-hander and out of it. Quick job by the marshals instantly to repair the barrier there after Stuart Dayburn's off in the previous race. The leaders head up towards Bobby's. And the first two have well and truly pulled away.
Well, not just that. The interesting part is that the 14 car of Simmons was a long way clear of Davis originally, but Davis is now looking towards the inside at Folly. That would have been brave, especially in these conditions, flat out through that right-hand kink, heading up Avon Rise towards Quarry Corner. He's not got himself in a position to make a lunge this time round as he gets in towards Quarry Corner, but he's dropped back far enough that I think he's going to look to take that speed through the corner onto Farm Straight, and maybe he's positioned himself ready to have a lunge when he gets towards you at the chicane.
Well, they come down to the S's. Tim Davis not close enough at the moment. As they head through the S's, the rest of the pack is not even in sight at the moment. The way these two have scrammed away at the front of the field. Ben Simmons, this is the best I've seen him run so far this season, up in front ahead of Davis. And the third place fight just coming into the S's now. Colin Watson on the tail of Graham Charman. Mark Drain has dropped down into fifth position, and it looks like it's the Richard and Pascal Green car that is next in the order. Behind them, Tim Bishop has just lost out to the recovering number 40 of Steve James and Sam Weller. Goodness me, they're back up into seventh place already. No, sixth place. They made up another place ahead of the Greens going down into Tower Bend there. Watch that 40 car. It's got to be the quickest car on track at the moment.
Well, the lead two make their way into and round Camp Corner. Still, as it stands, the 14 Ben Simmons has the nod, but the pressure from Tim Davis is palpable, even from up here. Again, a little sneaky look towards the inside at Folly from the black and luminous orange car of Tim Davis. But the number 80 car has to settle for second at the moment, getting very, very close up over Avon Rise. Not able to do anything about it there. I'm not sure. He's got the speed, but it's not looking obvious where he's going to be able to make a lunge, you know.
They come into the S's line astern. Once again, the two leaders. Still Ben Simmons hanging on, but Davis a little closer this time through the S's. He's going to have a look on the inside. It's Old Paddock. Is he going to get through there? No, the door is closed on him by Ben Simmons. Up to third now. Looks like that's Colin Watson, the second of the whites and Dayglow orange Boss racing cars. Indeed, it is up into third position now ahead of Graham Charman. And is that the number 40 that's up behind them? The number 40 of James and Weller? It is, and they're going to try and go through on the run-up Hammerdown. Now, that car listed on TSL as just Sam Weller. So he may be driving solo in this one, but he's up into 4th place now, having had that problem off the grid. That's a phenomenal recovery drive. Fairly busy all the way down the order. There goes the Ray Arms car, number 56. A few battles towards the back as well. Coming through towards the S's now.
Leaders crossed the line already and still very, very close. Now, the interesting thing about the number 40 car that we say was flying, it's now showing on the screen as it being only Sam Weller, as if Stephen James isn't out there. But on the grid, it definitely said James and Weller. But there goes the white number 40, sort of almost in the Brawn colours, that car, the old Brawn F1 car, white with the Dayglow yellow streaks on it, up into 4th position now for that car. So I don't know. I'm guessing that the screen knows something that we don't, and just have it down as Weller now.
Well, we'll have to confirm that after the race, as the number 80 of Tim Davies, I think, nearly tripped over a back marker there. The number 58 car was being lapped, the Carl Lantry, Phil Pittman car, and that's allowed Ben Simmons to get away a little at the front of the field. Here comes the 3rd place light. So the gap is starting to close now. In fact, on the last lap, everybody except the top 2 set personal best. So they're closing up now on our 2 leaders. Watson is 3rd, Weller 4th. Then we've got the 22 of Graham Charman. Mark Drain is 6th. Tim Bishop, the number 10, is in 7th. And then the Greens have dropped back to 8th after their quick start. 9th is number 30, the James and Mockett's car. And Richard Carter down in 10th. A little low by his usual standards. See if he can improve later on.
Leaders through for the 5th time, and suddenly there's a gap. It's over a second, and that was because it was a slow lap by the 2nd place car, Tim Davis. He's lost a couple of seconds out to the leader, Simmons. Up over Avon Rise, that's comfortable. 3rd place, 92. Watson is under huge pressure from Sam Weller. He's looking to make a move. They've got a back marker just in front of them as they round Folly, heading up Avon Rise. Watch out for Weller. He's going to be trying to make that move as soon as he possibly can. Lights flashing on the rear of the 3rd place car, Watson. The 92 still just about has the nod, but a podium place is being fought for quite hard there.
And the lead battle is back together again as well. Tim Davis has closed right back up on Ben Simmons. Could he have a go here on the road to Tower? I need to look in 2 directions at once here, because we've got the 1st place battle, we've got the 3rd place battle with Sam Weller all over the back of Colin Watson. Davis hasn't taken the lead away at Tower. There goes the 3rd place fight out of Old Paddock. Well clear of 5th place, which is Graham Charman. Weller's going to have a look up the inside into Tower Bend. He's not going to get through there. There's another fight going on further back between Tim Bishop and Mark Drain. Bishop going well. He's up into 6th, just taken Mark Drain at Old Paddock. The Greens and the number 30 car of Ian Mockett and Mark James, the 42 of Carter, round out the 10.
It can't be Bishop. Bishop's a long way down. So I'll be interested to see which one that is. Oh, and we've now got the move has been made by the number 40 car up into 3rd, but coming back at him is Watson in 19. He's got the inside line in towards Folly. He's holding on through these conditions, goodness me, but sweeping around the outside goes the number 40, Weller. So I don't know whether Bishop's maybe had an issue, and that was he's actually been lapped, and he's trying to get himself back up towards the forefront again, because he started 5th on the grid, didn't he? Unless we got transponder issues, put him a lap back, maybe.
Check that. Hang on, I'll check on the second timing screen.
Yeah, it shows him down in 26th place, but it may be that the transponders missed him for a lap. I don't know.
Well, there go Weller and Watson through in 3rd and 4th. The leaders have already gone through up towards Bobby's, with Tim Davis still on the back of Ben Simmons. We'll have to wait and check what's happened with Tim Bishop, because I thought he was up there, battling in about 7th place. There goes Graham Charman 5th. Then it's Bishop. He has pulled away from Mark Drain, so we'll have to wait and see whether that is a transponder issue that's confused things there.
Leaders gone through, and we've got the challenge coming up the inside at Folly. Wow, that disappeared very rapidly there, but the black and the luminous orange number 80 of Davis tried desperately. They're getting through back markers at the moment, up Avon Rise. By the time they get to Quarry, they've already cleared those back markers. Thank goodness they're together. But again, looking up the inside, exiting Quarry Corner, I don't think that Davis was able to get the power down quick enough.
Can he get a run here into the S's? He's going to try and have a look on the inside, I think. No, he won't be close enough again. Or will he? He gets alongside on the run into the S's after the turn. He goes right round the outside. That's a superb bit of driving by Tim Davies. He takes the lead on the left-hand element of the S's around the outside. That's excellent from Tim Davies, and the Boss Racing car is into the lead ahead of Ben Simmons. Now, where's the third place fight? Here it comes. It's still Weller ahead of Watson. They're well clear of fifth place, which is much further back now, Graham Charm. But that was a brilliant bit of driving by Tim Davies. I thought he was going to get out onto the deeper water on the outside and maybe risk losing it, but he's got the lead away, and now Simmons being held up by a back marker as they head onto Dean Straits.
That's unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah, because that's completely split them apart now. I mean, it's probably not massively surprising because it looked like the 80 car, our pole sitter, Tim Davies, was looking the quicker of the two, but it took him a good while to do it. Now he's done it. He's already over a second and a quarter clear. Like we say, a big chunk of that will have been the back markers. Weller, though, the number 40 car, is still the fastest car out there. He's now in clear air as it stands in that third place and has done another new fastest lap of the race, a 1:19.0. That means he is lapping over 3/4 of a second quicker than our race leader. The problem is he's got 11.5 seconds to make up before he catches up even with Simmons.
The Ray Arms Stephen Story car just straight line the S's. It has been able to rejoin. Here come the leaders. Davies from Simmons coming up to lap the 188 car, Rob Forsdyke. And that's running in the same class as Davies and Simmons, which shows how much quicker these cars are. Here's the third place fight. Weller ahead of Watson. Weller and Watson boxed in there behind the number 72 Ian Hare, Andrew Greenwood car, the Class B runner. Gets through on the run up towards Tower. We've got yellow flags out. Somebody's had a spin at the S's. Who is that? Let's try and identify that in a second. It was the 241 car. William and Charles Redmond had a spin there. They've rejoined.
Leaders through for the 9th time. Another new fastest lap of the race for Davies. Not only has he managed to get himself up into the lead, but now he's not being compromised. He's able to just go screaming away. 1:18.958. That's a second quicker than the car behind him. It's just been beaten by Weller, a 1:18.900. They're trading blows. That does mean that being hunted down is second place by the 40 car of Weller. We've still got pit stops left to go. Pit window is open, and in has come 188 Forsdyke straight away.
Leader comes up to the S's again. Stealing with the back markers, the blue flag's waving, so that Tim Davies doesn't get impeded here. And the 14 of Simmons was slightly impeded by the 58's car there. That's Carl Lantry and Phil Pittman lapped for the second time. Weller is still pushing on the number 40 in third place. Then we have got Colin Watson in the Boss Racing number 92. Just between these four at the front of the field now. That are any of them going to pit this time through? Graham Charman on his own in fifth in the 22 car. And then Mark Drain heads the next group. A couple more cars have come in.
The leaders haven't. They've carried on. That gap's gone down, though. Clearly compromised a little bit with the back marker. So that was a slow lap for both of them, actually. So it's still at 2 seconds is that gap between them. Where's the number 40? There's number 40, Weller, crossing the line now, still lapping quicker than the cars ahead. I agree with your comment, by the way. The number 10, Bishop, either he had an issue and he's just ironically put him in the place we'd expect him to be and lapping very quick, which I doubt, or he's just been missed a lap on the TSL timing. And it's not the first time we've had that today, is it, sadly? And it's quite a big challenge for everyone at TSL because they're not as able to be as manned as normal with the COVID limitations. And maybe sixth place, actually, for the 10th, like you suggested, could be true. Looking at his lap times are in the 1:22s.
We've got yellow flags on the run up towards Tower. Somebody has come to grief up there. Trying to see who it is. There's a green flag on the exit of the corner. Let's try and pick up on the cameras what has happened there. There was somebody off somewhere at Tower, but I can't see who it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, even race control are trying to make it out as well, and they can't quite see what it is because they've got these cameras in there, which is a good thing that's come in since you've been able to put this feed out there.
There's a car off on the outside of tower. Unfortunately, on our camera view, the marshal's post is obscuring which car it is.
Oh, I
can't
see.
Just see the driver. If you look on the cameras, you can see the driver moving about. The driver's out and okay, but we can't see who it is, unfortunately.
Right, okay, then that could be interesting. And this will be a nightmare if it's going to suddenly be a safety car, because it's always bad news when it's safety car during pit window, isn't it?
Yes, because it completely throws everything out of whack. Everybody's strategy goes out of the window, and it's a question of who gets the pit call right. Here's Tim Davies going through once again on his 12th lap. Continues on.
I think we're going to get a safety car because it's at the end with the lights flashing and they're kind of watching. Yeah, safety car boards are now out. So sadly, in the middle of the pit window, we do indeed. Now, some people have already pitted and have gone back out again. That could be interesting for a few of those, you know.
Yeah, and one car that has struck lucky and just come in was Graham Charman, number 22 from 5th place, but none of the 4 leaders have yet come in. Rob Cooper was in, 67 Gavin Crawford was in. Now, who's the car we've lost? I'm still trying to work out who it was.
It could be, ironically, with one that we were saying didn't add up where it was, Bishop, number 10.
Yes, I think it is, actually. I think we've lost Tim Bishop up there, the number 10 car.
Because I was trying to, yeah, and it's now showing exclamation mark, it is. I was like going, how is he going down when he did a personal best? But that would explain that his car with the issue up there. Right, so all of the lead cars have now made their way in. And it says, has any of them not? Actually, Weller didn't. So the number 40 car of Weller stayed out, but I'm not convinced that that's going to work for them.
Well, we'll wait and see. It depends on whether the cars that are in the pits get held at the end of the pit lane when the safety car comes through.
It's true, yeah. But you sort of think, well, surely just better off getting out. I think the 22 car of Charman's, no, that wasn't him that's gone out. I thought that was someone else that had just gone out there. But yeah, it's a rather busy pit lane down here now, Dave, I can tell you, because the majority of them are piled down. They're sort of too deep in this pit lane, too wide in the pit lane, and now several of them now trying to make their way back out again. And it just makes sense that you just get in, get it served, get the job done. Now, where is the number 40 car of Weller? Presumably the first one behind the safety car.
It was the second one behind the safety car as they just came past me. He's got Ray Arms and Stephen Story's car ahead of him at the moment. We'll wait to see what transpires there. We've got the officials' vehicle on its way up to check on Tim Bishop. We hope he's okay.
Yeah, as is always the case, fear not, is that it's always the case in motorsport. They say that you're better off having an incident in motor racing than on the road because everything gets there in an instant, and they don't take any chances. The amount of drivers I spoke to going, I can't believe it, I was fine, I just want to get back and get the car sorted. Anything at all, when they check you out, they lock you down and make sure everything is okay, especially in the current state where, thankfully, the head injuries are taken so seriously, aren't they? Thankfully.
Yes, indeed.
Concussion in particular, isn't it?
Medical teams and marshalling in British motorsport, I know you said before, they really are best in the world.
Indeed.
And Tim Bishop, just as a precautionary thing, I think the medical vehicle is up there. We hope that Tim is okay.
Number 40 is now into the pits, as is 56 and 441. Now, this is where I just have a feeling this could backfire for them, because the Greens who have pitted, have they not? Yes, I think they have. Yeah, they have. And they're now the first car behind the safety car, or the second car behind the safety car, I think. And that could work out to their favour. Now, that said, the safety car is not going... It is going particularly steady, isn't it? So they probably will take a good old while. Last lap it took 2 minutes 17. So it's going to be a slow lap for them behind it.
Yeah, it's keeping them slow because there's a recovery vehicle on the course a little way ahead of it on its way up to recover Tim Bishop's car. So it's just keeping the field at a safe distance back from the service vehicles on the course at the moment.
So as they are just in front of Dave at Old Paddock, a couple more coming across the line. The medical vehicle that's collected the driver there is just coming into the pit lane. So that, as we say, is always going to be the case. They're going to bring the driver back, and they have to get signed as A-OK before they're released back into the wild, so to speak.
Excuse me. So the flatbed is now there to recover the car. Such an efficient operation here at Castle Combe when any incident takes place. Then we'll see what the race order will be. Unfortunately, we can't see what's happened to the car there and hypothesise about what caused the incident because our view of it is obscured by the marshal's post on the inside of Tower Corner. So we've got just over 18 and a half minutes of this race to go. I think everybody has now stopped.
Well, sorry, Dave, I was there rabbiting away and hadn't realised I'd caught the button on my microphone. As I was just about to say is that the number 40 Weller car has now gone out of the pits, but is at the back of that gaggle that's just making its way towards you behind the safety car. That is being headed up by the number 80 car of Davis, is still ahead of 14 Simmons. So in actual fact, first and second are going to still be the same. Now, I don't know who Weller's got ahead of him, but the good news, don't forget, is that the gap between Weller and those lead two was in the teens, wasn't it, of seconds? And that's going to have disappeared now for him.
Indeed, it will, yes. As the 441 car just going around trying to catch up with the field. That's Tom Woodcock, the bright blue Class B car. Gives us a chance to check out the class leaders while we have this safety car. Class G is being led by Sam Weller, number 40 on our timing screen. Class F by Graham Charman. Class D is Mark Drain. Class H is the Ray Arms Stephen Story car. Class E by the Lanyons, Simon and Mark. Class C by John Timperley.
Well, I'm a bit confused now because the safety car has clearly waved people through, and that has included the number 80 and 14 that, by my reckoning, are in the lead of the race. So this has gone terribly wrong. There goes 92 Watson is ahead of 40 Weller. So why have they been waved through? They are the lead cars.
I don't.
That's very odd. I wonder whether they were actually trying to wave just the ones that were ahead of number 80 Davis rather than the 80 car of Davis. So that did not appear to go to plan. Because I'm assuming the safety car has only just gone past you now, is it not?
Yeah, the safety car has gone past me. Davis is in a second group of cars, which is coming up to join up to the back of the line.
But was at the front of the line until a second ago.
Yeah,
they
there's
were behind
Davis.
the safety car,
There's
weren't
the 14 of Simmons. There's Watson. I'm not sure. Weller's in that group as well. He's at the back of it.
Red flag.
This changes things.
Now, I don't know whether that had anything to do with the fact that it just got blown apart there, but then they'd probably look to try and sort of keep it going and see whether they could resolve it. But no, the red flag has now come out. Now, it could actually be that the contact up at Tower is sort of done a bit of damage to the barrier behind the rector cell barriers and needs to have sort of posts replaced and things like that. Well, you can't really do that whilst the circuit is live. So now, interestingly, into the pits has come one of the cars. They've sort of gone, well, it's a red flag, so we'll come into the pits. Safety cars carried on round, bringing the rest of them with them. So are they going to stop them? I didn't see how long was left on the clock, Dave. Did you?
It was quite a substantial amount. I think we were just after halfway through this race. Yeah, 14 laps completed. 22 minutes 44 the total time. So we're just over halfway through this 40-minute race.
Oh yeah, good spot. Yeah, so we've seen that now. Yeah, okay. So that's why they've brought the cars towards the grid, and they're just going to have them there, and we'll get everything worked out. And we've got three cars in the pits. Two of them are at the end of the pit lane and not being allowed out. And I don't know whether it's as much of that they've kind of got to get this race back in some kind of order, because it kind of got all a bit messed up in that the lead group was suddenly let through by the safety car and had caught up with now the train of this lot, ready to put laps on them all again. So it's I think it got a bit awkward for everybody out there. That wind is strong, though, isn't it? Looking at the trees down here and the noise that I'm getting on the around our commentary box, the wind is almighty strong out there. Again, a huge thank you for the mighty Orange Army out there in these terrible weather conditions. Obviously, the medical crews, recovery crews, maintenance crews that are, of course, now busy up there at Tower again. And I know that James Last has put, I hope Tim's okay. He's my brother-in-law. I'm pretty certain he is. They always bring them back in the medical vehicle instead of leaving them out there. Back in the day, it used to be that they'd come back in the recovery truck, wouldn't they, with their car on the back? But it doesn't ever happen that way anymore, does it?
Safety first, of course.
Absolutely, yeah, no, without question.
It means the driver's probably a bit less upset at immediately seeing what's left of their car after a shunt.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, the incident is frustratingly just out of my sight behind the trees down there, so I can't see whether the barriers are being worked on.
And it definitely looks like it's only the one car that was there, and we've got
Yes.
a flatbed there to recover it. So whatever dry line that we had, or drier line that we had emerging on that last race, it's sort of disappearing again, sadly. But we'll see. No problems, James. Obviously, I've just seen your message. Cheers, guys. That's fine. It's one of those things that we always turn around and say, because people kind of get panicked, and it's like, no, that's everything is. I use the phrase, Dave, overcautious, which sounds inappropriate to say, but it's the only way I can say that explains it, is that they're very, very cautious with absolutely everything these days, aren't they? And you go in and you get checked, and then you're signed off, and then you can disappear off and carry on again.
Yes, but as we say, all efficient and all done to the letter. So hopefully we'll get this race back underway as soon as we can.
Yeah, they're all line astern on the grid at the moment, and they're sort of getting instructions about what's likely to happen. I'm going to take the opportunity to quickly run down to Little Boys' Room. I'm going to just put on the fabulous Classic Sports Car Club video that was shot when they were at Thruxton recently. And that gives me the chance to just nip down, and I'll be back in a moment.
It's been way too long, I've been building walls around me. Keep my distance so you never know too much about me. Trying to keep you out cause I love my safe space. But the problem is I never looked into my own face. Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? We let it go, hold it tight, it's hard to take the blame. I know it doesn't feel right. We let it go, hold it tight, just more than just your past, more than what you realize. We let it go, hold it tight, it's hard to take the blame. I know it doesn't feel right. We let it go, hold it tight, just more than
feeling. Soaking in your light right above me is an open sky full of our dreams. Never been so easy to believe. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days that we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. So I love you so bad. I'm better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice got through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down.
Phew, that's better. Right, so the latest update that I was just hearing there is that it is as simple as that. There's some of the track furniture just needs a bit of a repair, and needed to nullify the track so they could get on and do that. The target as it stands at the moment, as long as it's all able to be completed in the times that we're hoping for, is that that will give us a 15-minute race for these guys, which isn't far off, Dave, from what you worked out, was it? You got it at something like, what, 22 minutes odd gone? So we're not going to be losing too much for these guys.
No, and that's confirmed on my timing screen. We have a 15-minute restart. Just caught me in the middle of having a quick snack there while we just had that brief break. We can see the cars ready behind the safety car. They'll be led round, ready for a 15-minute restart. It'll be interesting to see the order here, because it was in a bit of confusion, because, of course, we were in the pit window.
Yeah, I think David Smitherand worked out that everybody had done their stops. So other than the fact that it nullifies it, which is kind of a shame, because did we have anybody? Did you work out anybody having pit success penalty in there?
Well, the success penalties are done differently in this series. They're grid penalties instead of time penalties in the race.
Cool. Yeah, you did say that's fine. So none of that.
The only car that had one was Nick Powell. He got a 5-place grid penalty.
Okay, and so he started in 13th place.
Yeah.
They'll have the note now. I don't know whether there's likely to be. They're going to end up having to issue a grid of some description for this. Now, where it will go remains to be seen. Have a look at the PDF book. Remember, you can see all of this at tsl-timing.com. If I ever go quiet, it's because I'm sneakily listening, trying to listen into the officials' radios just next door, just in here. You get to have a look and see the challenge we've got here, by the way, with this weather coming in. And this isn't too bad, that, you know, with the rain coming against the screen of the commentary boxes, that the view is not particularly great. And that's me trying to look up towards Quarry, somewhere up there in the distance. And at the moment, it's kind of slowed down, so it's not too bad. Whereas you compare the lovely clear side view we have here. Now, I'm not sure whether we've identified that the bad news is that we're not able to get that one going again, Dave. So no more racing from the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, I'm afraid. I would hazard a guess that will be the end of that for them, rather than them trying to sort of put something in later. I would envisage that.
You very rarely see that now, races booked to the end of the programme. That doesn't tend to happen anymore. They try to run 2-part races. So we'll hopefully wait to see if a result will be declared from that.
which is a little bit harsh because, of course, they didn't get the second driver out. Now, the good news is it's a series, not a championship, so it's really not the end of the world, is it, Dave? But and we don't get to do podiums and things like that anyway. But no, sadly, they realised, because it's quite a stacked out programme, which is brilliant to see. And Mike Cotton picked up that there seemed to be 2 safety cars on track before the stop. That might have confused me a bit as well then. Sean Wynn says, bit cold and wet, slippery. You're not wrong, Sean. You'd definitely be grass cutting today, wouldn't you, mate? You'd be loving it, buddy. So they are, it's just basically repairing the circuit. I think the temperature's dropped a little bit out there, a bit further now as well, because I thought that when I stepped outside, and my commentary box is misting up a little bit more again now. That is a shame, that, Dave, because we were saying how much we love the Magnificent Sevens, weren't we?
Yes, always close, always very competitive, always very unpredictable.
Like you, really.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Right, so that does mean we go back to our sprint race again. We saw them earlier. The Jaguar top 6 is reversed as well. The grid's reversed for the Jags. But it looks like that's the only one that's reversed. So that'll be interesting fight for those guys to fight back through. So let me change. I'll just quickly double check this. Yeah, Doc Pittenstein says damp squib. I'm afraid so, mate. It really was. Sean Wynn, yes, need a motocross bike today. You're right, mate. That would be good. Howard Fuller, afternoon, gents. Hello, Mr. Fuller, sir. Hopefully we'll see him out a little bit later. Last race of the day, the Coord Sport Tin Tops and Motorsports School Turbo Tin Tops. Be very interesting to see Howard out there in that car, and of course Nathan Nichols, who knows the circuit like the back of his hand as well. Let me change the banner because we move our attention back to the Toyo Tires and WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship and the Viren Builders Open Series. And the grid for this, their second race, is as follows. Beginning, remember, it's the Jaguars. On the front row, 97 Lawrence Kopok and 170 Tom Lenthal. Second row, 65 Simon Lewis, 158 Derek Pierce. Row 3, 11 Michael Holt, 4 Tom Robinson. Fourth row, 5 Simon Dunford and 28 Daniel Stewart. Row 5, 45 David Ringham, 52 Michael Atkinson. And on the sixth row is 114 Lawrence Ball. I'm just looking. I think we may be missing, as the rain is getting very hard now. I would imagine over there for you as well, Dave. 52 Michael Atkinson seems to be missing at the moment, by the way, Dave, just so you know. But they may be slightly caught out by the earlier start. Well,
no, his car was sounding pretty rough towards the end of race 1. I think he had a misfire, so he may not be out.
That makes sense. So for the Viren Builders Open Series, it's then row 9 we start from them. And on the 9th row, therefore, it's 66 Alex Taylor. And he is there in his RX-7. So we saw him being pushed out from the race earlier. He is out for this race. Alongside him, who's going to be loving the fact that it's jucking down with rain again, number 99, Jamie Sturgis, because he was looking unmatchable, wasn't he, at the end of that last race? And
he was.
If he's going to be starting this, he's the one who's been doing the rain dance. It's his fault. 10th row, 75, Martin Thomas. His BMW was absolutely flying. That's not down there at the moment, I don't think. Alongside him, number 86, either Charles Hyde, Andrew Bird or Kevin Bird. Now, if the order that they put the names actually is done correctly, it would actually mean that was Kevin Bird earlier and Chab that's out now. And I'm just trying to look to see if it's obvious who's going to be in that one, whether it's Chab or Kevin. I can't tell at the moment. 11th row, 74 Dominic Malone in the World Touring Car BMW, and 36 Mark Smith. 12th row is number 14 Andy Thompson, And there is no 70 Stuart Dayburn, unsurprisingly, probably, in that grey TVR Tuscan Challenge. Then we've got on the 13th row, 34 Dave Griffin in his Diet Coke BMW. Alongside him, 135 Paul Bolton in the Nissan 370Z. 14th row, 73 Mike Parsons in his Golf and 77 Perry Wadhams in the TVR Tuscan. 15th row, 9 Dylan Popovich in his Janetta. 19 Channing and Dye in their Renault Clio. 16th row, 59 Newbold and Court, and 22 the Alexanders. 17th row, 81 Andy Edwards, 39 Rob Hardy, and that car is there. 18th row, 8 Philip England, 23 Anderton and Mensley. And on the 19th and final row, 6 Ben Eacock and 46 Jerry Bailey. So, yes, there is a few gaps, but not too many, thankfully. Now, normally I'd get a message from Charles Hyde Andrewsburg to confirm what they're doing, but I think they've been a tad busy with that car at the moment. And of course, they're all down there with masks and hoods and everything, so I can't even try to decipher if I can see either of them. But there's definitely a drying line out there now, Dave.
Yes, it's certainly taken a turn for the worse.
Yeah, I think this was the weather report that we were getting from another one of our, well, I say ex-drivers because he hasn't been out yet this year, Kieran Simmons, in his Fiesta in the Saloons. He was saying that it's raining heavy at Weston-super-Mare, so if the winds go in your direction, we're going to get it and we're going to get wet. I think we have. Wind is picking up again at Quarry, says Jed Doyle. You're not wrong, mate. It is just not looking nice there. And we said it was around 3 o'clock is when they were really expecting the worst to come in, which is why they sort of pushed ahead in the early stages. Wanda McCurcher says, good luck, Jags. Wish we could have been there. See you next year, all being well. That's good to hear. And it's totally understandable that it's been one of those years of what people can do. Wonderful sight, these Jags down there, though, aren't they? Me personally, my penchant is the XJSs. I think they look absolutely stunning. Really, really, and probably gained a bit of passion for me because it's always been my dad's favourite car as well. Our very own Emma Strawford says, great coverage today, guys. Thank you. Gutted to see the weather is less than brilliant, but it is late October, so we can't really complain. It's a valid comment, isn't it? We can't. Although saying that, Dave, I'm not sure about you, but I've still got commentary in November as well. Dave's gone to sleep, look. Have you got commentary in November as well?
Yes, I've got a couple coming up. Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks' time. And tomorrow I've got Rallycross, final round of the Clubman's Rallycross Championship. That's being live streamed from Knock Hill. So that's my job tomorrow. But hopefully after that, and I'm with the CSCC next Sunday at Mallory Park as well, alongside Mr. Marcus Pye.
Yeah, of course. I've got a weekend off. I had it booked, and with my daughter off on half term, we're sort of disappearing away for a very small break, only to my parents, hopefully, as long as we don't get shut down again. But
a break? What's that?
I know, well, exactly. And I had it booked, and then there was suddenly, oh, can you come and do this? And I'm like, nah, I'm getting away with my family. Needs to be done. Then the following weekend, I'm at Donington Park for a very, very oddly busy weekend, considering that the daylight hours are reducing somewhat. So I'm surprised at how busy that weekend looks. MSVR 2-day meetup there. And I think that's then largely it. And of course, normally I'd be into then hosting awards dues, but they're not really happening. Although we are, of course, for our Castle Combe Championships, we are hosting a virtual awards online live via StreamYard as we're doing here. Anybody can watch as well. So not only the drivers as normally and their families, as is normally the case at the awards dues in Bristol at Future Inns, we normally do it. And of course, this year, 70th anniversary for Castle Combe Circuit. and we were due to be having our awards do as a very big event in the shadows of Concord at Filton in Bristol. Amazing venue, but what can you do? Everything's being rained upon, and it really is now. So they're getting the cars fired up now by the looks of it, and I'm just checking what is on the board. Do not cross the pit exit blend line. I'm not sure they need that in a race, do they? Because I don't suppose... when they do their pit stops, of course, they need to know that they can't do that when they exit after their pit stops. So the Jags are now being waved out under the Avon Tyres Bridge, long-term partner of us here at Castle Combe. And up the wrong way around the pit entry, double back, and then onto the circuit and get themselves lined up on the grid. That circuit, Dave, I'm sure it's the same for you over there, is soaked now. There's quite a lot of standing water by the looks of it.
Yes, there is, especially on the exit of Old Paddock and the little left kink before you go into Tower. I can see up there. It's even worse there than it was earlier on. This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, through camp it looks particularly wet as well. Now, interestingly, so that means that the 97 car, Lawrence Coppock, is on pole position, and that was the one that did not get away at all in the first start, and just got swamped by everyone else. Even nearly got swamped by the delayed start in Open Series as well, but he managed to get it going there. Now, he's starting at the front. I'd imagine he's there, hoping to goodness that he doesn't do the same again. Have we got the 170 car? I've got a feeling we're only going to have one car on our front row.
Well, Tom Lenthor was okay at the closing stages of the first race earlier on.
Well, he's not there as it stands at the moment. Of course, we've only got one car on the second row because the 65 Simon Lewis, I'm surprised he's on the grid because it said from the get-go that he was only doing race one, but he is not there.
That might be a leftover on the system from a previous race.
But it's true, he's not there. He's not out for race two, so it was correct. But you'd have thought that they'd have known that and squeezed it all up, wouldn't you? But third row is there of Michael Holt, number 11, and our race one winner for the Jaguars, number 4, Tom Robinson. 5, Simon Dunford's there, as is the lovely 28, that white car with the red and blue stripes on it. Looks beautiful. That is Daniel Stewart's car. 45, David Ringham on his own. The 52, Michael Atkinson, as we suspected, is not there. And then the lovely golf liveried XJS 114, Lawrence Ball at the back. Yeah, I didn't think I saw Martin Thomas. That Martin Thomas 75 BMW's not out, and he was looking really quick, wasn't he?
There's a lot of potential front runners missing here, aren't there? Maybe they've not got wet tyres. Maybe they're not sure about what tyres to use in the wet. Although the CSCC now does run the Slick series, doesn't it? The cars on slick tyres. Obviously, that's not here this weekend. It's not anything to do with that. Maybe it's to do with tyre choices. I don't know. Yeah,
maybe. I don't know. It's a shame because it's left a few intriguing gaps back there. I think we've lost the 46 Jerry Bailey as well. Seems to have gone. That was the Holden Commodore. So the Holden Commodore's not out there either. Now, he retired into the pits, didn't he, in the first race?
Yeah, right at the end, he lost the Aussie Beast.
Yeah, so that isn't taking this start. Still, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still, as you can see on the screen there, it's still a very healthy grid. And I hope that you've managed to just get yourself, those of you that are here at the circuit, wrapped up during that long red flag period. But the good news is we're green flag. We are getting these cars warmed up now. And what was the due to start time? 3:45. So we're still sat there about 20 minutes ahead of schedule, the original schedule. But that does mean we've lost time, though, doesn't it, overall?
Don't say that. Now you've done it.
I know.
Curse of the commentator and all that.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. Dennis Bassam says, so glad I'm watching from a nice central heated dining room whilst earning racing vouchers. Love it. That's the best way. That's why we're glad that we're bringing this, but we are the biggest love has still got to go out to you hardy crew that are out there. I cannot wait for everything to have some degree of normality. Hopefully next season it'll all be go, and I need to sort of find a way. I want to come and watch up in the banks with you before we go live, sort of during the qualifying, because we've just all been one big happy family here. Not happy family, but supportive family during this lockdown period. Remember that we do Combe TV, Castle Combe TV, Thursday evening, 7 p.m. Not necessarily every single week, but keep an eye out. We do schedule when we're going to go live and who the guests are, and we've got plenty of shows still to come up. Over the winter period, we've been asked to carry on doing it, so we're gonna and we'll get various guests on during the course of the winter. I'm pretty sure we're going to get Lucky Carer on, who has now won the Ferrari Challenge UK Championship this year, and we'll have a word with him. He's one of my favourite characters, and probably I'm hoping that we can get Jazz Sapper on as well. Awesome character, such a lovely group, that lot, and we'll get them on. We're hoping to get David George and Richard Davies, the original and true voices of Castle Combe, my mentors and heroes in reality here, and we're hoping to get them on the show and catch up on all the years of everything that's happened. Al Smith says, absolutely echoed by us, big thanks to all the officials and marshals for making today happen. Not loads of fun in this race. I'm in the next race. Okay, good man, Al. Rob Pack says, good luck, Perry Wadhams in the TVR. Glad mine's tucked away in this weather. I can imagine. I mean, this is, of any car to go in, TVR would probably be one of my last choices in these conditions, Dave.
Yes, indeed. Remembering the days of the 1990s of the One Make series for these cars, you have to be very brave to handle them in the dry, never mind in the wet.
Now sorry, Dave, we got two cars heading towards the pits, and that is the Golf liveried Jaguar Part 1. So that's Lawrence Ball, but also Alex Taylor's come into the pits as well, our pole sitter for the open side. So the 66 car. Now, Ball's gone into the paddock, not the pit lane. And so's Ball. So the 66 car is out. They've decided, forget it, they're out. They've either got problems or decided it's just too treacherous out there for them.
Well, that's a great shame, but it means our Open Series race becomes a bit more open because we won't have the RX-7 dominating up front.
No, although I was looking forward to see what Jamie Sturgis was going to do. Right, we're looking towards the back. We are waiting for a green flag. I think there's a few that are not in the positions they're supposed to be. I think they've decided it's close enough. Yep, 5-second board now goes up. Remember, it's the Jaguars that will be starting on the lights. The Open Series starting on the Union flag when that is dropped. We're waiting for the lights to come on. Nothing is yet. There we go. Red lights are on, creeping from our pole sitter. There goes the lights. There goes the field. Masses of wheel spin and all getting away at different times. What an incredible start there. They all struggled like mad. Union flag is raised and attempted to be dropped in the wind. That was virtually impossible to do, but they did, and off goes the Bird, number 86, BMW, takes the lead as it stands at the moment, screams into the lead, up towards Folly they go. Jamie Sturgis in second place, and then basically a ball of spray chasing after them. That's about the best I can give you. But the Jags are already making their way round Quarry towards you.
Yeah, swinging around onto Farm Straight now, and it looks like it is Tom Robinson who's got the lead. Hard to see in the spray as they come down towards the S's here. No, it's not. It's Lawrence Coppock. He has held his lead ahead of Michael Holt. Robinson in third place. I thought he got the run down the outside there, the XJR, but he's there in third place. It is Lawrence Coppock, the Oxfordshire driver, who holds lead ahead of Holt, Robinson, then Derek Pearce. Now, looking for our Open Series cars. They've already caught the back of the Jags. It's the Bird BMW that leads ahead of Jamie Sturgis. Mark Smith going well up into third place. That many wins at A36 M3 over the years. There's a slightly reduced grid for this one. They've all made it through the S's okay for the first time. It really is tricky to see where they're going in all the spray out there. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, I believe it is at the wheel of the BMW number 86. He's got the lead of the Open Series.
Well, the Jaguars are coming down towards us, and it is all changed because it's now the number 11 car of Michael Holt that has the lead, the sort of various shades of green that has the lead. And it's our race one winner, Tom Robinson, number 4, up into second, chasing after him, the XK8. And there's contact and into the wall, and he's taken our pole sitter, the white car has gone in, and I don't understand what happened. The XK8 was alongside and then suddenly turned towards the pit wall. Now, I can only assume that he's aquaplaned on the start-finish straight, because that was very unusual to suddenly turn left. Neither of them had looked like they've got any great amounts of damage, which is good news, but they just went pirouetting along the pit wall and on the outside of the circuit at Folly. So that was a real shame. I was about to say what a great little fight that was looking out to be, but the Jag lead looks like it's number 4, Tom Robinson again.
Well, they're coming towards me now. Yes, Robinson has got ahead of Holt. What a shame for Lawrence Coppock, our pole sitter. Also, Derek Pearce was the other car caught up in that incident on the pit straights. Jamie Sturgis is already up to third overall. He's got ahead of the Bird BMW. So Sturgis is into the lead past, I think it's Charles Hyde Andrews Bird in that car. Then it's Mark Smith and Dominic Malone's BMWs. And then we've got Andy Thompson in the Seat Leon. So a change of lead. I think we've got a safety car.
Yes, we do. It's just going towards the end there. They need to probably just get those two cars out of the way. I was watching to see it was going to be a late call. They had plenty of time. They didn't need to rush it because the cars were a long way back. So the Jaguars will slow down. Impressive performance by Tom Robinson to fight his way into the lead, because I thought that Michael Holt had done all he needed to do. Equally, Jamie Sturgis to fight back and get past the 86 BMW of either Kevin or Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. That was a good fight. If anything, I was surprised that Sturgis wasn't able to get the start that I was kind of forecasting. But okay at the moment. Then it's 74 Malone in the World Touring Car BMW that sits fourth in the Open. The 36 BMW is ahead of him. But of course, it's all neutralised now after that one lap of initial racing. Yeah, I can only assume, Dave, that the XK8 aquaplane going down the straight, because they'd gone side by side, wasn't even close to being past him. They was like probably about halfway at most, and then all of a sudden was going towards the left and just pushing the white Jaguar that, of course, had the pole position, the number. I'm trying to, it's Coppock, wasn't it, in 97, that just collected him and pushed both of them in towards the pit wall. I think they've been lucky, though, that they just kind of slid across the grass along the pit wall rather than hitting it with any great force, thankfully.
Well, it's heading past me now behind the safety car. Tom Robinson, your leader. Jamie Sturgis, the leader of the Veyron Builders Open Series elements of the race.
Just looking down as well as the drivers from those two stricken cars on the grass on the left-hand side at the end of the start-finish straight, sort of not quite at Folly, really. So I can't even say it's on the outside of Folly. It's like probably fractionally before it, just at pit exit. And they've walked back into the pit lane, and the medical crew just immediately greeted them there to do the mandatory checks, and I'm sure that they'll still have to make their way towards the medical centre just to be officially signed off as always. I was just trying to analyse the body language, and in fairness, it looks quite relaxed. But I think that's a sort of a legacy of classic sports car racing, to be honest. A classic sports car club, isn't it, really, to be honest? The spirit tends to be particularly nice amongst them all, no matter what.
Yes, indeed. Certainly, this is the friendliest club, in my opinion, that's certainly that I have worked with in British motorsport. Most friendly and helpful officials, and everything is run in such a positive and helpful way.
Indeed, and it does look like it is just those two cars that are needing to be recovered from this, and it's one of the. I would imagine where it was is that there was there could have been a temptation to be able to carry on, but the problem is that any cars just off the circuit, Dave, are like magnets, aren't they? Basically for everything else, so it just is that little bit too risky and not worth it, to be honest.
Yes, I've seen that happen a couple of times in my time. You think a car's out of harm's way, and then wallop, somebody else spins into it. So, in the interest of safety, the car's being moved away.
Was that almost walloped straight in?
I haven't had the opportunity to say that yet, fortunately, and I hope I don't today. We don't want any of that today.
Yeah, could have used it loosely then, mate. Come on, that's your tagline, dude.
So, those, as I've not been to Castle Combe before, some may not know that that is my catchphrase. Comes from my background commentating on stock car racing. But thankfully, no wallops, no big wallops so far today, apart from a couple of incidents, which thankfully weren't too major. Well, Jamie Sturgis is nicely poised for the restarts here. Third place behind the two Jags, Robinson and Holtz. X300 shaped XJs, but on the XJR, of course.
Now, the bad news is, Dave, with this safety car, of course, this is the 20-minute sprint race, so it wasn't exactly a particularly long one anyway.
Yeah, so we've got 12 and a half minutes of it to go as I talk to you. A couple of cars just playing catch-up here. One of the XJSs, that's David Ringham. And the Subaru of number 8, Philip England, as well, the yellow Impreza at the back of the field. More famous as a rally car, of course, the Impreza. Are there any circuit rallies here at Castle Combe over the winter, Chris?
No, we don't really do that here. We've got, the rally experience that runs here that is kind of behind the spectator bank running along Farm Straight between Quarry and where you are. They're behind there, but it's not really set up to be able to host any rallies here. Of course, we have the big rally day here at Castle Combe. I say every year. Sadly, it was one of the ones that bit the dust with this year's mayhem, sadly. And that actually does involve quite a few things, where the infield opposite me becomes part of a sort of a rally, numerous rally displays that get put on as well. And although you call them a display, they tend to like going rather hard for them. So it's the next best thing.
That's another point for you on Innuendo Bingo.
Yeah, thank you. Still, the comments are coming in. Our own Emma Strawford saying, "Go, Jamie." That's, of course, Jamie Sturgis, our very own Jamie Sturgis. Brian Baldrick Brian says, "Be good to get the legend Bob Light on your chat shows." Yeah, that would be. Hannah Swift says, "All the boys and girls from Swiftune wish the Page brothers in their FIA Mini a good race in the swinging 60s after their great pace in the earlier race." They did. They came on very strong in the second half earlier. Keep it on the black stuff, boys, which is a little bit easier said than done with these conditions out there. And I'm looking down at camp at the moment, and the standing water level is probably the highest I'd say it's been at any point today. Would you agree over your side as well?
Yes, it's about, I would say, as bad as it's been all day so far.
Yeah, it just actually looks a bit worse over here compared to we've had at any point today, but I don't know.
Well, the forecast was correct. You can't argue with that.
Yeah, it's almost spot on, wasn't it? Yeah, 3 o'clock was the time that we were worried about. I mean, it seems to have lessened the rain a little bit at the moment, but compared to what we had earlier, but it's still rather miserable. And it's that wind, it's just driving everything as well. And let's have a look down towards the left. I think we've had one of them removed. There goes the second. The vehicles are now making their way out. So we are not far away. We're going to miss it this time. So we're going to end up, by the looks of it, having to have one more lap. It's just that sort of quarter of a lap too late for them to be able to call a restart on this one, which is a shame. But all has been recovered. So through goes the safety car again. 4 laps officially completed. Into the paddock goes those cars. So this, in theory, Dave, should be the last time we're under the safety cars. Now, from my recollection, what will happen is that although actually I think the lights have gone off already on the safety car. I was about to say it's normally just after they pass you that the lights would go out at that point. David Rose, past saloon car champion here as well, can confirm from the med car, because he drives the med car these days, that the track is moist. We know that one. And Jeanette Blow sending hearts and a thumbs up. Glad that you are all glued to this and keep the comments coming. And we'll get this underway. So 5 laps will be completed by the time we get underway. We've still got 8 minutes 10 left to go. So it's going to be a bit of a sprint race, Dave, but still a few laps.
Yes, we'll get about, looking at the lap speeds, about half a dozen laps, I would think, out of this one. Jack's still out front at the moment, but I'm sure Jamie Sturgis and that TCR set won't hang around long on this restart.
No, I mean, like I say, is that he was probably doing the rain dance to make this happen, wasn't he? And at the moment, he's got his wish. Now, have we lost the 158 car of Pierce? That is... I'm trying to see who that is now. I can't even see that car. The Derek Pierce Jaguar XK. Of course, that's the that's only just come up with the hazard, but that's the grey XK8, isn't it? Right, here we go then. The number 4, Tom Robinson, is going to be leading them across to the line, and the 2 Jaguars now pull away. Number 11 just behind him, Michael Holt. Jamie Sturgis is already being challenged by the Birds BMW. Up goes the number 86, and that ball of spray. So into the lead of the Open Series go the Birds BMW. And Jamie Sturgis did not get a good start there at all. And in fact, he's under pressure by the number 36 BMW with Smith at the wheel. Round Quarry Corner they go. The Jaguars 1-2 the same order. 86 BMW. Jamie Sturgis, I think, has just about held on to second in the Open Series.
Oh, we'll see when they come back towards me. A blaze of headlights, the only sight through the spray at the moment. It's still Robinson's Jaguar that leads the way. And who's that in second place? It looks like... Chad or Bird's BMW is back into second. Yes, it is. Got back ahead of the Seat into the chicane there. Michael Holt still fourth ahead of Mark Smith. Keep an eye on him coming on strong later in the race in the 36 BMW.
It looks like we've also had a jump start on that. Dylan Popovich suddenly made up 2 places before he even got to the line. That was impressive. Not sure he's supposed to do that on a safety car restart, though.
Somebody running wide there in one of the Clios. That was the number 23 Anderson Mensley car. Saw that have a spin in race 1 up here as well.
Here come the leaders, and going up to take the overall lead goes the 86 BMW of the Birds up the inside of the number 4. Tom Robinson Jaguar. Through he goes. Jamie Sturgis has got it cranked up again. He's gone through now, as has the Smith BMW. 1, 2, 3. And in fact, the 74 Malone World Touring Car BMW is now trying to stay with them as well. Oh, I've missed that. I heard the noise to my left, and the number 11 Jaguar of Michael Holt has gone wide here at Camp Corner, made contact with the barrier, and he's dragging the Recticel barrier onto the start-finish straight, unfortunately. He's still going, and it's about to fly over him and onto the circuit. That's not what we wanted.
That sounded rather bizarre for Michael Holt there in the number 11. Meantime, there's a challenge on for the lead from Jamie Sturgis into the S's, and he goes through. Sturgis has the lead now ahead of the Bird BMW. Third place, it's Malone. Fourth, Smith. So towards Tower they go once again. Robinson is down to 5th place now. Challenged by Andy Thompson in the Seat. David Griffin is up behind them, but the new leader is Jamie Sturgis in the Seat Leon TCR, the number 99 car. Regular winner in the GT series here at Castle Combe, of course, over the years. So Castle Combe leading the way in this Verum Builders Open Series race.
Right, Dave, the bad news is because of this down here is we got a checkered flag coming out now with there's still 4 minutes to go, but there's no point because you can't do a safety car. There goes Jamie Sturgis. The Birds in third. 74. Malone got himself up into third. He'll be devastated because he's just fought up into second, but the flag's out because of the fact that we got Recticel foam chunks on the start-finish straight, basically, and there's no way you can carry on racing there. So Holt's forced an early finish to this race because we were down to only 4 minutes. So you couldn't red flag and restart it. You couldn't safety car to get it sorted. There was no choice left for them. But I think Malone is going to be disappointed with that, isn't he? That black BMW was absolutely flying all of a sudden.
It certainly was, yes. Seemed to get his second wind on that restart. But couldn't catch the 2 BMWs ahead of him.
I think we lost the, unless it's a transponder issue, the number 19 Clio. Oh my gosh, he's upside down. There he is. He's here on the exit of camp. I couldn't see it then, but he is actually upside down on the grass here on the exit of Camp Corner. And I did not. So what's he done? He's just run wide and he's made contact with the tyre barrier there. And it's just, in fact, judging from where he made contact, it will have gently rolled over. So it won't be a big deal. I was just saying that car hadn't come through this time round. So that'll be the number 19 Channing and Dye car. So in terms of the result of that rather curtailed race, Jamie Sturgis takes the victory. The Hyde Andrews Bird and Bird car in second place, number 86. 74 Malone in the World Touring Car BMW in third position. Fourth is number 36, the other BMW, the Diet Coke BMW of Smith. Fifth, number 14, the Andy Thompson Seat Leon. Sixth, number 34 and winning Class C, Griffin in his BMW. And in fact, did I say that wrong? Because is the 34 the Diet Coke BMW?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, sorry, I got them the wrong way round, didn't I? The Smith one's the sort of white with the pink flashes on it. By the way, just so that everybody knows, the car that's upside down, the driver's out and stood by the side of it chatting to the officials, just so everybody knows. So everything's fine there. Seventh, number 4, Robinson, is the first at the Jaguars, the Jaguar XJR, so he wins that one. Eighth, number 9, Dylan Popovich in the Ginetta G50. Ninth, number 59, Newbold and Court in their Honda Integra Type R. In 10th, 135, Bolton and Nissan 370Z. In 11th place, number 73, Michael Parsons in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. 12th, number 77, Perry Wadhams in his TVR Tuscan Challenge car. 13th, number 11, and the second overall of the Jaguars, but leader or a winner of JC class in his Jaguar XJ6 is number 11, Holt, although he was the one that, of course, has caused the early finish there. Although, in fairness, the number 19 would have caused it only a lap later anyway. In 14th place, number 23, Anderton and Mensley in their Renault Clio. That gives them second place in Class B. 15th, number 81, Edwards in that Ford Escort 2000. Third place in Class B. 16th, number 39, and second in Class C goes to Hardy in the Porsche 944. 17th, number 22, Alexander and Alexander in the Porsche Club Sport. In 18th, number 28, Stewart in the Jaguar XJS. That gives him the JB class victory. 19th, number 5, Dumford in the Jaguar XJS, winner of Class JA. 20th is number 6, Ecock in the Ford Puma. 21st, number 8, England in the Subaru Impreza. 22nd is the number 45 car, which is also runner-up spot in Class JA, Ringham in the Jaguar XJS. And that is actually the last of the official finishers, because next it would have been the upside-down car of Channing and Dye. So that kind of was the event that never really was, wasn't it, Dave, unfortunately?
Yes, indeed. Possibly the conditions playing a part there. The Jags, of course, a bit of a handful even in the dry, but in the wet, so very difficult indeed. The drivers trying their hardest to cope with them, but just caught out a bit there, I would say. That's a great shame.
Yeah, because, I mean, it looked bad enough to actually be aquaplaning in a couple of parts, possibly. But I might be wrong. It just looked that way, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so that means just 2 more races left to go. And the first one is a beautiful, beautiful race and the spiritual home to a major extent for the Classic Sports Car Club. And that is the Adams and Page Swing-In 60s. Quite a lot of these cars, Dave, I would imagine, are going to be actually quite well suited to these conditions. The Minis in particular.
Oh, yes, indeed. We've got a whole class of Minis. Class C, you can see, is all Minis. We've got 6 of them. They qualified well, Sue. We'll have the grid in a moment, of course. But everything from the smallest Minis up to big TVR Tuscans and Griffiths we've got here in this field. And a whole lot more besides. We've got Jaguars out there, Triumphs, MGs, BMWs, Austin Healey's, and plenty more besides.
It is. I'll just bring up the correct information that I require. Okay, so Big grid. 40 cars that are due to take part in this. Let me just refresh to make sure we have the most up-to-date grid for this, because even with this delay, I think I need a bit of a run-up to get through this one. It's not amended, so that's good news. Now, this one is also a 40-minute race with a pit stop as well. And the grid will be as follows. On the front row, 919 Julian Howell in his Mini, and 106 Chris Watkinson in his Mini. Second row is the 165 car of Simon Lewis and Guy Connu in the Jaguar XJ6, hopefully. And alongside them, the 47 car of Nigel and Oliver Rubin in their TVR Griffith. Third row is the Mini that we heard mentioned earlier, Matthew and Jonathan Page, number 3 Mini Cooper S. Alongside them, 240 Dean Halsey in the Datsun 240Z. Wonderful looking car. Two of them actually in this race from memory. Yes, there is. The fourth row, 191, which actually that is 2 drivers now by the looks of it. Dave, do you know who that is? I got Matthew Howe and Brooks.
Joshua Brooks is the other driver, not to be confused with the motorcycle star of the same name.
I was about to say I recognise that name. Okay, so Matthew Howe and Joshua Brooks. Alongside them, the number 15 car of Mark Campbell in his Triumph TR5. On to the fifth row is the number 13 car of John Wolfe and David Thompson in a TVR Tuscan V8. Now, that's going to be a beast round here. We'll see how that one fares. Alongside them, 591 Nicholas King in the Aston Martin DB4. That is I'm looking at that now. Absolutely stunning, to say the least. Them just behind them on the sixth row, the Mini 110 Nick Jesty. We saw that going very well earlier. Alongside them, the number 27 car of Glenn Canning, the NSU TTS. Not to be mistaken with Tigger and TTFN. But it's a beautiful looking car with its boot sort of propped open to get some air into that car. Seventh row, number 18, Tim Cairns in the Turner Mark II. That is a lovely looking car as well. Open top, though, not what you want in these conditions. Alongside him, car number 28, David Thomas in the Ford Capri Mark I. Just beautiful, that car. Eighth row, number 172, the TVR Griffith of Jamie Boot. We saw that one going very well earlier. Alongside him, number 78, David McDonald in the Triumph TR6. Ninth row, number 72, David Morehouse in the Austin Mini. And alongside is the 611 car. Now, that's another one I need to update my notes then, because I've only got one driver for that. But apparently it is Smith & Smith. So who's the other Smith? I got David Smith.
What's class of B? And I can't see it on here. Alex Smith is 611.
Alex, is it? Thank you. And Alex Smith, David and Alex Smith in the absolutely glorious MG Lenham Le Mans Coupe. 10th row is car number 9, which is Jamie Keevil in the Lotus Elan S2. Alongside him, car number 5, Tom Peed in the BMW 1600 Ti, the orange and black one. That's a very, very good looking car, that one. 11th row, 67, Jonathan Crayston in his Lotus Elan S4. And alongside is 99, David Gibson in the Austin Healey Le Mans Austin Healey Lenham Le Mans. That white car is just glorious looking, to say the least. 12th row, 74, Dave Roberts in his Datsun 240Z. I knew there was another one out there. Alongside them, the 21 car of Peter and James Crudgington in their Mini Gem Mark I. Intriguing looking car, that thing. 13th row, 121, Christopher Edwards in his Triumph TR4, and 105, Gary Lyon in the Alfa Romeo GT 2000. 14th row, number 84, Paul Wybrow in his MGB Roadster. Even with some contact earlier, that car's out, which is good to see. And alongside them, number 20, Mark Cloutman in the Austin A40. 15th row, 45, Justin Potter and Simon Stowe in the Austin Healey Sprite. And 171, Kim Bradshaw in the MG Midget. 16th row is the number 40 car. Now, this is actually the one that's the 2-car team, isn't it? 40 and 40X. I need to make sure that I make a note of that, because you've got Philip. I've lost my train of thought now. Philip Strader in the 1 car to do with that team, and 40X Michael Henney. They're actually relaying that one rather than sharing the same car. Alongside them will be the number 2 car of Anthony Hunting in the Morris Mini. 17th row, 53 Roy Chamberlain in the Triumph TR250. And the 76 car of Gavin Crawford and Tom Woodcock in the Austin A40 Farina. I want to have a look at that one to see that one, because that sounds like it's probably going to be nice. 18th row, 167 Mark Parsley and John Ellison in the Triumph TR6. And number 50 Ian Clark in the MGB GT. 19th row, number 29 Stephen Jack Smith in the MGA. Alongside them, number 86. Now, this is another one that I didn't have as a dual driver, but apparently it is Richard Locke. And who's the other Locke? Do we know?
That's Alice Locke. They were out in Classic K earlier on.
Fine. Richard and Alice Locke in the MGB Roadster. And the 20th and final row is number 648 David Cornwallis in the BMW 1600 Ti, and 272 Martin Reynolds in the Ford Anglia. So that is this bumper grid. We're just in the throes of, you can probably just see in the background of the screen, the footage of the circuit there. They're just repairing the tyre barriers and then the sort of conveyor belt that's along the front of it to make sure that that's nice and secure. The Clio's already been taken away. Other than just some crimping in the bodywork, that doesn't look too bad overall, although we'll wait and see what the front looks like, which made the initial contact. Yeah, that's probably a bit more than just cosmetic there. That doesn't look pretty. But they've got that one cleared up. Let's have a look. Messages coming in. Sarah Howell says, good luck to both Howell brothers, Josh Brooks and Pete and Jamie Crudgington. Keep it on the black stuff. Good luck to Ollie Howell and Josh Brooks, says Paul Brooks. And Grasscutter Sean Wynn says, is the weather getting worse? Not now, is it really, Dave? I wouldn't have said. It's probably slightly better than we had it a few moments ago when it was at its worst. I would say it's a little bit better.
It's stabilised a bit more now. The track is not dry, but it's at least the rain has eased off for the time being, fingers crossed.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck, Nick Jesty from Gene. That's Gene Johnston Jesty with a big kiss at the end. So I'll blow that kiss down to him for you, Gene. There you go. I passed it down. He's got the kiss as well. They're still down in the assembly area. James Mead says, good luck to the Smiths, Alex and David Smith. In the... that's not the Smith I was expecting. We got a Stephen Jack Smith. Is there more Smiths in here, is there?
Alex and David, number 611, Class B.
Ah, yes, Alex and David, thank you. So that's so I don't know whether they're all related, but I'm guessing not. Stephen Cooper says, good luck, Mark Campbell and Dave McDonald. Steve Taverner also watching on YouTube by the looks of that symbol. Good luck to the Howell brothers from Tav at Quarry Corner. It's freezing up here and the bar is closed. Well, the last I heard is that there was no power up there, which was a bit of an issue, but I don't know whether that was the case. No bar, no G&T. Goodness me, I'm struggling enough in here with no G&T. Ricky Boy says, good luck to Stuart Kilroy. James Mead confirms, yes, sorry, James, I missed it because there was Stephen Jack Smith in the 29 car, and I was like, that's different Smiths. But yes, the MG Lenham Le Mans Coupe, the red Class B car, is what James has confirmed they're in. Loving this as well. We've got Miles Horton, AD. Hi, Justin, watching from California. So going to be cheering on Justin by the sounds of that. So thank you for all your comments. Keep them coming in. I hope you're enjoying the racing action here. I know it's been a bit tricky the last couple of races because of these weather conditions. You can see why they wanted to buy a little bit of time. I mean, this race was due to start at 4:20. We're at 4 o'clock now, so we'll fingers crossed it's still looking okay. We can't be finishing in the dark, that's for sure. Janetta Blow says, good luck, Josh Brooks. Go catch 'em. And Steve Wolf says, horrible conditions. Hope weather is better for my RX8 debut with you at Mallory next week. So that's someone you'll be commentating on next week, Sunday, Dave.
Excellent.
Sarah Hutchison says, good luck to David, R.A. Smith and Alex. Christopher Nixon also coming in with a shout out. Good luck to David and Alex Smith. Stay on the black stuff. I know what you mean, Christopher. No problem. Archie Howell says, good luck 919. Where's that car starting?
That's on pole.
Oh, yeah. I was still going up through the list there. Julian Howell on pole position. Archie Howell cheering on. So fair to assume related there. Sarah Hutchison says, well done, Classic Sports Car Club staff and all the marshals. And of course, extends to the medical crews, the maintenance crews that sadly are having to work hard again at the circuit furniture, this time at Camp Corner, to get that sorted. And the recovery crews, of course, bringing the cars back. Ali Swift says, smash it, Page boys. And that, of course, being Matthew and Jonathan Page in the number 3 Mini Cooper S. So good to have all the interaction with you all watching. It is so much more fun, don't you think, Dave, that when we get to actually interact with the viewers?
Yes, indeed. It's a feature of a number of broadcasts I do, and it does make it a lot more enjoyable.
It does. I like the fact that you felt a need to just check to make sure your hair was okay. You notice I haven't got to do that, sadly, mate.
No comment.
I'll just get a tissue. Go. Just.
I know what to get hair earlier on.
It's just it's a solar panel for a love machine. That's what that is, mate. So they're still trying to move on quick. They're still trying to get the barriers repaired. Using all sorts of JCB machinery just to drag those tyres. The problem is they're so tightly bound in is that it becomes hard just to get them bound back in again and get that sort of conveyor belt thing in front of them. Thank you for this. Mike Morris says, well done, everyone at Combe. Really enjoyed it. Thanks. Thank you. Sean Wynn says, loving the banter. It's what it's all about, mate. You know that from Combe TV shows anyway, mate. It's always about the banter. And you thought I could only do the banter when I had the gin and tonic in hand and the current Mrs. Dawes bringing me refills. But no, I can do it. Well, I did have coffee, but I'm out of coffee now. So I'm going to have to switch to the water, I think. And it is water, I promise you. There's no fizz, nothing. So just onto the water. It'll be nice gin and tonic when I get home tonight, that's for sure. Jeanette Blow, thank you very much. Shout out to great commentary. You both tell the picture. Thank you, Jeanette. I love that comment. Thank you so much. It's a lot harder when we're in this situation, isn't it, Dave, when there's not much to talk about, but we like to have a difference.
And that's why all your messages, ladies and gents, are important, to keep things going.
It genuinely is. Car 29. Oh, no, car 29. Jack and Steve Smith out with engine issues.
Oh, dear.
That's the MGA. I love MGAs.
I thought they were a long way down the grid from their usual positions. That'll be why.
Ah, really? Oh, okay.
Well, they had a win at Silverstone. It was either last year or the year before with that MG. They've been with this series for many years, Steve and Jack, the father and son team.
That is a shame then, isn't it? I just love the GTA. Beautiful car.
The longest serving man in this series, though, I think, is Tim Cairns, the man from Suffolk, who's been with the Classic Sports Car Club since they started in 2005, I think.
Yeah, and he loves his racing, does Tim Cairns. I've come across him other places as well, I think, to be honest. He just loves getting out there racing. Where has he managed to pop that one? 13th on the grid in the Turner Mark II. And as I say, it's an open top Turner Mark II. It just looks a lovely, lovely car, that. He's probably able to sort of like peer over to the passenger seat there and see that that's covered over, and he's not.
Yeah, we might normally see him out in his more famous Frog Eye Sprites, Tim.
That's what I was picturing. I got to be honest. I was thinking that's not what I'm used to seeing him in. But yes, the Frog Eye, absolutely.
I think he's purchased this Turner from Charles Marriott, who used to race in the series. I think that was his name anyway, the previous owner of that Turner Mark II with the BMC engine.
Okay.
Tim also races the Hexagon Midget in the Mod Sports Revival series. But has been with the Classic Sports Car Club every year since they started, and it's so rare he doesn't get at least a couple of wins every year.
Just picking up on more of the messages coming in from people. Alex Fitzmartin Grove, come on, Campbell Car 114, you got this. Now, I'm going to assume, is that in the next race rather
That's
than
the next one, yes. That's Lee Campbell's BMW Mini.
Fine. Whereas this one is for this one. Max Robinson says, good luck to cars 191.
That's
Matthew Howe and Joshua Brooks. 919 our pole sitter Julian Howe, and the 21 car of Peter and James Crudgington, the Mini Gem Mark 1. Now, good news is there's a big rumble that's just suddenly come screaming up through from down the bottom. That means that the drivers have been told to fire things into life, and that means that they've nearly finished getting the barriers put together. Matt Phillips says, good luck to Ian Clark, number 50 from the Phillips family. And Anna-Marie Tanner says, good luck to the Howells. Come on, Jules, in 919. And Christian Douglas says, shame not to be out with everyone this weekend, but great to be able to follow on here. Good luck to the Rubens boys out in the Griff. Indeed. And the good news is they are now released onto the circuit. So let's bring the more important stream back in again. And that being, instead of our ugly mugs, we'll put back onto the circuit because we are ready to go. Let me change the banner as well, because it is, of course, the Adams and Page swinging 60s that is going to be back underway in a moment. 40 minutes worth of racing, pit stop again during this one after 10 minutes. So with 30 minutes left on the clock, the pit window will open. With 15 minutes on the clock, it will slam shut, and they have to have all done it. Oh, we've got a gap on the second row, I'm sad to report. We've lost the 165 car of Lewis and Connew. Now, I said I thought that was the XJS, wasn't it? Yes, that 165 car.
XJ6 Series 1.
Yeah, that's not there at all. Someone's put a question up. Stephen Chase says, wonder why Martin is at the back of the grid. Martin Reynolds in the Ford Anglia. He just did a slow lap, 2:02. So maybe he had a problem in qualifying, I'm guessing. Now that we have to then wait to see whether he is actually out. 2:72. They're still sort of piling in. They couldn't even all fit them all in to the assembly area. But they're coming through now. There's 648. There's the number 2. Anthony Hunting is out of position. There's the number 50, Ian Clark. 272, Martin Reynolds. So he is coming out, and it's looking lovely, that car as well. White with the grey stripe on it. So he is there. So presumably had some issues in qualifying there. Good luck to DT in the Capri from Ireland. And Steve Chase says, good luck to Clouty in his A40. That's so familiar, that, isn't it? Crikey. So, this is taking a while. This is going to take a while to grid these ones up, Dave, to be honest, isn't it? And even longer to then regrid them afterwards, I'm afraid.
Yeah, because there's so many, simply because there's so many of them. 39 cars we should see out there, I think, for this one. I'm just double checking that. No, it is 40 cars we've got out there for swinging
40.
60s. Sponsored by Adams and Page Competition Tyres. They're here supplying the drivers today. We normally see the swinging 60s split into two groups, with the larger capacity cars racing in Group 2 and the smaller ones in Group 1, but they're combined today.
Ah, okay, I see. Oh, another gap there. Let's have a look. 172, Jamie Boots not out. That car was going really well earlier.
It was, yes. While I think of it, success penalties, we've got 3 drivers with success penalties in this race, as far as I can make out. One of them is the pole man, Julian Howell.
Who apparently he raced here at Combe some years ago, apparently.
Yes, I believe he did.
And his wife has said good luck to her husband.
We've got the whole Howell family online today watching our stream. Great to have them with us. Julian won at Thruxton, so he's got a 30-second penalty. He's in Group 1. Tim Cairns won at Snetterton, so he'll have a 30-second penalty. And in Group 2, Mark Campbell won at Snetterton, so his Triumph has a 30-second penalty as well. The other cars with penalties are not here. They would have been Ian Staines with his MG Midget, he won at Donington. William Plant with his Morgan, he won at Donington. And the Thruxton winner in Group 2, which was Ray Barrow's Chevy Camaro. So 3 cars with penalties to be served at their pit stops.
Awesome. We'll try our best to keep an eye on that one. So I think we've now managed to get all cars onto the grid. It's now another challenge to get them in the right places, and it almost looks like that rain's sort of been blown in hard again now. So in theory, this was originally scheduled for 4:20. We then got ourselves about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. Well, we're now going to be starting about 5 minutes ahead of schedule eventually. So you can see why the officials needed to try and get themselves that buffer. And it's not just, to be honest, at this time of year, it's not really about curfew. It's about daylight, to be honest, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It'll be dark fairly soon. Must remind everybody that the clocks go back an hour tonight as well.
They do, which is the good one, if anybody's wondering. Lewis Bird, one of our own drivers. I remember watching Julian and Ollie Howe when I was little in the mid to late 90s. So there we go. We've got an emotional connection to the Howells out there racing. So that's the pink, yellow and blue minis. 191 being the other one that's sat there in 7th place. Matthew Howe and Joshua Brooks is out there as well. I don't know. Does that mean have we got Ollie Howell out there as well? Don't think we have we?
No, Ollie's not out there. It's Julian Matt representing the family today.
Yes. So we still got a couple of them. That's good. There we go. Chris Morris says Jules Howell used to race in the Castle Combe saloons and always a front runner. Very quick driver and car combo. Love it. I'd agree with this. Is that Paul Dalton says one of the best classes in racing. Swinging 60s is brilliant. Agreed 100%. And Ian Everett says, great to see this coverage, guys. Thank you very much. Keep it steady, Dean. It could be your day, couldn't it just? And also from YouTube, Lee Simpson says, come on, Dave Roberts. Good luck, buddy. I just love the fact there's so many of you are glued to your favourite people. Oh, Stephen Jensen, and I'm assuming that's our very own Stephen Jensen. It is. Matthew Howe is Ollie. What?
So it must be a nickname then.
Oh, thanks, Stephen Jensen. Assuming that you're telling me the truth anyway, but Jensen would just as soon stitch me up. But
nice colour scheme that the minis use as well. Blue, yellow and purple.
Exactly. I do like that one. I classed it as pink rather than purple, but either way, it stands out brilliantly.
I'll let you have that.
There we go. Sarah Howell says, yes, he is. Ollie is a nickname for Matthew. So there we go. Thank you for clearing that, guys. And sorry that I didn't realise that. I really feel like I should have, considering my connection and history with the circuit since 5 years old here. But I missed that one completely. Sorry, guys.
We've got an extra car at the back of the grid as well. 715 Simon Evans. He wasn't on the grid sheets. The dark blue Mini. I think he missed the Classic K race earlier on, didn't he?
Okay.
So Simon Evans' Mini in Class F is on the back of the grid, number 715. There he is just on camera now.
Cool. Okay. So that I thought I saw something a little bit different at the back, but I could not make sense of it quick enough. Yes, I see he was on the list, wasn't he, in his Mini Cooper S? But that means that where we've got various gaps, he was presumably still sat there as a reserve, and he's allowed to take part in this race.
I presume so.
So round they come to get themselves lined up on the grid. The number 240, Dean Halsey, in the Datsun 240Z, he's sat menacingly far back from his grid box on the third row there. I love that Aston Martin, the 591, Nicholas King in that Aston Martin DB4, silver DB4, looks absolutely beautiful.
It really is, isn't it? Gorgeous car.
Saying that, you just get carried away because there's just stunning cars all the way through this this field. Just noticing another gap. 5 Tom Peed. Oh no, he is there, but he's bizarrely far back. Does that mean 99 Gibson? No, that for some reason they've sort of messed up their starting places a bit further back, which then knocks on to the others. But they're not bothered. Green flag has been waved. 5-second board has gone up as the sky seems a bit lighter now all of a sudden. Don't think we're as far as sunshine shining through. Red lights are on. The engine notes have risen. Off go the lights. Not a long holder. Great start from the second row from the Rubens 47 straight into the lead in that TVR. Also, the white TVR is trying to make his way through as well. John Wolfe, David Thompson in the number 13 car. He's got himself up into fourth. So the Minis from the front row are second and third at the moment. And it looks like it's the multicoloured Julian Howe in second place, just ahead of the dark orange and turquoise Chris Watkinson, number 106, as they turn right. Great lead for the TVR, and the Minis are actually spread out with fourth place going the way of John Wolfe, David Thompson.
Well, that TVR of Nigel and Ollie Rubin was off the line like a scalded cat there. It leads the way into the S's for the first time. A couple of Minis behind it. Looks like that's Julian Howell in second place, and the orange and blue car of Chris Watkinson is in third. Finished second at Donington. Got a penalty for a short pit stop, dropping it down the order. The Wolfe Thompson car is next. And then we've got Mark Campbell, a winner earlier this season, as they head through the spray. Will they all get through the S's for the first time? Yes, it looks like they have. It's great variety of 1960s sports cars and saloons. At the back, David Cornwallis in the Radio Caroline liveried BMW 1602. Yes, Radio Caroline, they're still going. Still broadcasting from the same ship, although it is moored up now in Essex.
So here come the leaders, and it's an absolutely mammoth lead for the Rubens. It looks like dark black from here, but I'm sure up close it was dark blue. But yeah, it is. You can see it go through now. It's a dark blue. The scream of that engine as it comes past us is just a wonderful, wonderful sound. It is so nice. Comfortably in the lead. Second place is our pole sitter Julian Howe, but third place is very, very close. It looks as though the John Wolfe, David Thompson, the white TVR Tuscan V8 is trying to make a move and has got past that Mini up into third place, therefore. So you've got TVR Mini at the moment.
And here they come out of Quarry Corner for the second time. TVR, it's listed on the timing screen as just one of the Rubens. We're not sure which one it is. I had Nigel and his son Ollie listed on my entry list. But Nigel may be driving solo today, possibly. He's away and gone in the lead then ahead of the first of the Minis, the 919 car. That's Julian Howell. Then the battle for third, the Thompson and Wolfe TVR, Chris Watkinson and Ollie Howell, Josh Brooks' Mini are next in the order. Then Dean Halsey in the works liveried Datsun has got ahead of Mark Campbell. Jamie Keyville is next. He's going well. He started back in 19th on the grid. He's already into the top 10, Jamie Keyville. Race Lotuses with his dad, Paul Keyville, for many years. Solid line of cars behind them. Very, very beautiful machines in this field indeed, as the leaders head up towards Bobby's and out of it for the second time.
Well, leaders already round camp across the start-finish line. He goes, number 47. It's not just a great start. He's clearly still stretching his legs at the front. The Mini 919 of Julian Howell. Not quite got the answer yet, but in these conditions, I think there's a good chance it will. 13 up into third, as we saw happen up in towards Quarry Corner last time round. The Wolf and Thompson TVR. And in fact, up into fourth place now goes the 191 Matthew Howe and Josh Brooks car. So that's moved up another place as well. And in fact, is putting some huge pressure on the Wolf and Thompson TVR, I think, as they go up Avon Rise, turning right. They've not been able to do anything yet, but that multicoloured Mini is looking to move up yet another place.
The first two are away and gone. They're already coming through towards Old Paddock. Ruben is clearing off ahead of Julian Howell. Now the battle for third place, and Howell Brooks Mini is up into third place. Has got ahead of the TVR of Thompson and Wolf. It's a great battle of nimble handling versus brute power in these wet conditions. Watkinson is next. He's being caught by Dean Halsey in the Datsun. Then it's Mark Campbell, Jamie Keeville, the number 3, the Page family Mini, and the other Datsun of Dave Roberts, man who claimed his first win in swinging 60s at the end of last year in similar conditions to this at Donington. Is rounding out the top 10 at the moment, ahead of Nicholas King in his gorgeous Aston Martin.
Leaders coming down, and I've just noticed that Halsey 240 is moving up through the order in that Datsun 240Z, and is glued to the back of it, making it a 3-car train down towards us. So the great move there by the Howell and Brooks 191 car. That's now moved up into third place. Wolf and Thompson, number 13, that TVR, after a great start, just tiptoeing round Camp Corner very cautiously there. Now, I think, have a look when it comes round, Dave, next time. That white number 13, I don't think they can see a lot out their windscreen. That looked like it was very fogged up there as it came through. But the Halsey Datsun is all over the back of the Watkinson Mini, the front row starting 106 car.
Well, the field's so strung out, they'll be lapping back markers first of all. David Cornwallis in that BMW, and the number 86 MGB, Richard and Alice Locke, are going to be lapped soon. There goes Ruben. He's okay at the front. Then comes Julian Howell, flinging his Mini around with abandon in that second place. Then the Howell and Brooks Mini in third. Let's have a look at this TVR then. Here comes the Martini livery car. Yes, it does look rather misted up in there. So Thompson will be... So I think John Wolfe in the car at the moment, quite possibly, judging by the overalls. So I think John Wolfe will be struggling to see where he's going. He's still ahead of Chris Watkinson. There goes Nicholas King, runs a house building company out in the southeast of England. In the Aston Martin, he's got a Ford Mustang. He races with Classic K occasionally as well. The lead pack heads through Bobby's. Jamie Keeville to watch as well.
Big twitches from our leaders. They came round camp and across the start-finish line, but got it under control. Second place, 919, Julian Howell, very comfortable there with the sister car now closing in on it, I would suggest. Let's have a look. 191, what was the lap time comparison? New fastest lap by the 191 car. It wasn't an optical illusion. It is flying 130.649, 2 seconds quicker than the sister car. So it is cruising round at the minute. Tiptoeing Wolf and Thompson in that misted up number 13. Now, all of a sudden, the Datsun 240 seem to be flying because you've got Halsey that sat there in the 240 car up in 6th place. Up another 2 places, number 74 Roberts, up into 8th place now. So they are flying out there.
Oh, he said Dave Roberts loves the wet conditions. He proved that at Donington last season when he scored his maiden win in that Datsun.
He started 23rd, though, Dave. That's incredible, isn't it?
Yes, I was just looking at the grid positions. We've got Jamie Keeville starting 19th as well. He's come through into the, I think he's into the top 6 now. Let's have a look. There goes the TVR in 4th place. Halsey is 5th. Watkinson 6th. Keeville 7th, ahead of the Page family in their Mini. Then Mark Campbell. Then it's Dave Roberts as they charge their way up towards Tower for what is the 5th time. But the Howell and Brooks car, I reckon, is the one to watch here. The second of those multicoloured Minis as they head up towards Bobby's. Ruben with a clear lead of 6.5 seconds, but that could all change.
Leaders already through. Folly starting to head up Avon Rise. Here comes the two sister minis. 919. Julian Howell crosses the line. 133.982. 191. 133.137. That was a lot slower there by the Howell and Brooks 191. But a new fastest lap of the race goes the way of the 47 Reuben at TVR. So they're all able to turn it on from time to time by the looks of it.
Waiting for the next group to come through here. Some of the tail enders coming through at the moment. Blue flags waving because there is Reuben. He's mired in that group of back markers somewhere. Yeah, there he is, just coming up on Ian Clark's MGB, the blue and yellow MGB GT. He's lapped the Austin A40, the 76 car as well. Great to see a couple of A40s out there. There's the other one, number 20 of Mark Cloutman. There goes Howell in second. The gap is 10 seconds now. Brooks and Howell continuing their pace. Another new fastest lap of the race for Reuben, 130.413. And Dean Halsey has almost caught John Wolfe. I think it's John in the TVR in fourth place, as we say. Can't say for certain. Jamie Keeville's up to sixth. He's got ahead of Chris Watkinson. Ben Roberts is in eighth position. Page ninth in the Mini. Mark Campbell down to 10th. Now there goes Tim Cairns in the ex-Charles Marriott's Turner. He's 12th behind Nicholas King and also going well. I'm very impressed by the little NSU, the rear-engined machine of Glenn Canning, the man who runs the NSU Owners Club in the UK.
Right.
He's up there in 13th.
Into the pits now has come the pole sitter 919, Julian Howell, and that's too early. The pit window hasn't even opened yet. It's 25 seconds away. I hope that this is not an issue, but I also hope that he hasn't made a mistake. He surely doesn't class as the pit stop now. It's too early. We've still got another 12 seconds before it counts. Now he's pulled in, he's stopped. Nobody's run over to that car just yet, and he's not getting out. Someone's now running over to it, and they're probably going to tell him, you're too early, you're going to need to go out, or they're going to start spannering to try and resolve an issue. Let's have a look. What are they doing to that car? Nothing. He's going straight back out again. I think that was a mistake, Dave.
Oh, dear. That's a bit embarrassing for Julian Howell because he's going to have to come in again. That means if he's come in too early for the pit window and then doesn't come in again, he'll get a penalty. And I think it's a penalty of 2 laps for missing the pit window under swinging 60s rules. So that's put the other team's Mini of Howell and Brooks up in the second. Wolfe and Thompson a third with Halsey fourth. Jamie Keeville is now fifth. Dave Roberts is up to sixth in the Datsun from 23rd on the grid. It's an incredible run by him.
Fair shout. That is impressive. Our leader comes round Camp Corner again for the 7th time. The 191 Howell and Brooks Mini put in another new fastest lap of the race last time. So trading blows with the Reuben TVR. And there goes the Howell and Brooks. What's he going to do this time? That's a slow one again. And it always is a big, big fast lap. Then he's confronted with back markers, and it is a big old gaggle of back markers. The gap is 9.5 seconds. So it's a big arse to really be fighting with the Reubens. They're in different classes, so it doesn't matter too much. But that thing is just able to put in some incredible lap times in these conditions, isn't it?
Well, looking down the field, the Howell Mini, Julian Howell, I make it 14th after that unscheduled pit stop. We'll see if he comes in again. There goes Nigel Reuben, the race leader. He just lapped the 715 of Simon Evans. Started from the back of the grid in his Mini. There goes the Ollie Howell and Josh Brooks car. The gap is now 9.5 seconds. So he's not closing him down at the moment. Pit window, I think, is now open. Yes, it is. Haven't seen anybody come in from the front runners as yet. As up the inside, Dean Halsey takes Jamie Keeville, and Dave Roberts is tucked in behind. The Datsun's either side of the Lotus, and the Lotus has gone across the grass. Jamie Keeville over the grass. Look out as he comes back on. Is he going to hit anybody? No, he doesn't. Good save, Jamie Keeville. I thought he was going to slide straight on there and either take out another car or go into the barrier. But Jamie Keeville there was caught out by the 2 Datsuns around him. He slid across the grass on the inside of Tower Corner. He's lost a few places. He's up with the Page family Mini now. That was a lucky escape for Jamie Keeville in the Lotus.
This time round, the Rubens getting the new fastest lap of the race, 129.4. The gap is up to 13 seconds because it was slower from the Howell and Brooks 191 Mini this time round. Wolf and Thompson, number 13, in third place. Then in fourth is Halte in 240. Kivil lost, 2 places in that number 9 car. In fairness, that sounded like he did well to only lose 2 places, didn't he?
So only 2 places lost for Jamie. That's yes, that is lucky. So Ruben's already gone through. The gap's up to 13 seconds now. Another new fastest lap last time through for Nigel. There is the Brooks Howell car going through in second. Both leading their classes, of course. Nigel Ruben leading Class V for V8. Mini leading Class C. Class G is being led by Halsey now. Let's have a look for the Datsun as it comes through. Well, there's the number 13 going through of Wolf and Thompson in third place. There is Halsey, there is Roberts, and the rest of them go through.
Now, into the pits has come, I'm going to pause because I think it is. I know it's a different Mini. I thought it was the second place Mini, but it's not. Rubens have gone through. So is the Howell and Brooks Mini gone through as well. Now, I'm wondering whether the Julian Howell Mini actually didn't make a mistake necessarily, but came in to try and demist his windows. I wonder whether he's struggling with that as well, because it came through and it's more the side window that I noticed looked very misted up. And I think in these conditions, there's a few of them struggling with that.
I'll try and keep an eye on that. It's not too easy to see from my commentary box, so I'll keep an eye out on their windscreens. There goes the leader. No problem for the 47. Now let's have a look at the Ollie Howell and Josh Brooks Mini in second place. Now they're okay, they can see fine.
Well, it's just gone through, and it doesn't look too bad, actually. It's just the side window looks a little bit bad. But no, I was just wondering if that could have been the reason, because that would have made sense, wouldn't it? But I don't think so.
Dean Halsey and Jamie Keeville have both made their pit stops. They've come in.
I was wondering what the issue was there as well, because we just had the number 18 car of Tim Cairns come across the line, waving his hands furiously as he came across, almost as if he was posing for a photograph, to be honest with you, the waving that was going on. And I'm hoping it's not an issue. It may be that he was just letting his team know that he's going to come in next lap, but keep a bit of an eye on that to make sure there's not an issue.
Well, you'd have to ask Mrs. Cairns, Vicky. She'll be on the pit wall for Tim, as always, I would think. Look for her familiar bright blue jacket on the pit wall if she's there. There's a lot of work behind the scenes for the swinging 60s formula, does Vicky Cairns. There goes the 53. That's one of the Triumph, Roy Chamberlain's Triumph TR250. So we've got 24 minutes of this race still to go. Plenty of excitement still to come. Leader has gone through on my section of the circuit. The second place car is caught up with a couple of backmarkers. Dave Thomas's Ford Capri being lapped there.
Dave, just to point out, it's about to make its way to you up over Avon Rise. Great fight and a change of position. The 106 Watkinson Mini, the sort of dark orange and turquoise blue Mini, started on the front rows. Just got past the 74 Roberts Datsun 240Z last time round, and they're still glued together coming towards you.
Yes, I can see a blaze of headlights coming towards me at the moment. I think the Datsun is in there somewhere. Yeah, there's Wolf and Thompson. There is Watkinson. He's up into fourth place. And Chris Watkinson is on a charge here. He's got Dave Roberts behind him now. There's a few back markers. And, that's Mark Campbell in there in sixth. He's got a second wing now, closing back up. The man from the northeast of England, racing that Triumph for many years. He's got the Page family behind him in the red Mini. So there's a nice little midfield scrap developing there. Next in the order is Nicholas King. Tim Cairns would have been next. He has come in, though, so he was signalling that he was going to come in. And Julian Howell is now ninth. Nick Jesty's Mini rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, that's good news for Cairns to know that's all it was. It was a rather exuberant holler to say that he was going to be coming in, but it seems to have worked. Here comes the third place car, number 13, the Wolf and Thompson TVR, and it's being closed on by that 106 Watkinson Mini that, yeah, as we say, very much a second win for that car. And they're closing in. Let's have a look. Wolf and Thompson 136.8. Yeah, the car behind was a second quicker that last time. So third place overall is up for grabs.
I reckon it's to do with the setup they've got, because up here at the far end of the circuit, the line is much drier now than it was at the beginning of this race. And some cars are starting to come into their own now because they are starting to like the slightly drier conditions.
The 919 Howell car is in legitimately this time. And no, it doesn't seem to be steamed up, so it doesn't necessarily appear that that was the issue.
Maybe Julian Howell did just come in a lap too early then, earlier on, then decided to continue. There goes the third place fight. Now, Roberts has got back ahead now in the Datsun of Chris Watkinson. He's back up into fourth place in the Datsun 240Z and going after the John Wolf TVR. The Page family have brought their Mini into the pits, I can see on the screen. Nick Jesty has brought his in as well, and Glenn Canning, the little NSU, has been in as well. Very popular in the European Touring Car Championship. They were in the smaller classes for a time.
Yeah, it's quite a busy pit lane down there at the moment. That's going to include fairly soon, by the looks of it, the relay change. So the 40 car to hand over to the 40X car. So Philip Stader's out there at the moment in the pale green MG midget. But that's going to change fairly soon. So Ruben is still out and in the lead in the 47 car. Howell and Brooks 191 still in second. Wolf, Thompson and under growing pressure all the time. They're all still out there at the moment. The first of the cars that has pitted is the number 3 Page and Page Mini that, of course, is being cheered on by the Swift Tune crew.
Yes, Nick Swift will be watching on Mini Tuning. Absolute wizard is Nick Swift, and knows a thing or three about driving them as well, particularly very sideways around Goodwood in all their classic Mini events. There goes Tim Cairns, just ahead of the Alfa Romeo of Gary Lyon, number 105. And there is
leaders in.
Okay. So that will give Howell and Brooks the lead unless they come in as well. Thompson and Wolf under fire from Dave Roberts. Watkinson has dropped back again a little into 5th position with his Mini. And then we've got Mark Campbell. So Nigel Rubin in the pits.
Yeah, and I'm just checking, Dave, and I can confirm there's no driver getting out. So it is only one of them that is racing today, which is contrary to what we had as notes, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had father and son, Nigel and Ollie Rubin, listed as driving, as they were at Donington last time out. But I believe it's Nigel on his own today. Nigel's raced everything from Ginettas to F1000 single-seaters over the years in his very varied motorsport career.
Right, into the pits has now come the number 13 Wolf and Thompson car, as has 74 Roberts, and interestingly, the 106 Watkinson, we missed it, is that he actually lost a couple of places on the last lap or two, and he's come in as well. So those three that were having a great tussle are in. This pit lane is very, very busy, and one or two cars are getting a little bit compromised for where others actually stop, and they then try to come out. So it's a very, very challenging pit lane down there, to say the least.
Number 99 just going through there. David Gibson with his Lennon Le Mans Coupe, based on Austin Healey Sprite with the smiley grille. There goes the 919 Julian Howell moving his way back up. The Ian Clark MGB sounding a bit rough as it went through there. We'll keep an ear to that. Now there goes Mark Campbell, number 15. He'll be second on the road now. It's the Howell and Brooks Mini that has got the lead. Mark Campbell will be in second. And the next car that has already stopped, with everybody else coming in at the same time almost.
I don't think he will be second. No, Ruben's already now gone out of the pits, so Ruben will still be second, I think.
Okay, so we'll see where they slot back in. The next car that has already stopped is Jamie Keeville. We've had a raft of stoppers. The last of the front runners to stop is going to be Howell and Brooks, and also Mark Campbell with the Triumph. Now, he's got a success penalty as well, of course, of 30 seconds. Julian Howell had to serve his 30-second penalty, and Tim Cairns. Cairns is now 16th on the timing screen, Howell 15th. And where is the other car? Oh, it's Campbell. He's yet to stop. He has now come in. So there's only Howell and Brooks that haven't stopped. There goes Mark.
That car was flying earlier, so that wasn't threatening to even come in last I saw. Here it comes down now, I think, unless this is the 919. Actually, this will be the 919 coming down towards me now, won't it? But
the 919's with me, so that is...
yeah, it is. And they've carried on. They're still going, so they're not planning to stop yet. So whoever's in the car at the moment, they're happy to go. They're going to have to come in at the end of this lap, though, Dave, because there's 1 minute 40 till the pit window closes. So this must be the last lap for whoever's at the wheel now.
Yeah, keeping it as late as possible. I think it's Ollie Howell in there. Somebody in the comments on the stream will probably confirm who's in that car. It's just done its personal best lap of 1:29.749 last time through.
And so, just to reiterate, by the way, because I've seen someone's comment coming in, I have said it numerous times, but you've probably missed it, is that to be able to see what's going on as well, go to tsl-timing.com and then go to the Castle Combe, this particular race event, and you'll be able to see all of the live timing of what's going on. So tsl-timing.com, and it will keep you nicely up to speed with it all as well.
Just taking a look down the timing screen. 37 cars in this race, and from what I can see at this moment in time, with 16 minutes of the race to go, they are all still running. That is impressive. Shows how much care is lavished on these classic machines. Now, where is that Mini? Where is the 191 car?
It's coming down now. Let's have a look. It's got to be going left. Yes, it is. It's coming into the pits now. So it's going to be making its stop and driver change, don't forget. So it's either Joshua Brooks or Ollie that's going to jump in now. I'm going to venture a guess that it's Ollie that's been driving that one this time round. Joshua Brooks is going to jump in as well. Just such a lovely, lovely car. Into the pits it comes. It's a blue and a luminous pink helmet, the driver that's taken over. I don't know whether that means anything to you.
No, I'm not sure. Sorry.
So the out jumps the one driver, in jumps the second driver. And that will be, I'm pretty certain, the last of the stoppers. Yes, it is. They've left it right to the last knock-ins, haven't they? The pit window has now closed, but no, actually, that's interesting. No, they must have got in before the pit window closed, I'm sure. But hopefully they haven't made any issue. They should have had plenty of time to get back in again.
Yeah, I think they beat the pit window by about 20 seconds there.
Fine. That's okay then. Still strapping in. Of course, they've got to stay stationary for the 20 minutes. Now, the Rubens car has already gone through, so should be, therefore, that would work out still going to be comfortable for that car, I think. Now, it was a pretty big margin, wasn't it, to be fair, that TVR had?
Yes, we can now start to establish the race order, and the big winner over the course of this has been Jamie Keyville in the number 9 car. He's a long way behind Ruben, but I reckon he could come out in second or third place here.
Wow. We just had the 240 Housey just screened past the 106 Mini coming up towards Folly and got the job done, but the Mini's trying to come back at him again.
I was just about to say, those two are having a great battle a little bit further back.
It's still the 3 because Wolf and Thompson's still with them as well.
Yeah, the TVR is with them as well. I just glimpsed them as they went out of my sight towards Bobby's there. We'll pick them up as they come through this time. Tricky to see them at Quarry because you can just see a blaze of headlights up there at the moment. There goes Jamie Keyville in the Lotus. I think he's going to take second place here. Now, this is going to be the fight for third between Wolf and Thompson, Halsey, and Chris Watkinson. There's a Mini in the middle of them. The 715 car of Simon Evans. He needs to get out of the way here. Watkinson tries to fight him on the back of the Datsun. Those three are in a terrific race, and not too far behind them as well is Dave Roberts, and his last lap was 3 seconds quicker than Halsey ahead of him. So Dave Roberts is going to close up to them as well, but Ruben could be coming up to lap them soon enough as well, as somebody nearly loses it through the S's there. That's the 611 car, the Lenham of David and Alex Smith. Nearly had a spin there as it got out of the way of Mark Campbell, who's behind Nicholas King. They're next in the order. They'll be 7th and 8th, depending on where Howell and Brooks rejoin. And
Sarah Howes confirmed that it was Ollie in at the start and Josh Brooks taking over. So it was what we suspected, the case. George Grubb asks, anyone know what time Cohort Tintops is? Yep, straight after this race. So stay field to this. Through there goes that great battle with the... there is 47, Ruben. That is in the lead now. Where is the Mini? As I look towards my right, it should be the 191 Mini, surely. But you're suggesting the number 9 Keyville might have moved up even further, aren't you?
It depends where Howell and Brooks rejoin. Where they come again. They may have to wait for it.
Yeah, here comes the 191 coming across the line in second, but a long way back from Ruben, 25 seconds. So way too much to make up. And then Julian Howell 919, who sat there running in what's that? That is 10th place with that unscheduled stop. 3rd place is a long way back. So Keyville is probably nearly a lap behind them, to be honest.
Yes, he probably will be. Yes, so the Mini's safe in 2nd. Keyville is 3rd. And then the battle between Wolf and Thompson, Halsey and Watkinson, they're lapping in the 135, 136s. Roberts in the 74 Datsun, he's in the 132s. So he's going to catch them up. And these three, of course, they're all losing time to each other as they battle it out. One of them got delayed behind a back marker at Bobby's there. I think that was Watkinson's Mini got delayed there. But Roberts is now about to be lapped by Ruben as they come down towards camp.
Well, across the line, there goes the number 13 car of Wolf and Thompson. Then it's the 240 of Halsey. Watkinson just behind, so didn't really lose any time there by the looks of it, although they're not flicking on the transponders must have an issue. They went across the line. We saw them all, but it didn't trigger across on the timing. So hopefully that's not an issue with that. Although it has on my laptop, just not on the monitor I've got in here. So maybe it's this particular monitor stopped working.
Right, I've got Ruben as completing 18 laps, everybody else 17. So I think there might have been an issue with the timing there.
Yeah, the online, my laptop's working, but the monitor in here has stopped working bizarrely, which is also what Race Control have as well.
Watkinson is now back on the tail of Halsey. He's recovered from being delayed by a back marker. They're 2 car lengths behind Thompson in the TVR. That's the fight for 4th. Ruben's coming up to lap them. Now, what were the lap times last time through? Yeah, Roberts is taking whole seconds out of Watkinson and Halsey ahead of him. Their lap times are 1:36. Roberts is in the 1:33s, and Campbell is just at a 1:32.0. So Mark Campbell's closing up as well. He's got ahead of Nicholas King. Now, can they catch up? There's still nearly 10 minutes of this race left to go. Julian Howell in 10th place. Of course, he made that extra unscheduled pit stop. If it wasn't for that, he'd be in that fight as well, I am sure.
Well,
there goes the...
Going to jump in because the leader's about to put a lap on this fabulous 3-car fight. Across the line goes the 47 car of Ruben, comfortably in the lead. Now's getting past the 106 Watkinson Mini that sat running there in 6th place, and Halsey, the Datsun, is about to be passed as well. And in fact, that's trying to make a move on the sort of confused TVR of Wolf and Thompson. The number 13 car not really sure what to do. In fact, nothing's happened. Is that our leader Ruben has to sit behind Halsey's 240.
Well, they're coming towards me now at the S's this time. I think Ruben may have got through, has he? Have a look as they come through this blaze of headlights. No, there's the Wolf and Thompson car. No, Ruben hasn't got through. He's trying to lap Halsey, but they're too busy. He's too busy racing the Wolf Thompson number 13 TVR. I haven't noticed that Nigel Ruben is there. A spit of flame from Ruben's car. He has to go offline there into the wetter line on the inside towards Tower. Is he going to get through the inside? He's got past Halsey. He's still yet to get past the other TVR, Nigel Ruben. Now he does so on the run towards Bobby's, does he? Yes, through the middle there. Past somebody else at the same time. Goodness me, that was tight. That's David Cornwallis's BMW as well. Now Watkinson's in there as well. This is terrific stuff. We're down towards Camp Corner once again with 7.5 minutes of this terrific race to go.
Yeah, here they come. Keyville, the third place car, is just heading up Avon Rise as our leader's about to come across and complete his 20th lap with 7.5 minutes left to go. Then it's the 13 Wolf and Thompson TVR under growing pressure from the 240 car of Halsey. That Datsun is absolutely flying through this section yet again. He's got a good run up Avon Rise, but the TVR saw that one coming, moved to the right-hand side of the circuit. Halsey slightly to the left is going to force him to take the wide line through Quarry Corner. Doesn't have enough adhesion there, but they've got a back marker that they're both suddenly having to scamper to the right-hand side of the circuit, and they just end up being line astern again.
Oh, somebody spun in that group. Who's that? It's no, it's the back marker. It's one of the back markers that spun out there. I think it's Kim Bradshaw in the MG Midget spun aside there. But the TVR it was who got offline as well. I thought Thompson and Wolf had spun there, but they've held it together. They get away. Now Halsey's trying to get a back marker out of his way. No, Roberts is going through. Roberts passes Halsey. Watkinson's going for Halsey as well. Did that Datsun run offline? Did Dean Halsey run offline? And that's slowed him up coming through Quarry. I saw somebody run wide in there. We've got yellow flags because someone else has spun. John Crayston has spun his Lotus Elan at the SES. He's rejoining. But I'm wondering if Dean Halsey has got an issue here with the Datsun because he's lost a couple of places in there.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Where are they? Here they come. Here's Ruben about to round camp, complete his 21st lap with just under 6 minutes left to go. No, in fact, that's the 74, Roberts. So Roberts, yeah, Halsey, where was he? Yeah, he's back further back now. So Wolf and Thompson's under pressure from the 74 Datsun of Roberts, who suddenly got involved there. Halsey and Watkinson fell back 2 places. How did that happen?
Well, Halsey made a mistake coming through towards Quarry, I think. I think it was him who ran wide and was delayed by a spinning back marker because we saw Kim Bradshaw spin out. So I could see yellow flags somewhere on the cameras just now, but I couldn't work out where they were.
But Roberts picked up the pieces, and not only with those guys, to suddenly be 0.4 behind the Wolf and Thompson car, and yet the Wolf and Thompson car did a personal best last time.
Yes, the 2 Datsuns are now monstering up behind the TVR. Watkinson in the Mini has dropped back in 6th position, or 7th position, I should say. I've forgotten Jamie Keyville was there in 3rd place after his rise through the field during the pit stops. Mark Campbell is 8th, King is 9th, and the 919 Julian Howell is back in the pits for a 3rd time, so he has got a problem.
Then he must have gone straight into the paddock because I can't see him down here.
Yeah, he's showing as having gone into the pits on the monitor.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that he's pulled into the paddock and stopped just by Parc Ferme, so he's out of it. Oh, and a bit of a mistake there, missing the apex altogether from the 240 car. That car possibly isn't handling brilliantly at the moment, but through has gone Roberts. The 74 car is up into 4th place on the road, ahead of the Wolf and Thompson number 13 TVR, but the 240 healthy car, that seems to all of a sudden be struggling in these conditions. We got yellow flags up at Quarry.
Yeah, it's Dave McDonald that's gone off. I just caught a glimpse of on the monitor there. Whether that's is that at Quarry? No, I think that's at Tower.
Well, that's somebody else then. There's somebody off at Quarry as well because there's headlights pointing back towards me. It's just got back onto the circuit towards you now. It's either a white or a silver car that obviously had a moment up there.
That's Dean Halsey. Dean Halsey's had a spin, so he has got a handling problem. He's sliding all over the place. There's something wrong with that Datsun. Has he got a puncture, maybe? Let's have a look as he comes through. He's coming past me now. There's something amiss with that Datsun 240Z. It's handling like a hovercraft. It's all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, he completely missed the apex down here at camp and just sort of wallowed around on the outer limits of Camp Corner.
So we saw Dave McDonald have a spin at Tower in the Triumph. Dean Halsey has clearly got handling problems. I wouldn't be surprised if he heads pitwards. So Roberts is now 4th. He's got ahead of the Wolf Thompson TVR at the last completed lap. We've got less than 3 minutes of this race to go now. So Dave Roberts, we said he'd revel in these wet conditions, and he is doing so.
Oh, and another spin for the 240. He didn't head to the pits, but he's had a spin as he tried to actually, that was on the entrance to the corner. So that car is handling horrifically for him. Now he's just trying to get that back onto the circuit. On the footage you can see there to the right of your screen of the headlights, still trying to rejoin. In fact, he's not yet. He's onto the tarmac. There he goes. Now, can I spot any kind of puncture? Not on any of the tires. It doesn't look like it's at a jaunty angle or anything, does it?
No, the tyres were up when he came past me. Something's broken in the suspension, I think, on the rear.
Well, I don't know, though, because it's not at a jaunty angle, so I don't think it's quite as obvious as that what the issue is.
He's got the indicator going now. He's touring in, as they say in British touring cars. Well, this race, in its last knockings now, there's less than 2 minutes to go. Nigel Rubin is going to win it, barring any disaster with the TBR. It's just on the fastest lap of the race, so it's clearly drying out there. 1:27.408. There's still a few cars with their wipers going, though. He's over a minute ahead of the Howell Brooks Mini, number 191 in second, but the battle is for fourth place. It's like Jamie Keeville is going to take third. And then the battle between Roberts, Wolf Thompson and Watkinson. Here comes Dean Halsey still battling on. I can't see anything wrong with that Datsun, but he's touring in. Where's that?
Yeah, he just couldn't even take any corner, could it? It just looked like a horrific car to be out there, and especially in these conditions. Not fun at all. Now, I tell you what, it's going to be borderline with our leader, Ruben. He crossed the line with something like 1:29, 1:30 left to go. And he's done the fastest, 1:27.4. Now, if he just clicks it down, like last time, he did a 1:30.618, then it'll be checkered flag for him. I don't know whether they'll throw it anyway.
He's just going up towards Tower now, Nigel Rubin. So it will be touch and go whether this will be last lap or checkered flag. We'll wait and see. There goes Dave Roberts, now a lap down in the Datsun, chased by David Thompson. Where's Chris Watkinson? He's dropped away from that battle into sixth position with the Mini.
Into the pits has come the 240 as suspected, by the way.
Yes, I thought his days were numbered.
Here comes the leader down towards camp. Certainly a lot gloomier out there now with the light fading. Hard to pick out. What do we got? 5, 4, 3. Checkered flag does indeed go out for our winner. Number 47, Ruben takes it, dominates. There goes the third place car, the number 9 car of Keevil from, what was that? Where did he start? 19th on the grid, and he came through to take third place because he's been lapped. Here is that battle for fourth place backwards. 74 Roberts in the Datsun just takes it ahead of the 13 car of Wolf and Thompson. That was mighty close there at the end. And we just keep an eye out. There's the 106 Mini of Watkinson. Does just about come through and take sixth place. And I'm now looking. There comes the 15 car of Campbell, the pale blue Triumph, just ahead of the number 3 Pages Mini, although that Pages Mini further back than we would expect for them, 13th place. But still we wait for the 191 Mini of Ollie Howe and Josh Brooks. That should be coming through to take second place in that race.
Nigel Rubin just heading up towards Tower now. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gents, as they head round. That was a cracking race from the Adams and Page swinging 60s. Thoroughly enjoyable.
Here comes the 191 Mini. It's going to take second place of Ollie Howell and Josh Brooks in a gaggle of back markers, but doesn't need to do anything daft. Punches the air inside that car. Absolutely delighted with a great second place, which also gives it a class victory because he wins Class C. So that is the majority of them that have taken the checkered flag. So it's Nigel Rubin in 47 takes the victory and Class V. 191 Ollie Howe and Josh Brook second and take Class C. Number 9 Jamie Keeville takes third place overall from 19th on the grid. Amazing performance and wins Class L. 74, which is the Datsun, that came up a long way as well. Where did that started 23rd? Did Dave Roberts in that Datsun 240Z. And he came home in fourth place and wins Class G. Incredible.
What did I say about in the wet?
Yeah, well, quite absolutely. In fifth place is the 13 TVR of Wolf and Thompson. Sixth, 106 The Austin Mini of Watkinson from the front row of the grid. 7th, number 15, Campbell in his TR5. In 8th position, number 18, Tim Cairns in his Turner Mark II. That gives him victory in Class B. 9th place, number 591, King in that beautiful Aston Martin DB4. That gives him the Class H victory. 10th, just with the way it worked out at the moment, the 240 car of Halsey, although he came into the paddock into retirement. 11th, number 27, Canning in that NSU TTS. That gives him Class D victory. 12th, number 110, the Mini of Jesty, winning Class F. 13th, number 3, Page and Page, is second in Class F. 14th, number 715, third in Class F is Evans. 15th place, number 28, Thomas in the Ford Capri, second in Class H. 16th, number 67, and second in Class L goes to Crayston in the Lotus Elan. 17th, number 78, McDonald Triumph TR6. 18th, number 5, Pede wins Class E in that BMW. 19th, 272, second in Class D, Reynolds in the Ford Anglia. In 20th place, car number 2, and third in Class C, Hunting in the Morris Mini. 21st, number 121, Edwards in the Triumph TR4. 22nd, number 53, Chamberlain in the Triumph TR250. 23rd is the 21 car of Crudgington and Crudgington in that Mini Gem Mark 1. 24th place, number 40, Stader and Henny, the relay team. That gives them second in Class B. 25th, 99, and third in Class B, Gibson in the Austin Healey Lenham Le Mans. 26th place, 84, Wybrow. 27th is 171, Bradshaw. 28th, number 20, Cloutman in the Austin A40. 29th, 611, Smith & Smith in the Lenham Le Mans. 30th place, number 50, Clark. 31st is 45, Potter and Stowe. 105, Leon. 76, Crawford and Woodcock. 919, Howe, still showing as 34th. In 35th is the 86 car of Lock and Lock. 648, Cornwallis. And someone else that came into the pits, we missed that earlier, 72, Morehouse in that Mini. Wow, 37 cars, and only a couple sort of retired, and quite late on in that race as well. So very, very impressive. Unsurprisingly, so many comments coming in about how good that was. Nigel Forrest says, has the Datsun damaged a track rod end? Good question. Don't know. Sarah Howe, thank you for that, says, thank you both for some fag commentating. Thank you. Well done, Ollie, brackets Matthew, and Josh. Thank you for forgiving me, Sarah, as well. Congrats. Awesome race, especially Page Boy's first season and visit to Castle Combe. Sean Wynn also says, been a blast, been in my garage building rally chopper bike 1971. Now, sorry, have to leave you all now as the pub has just called me. What, they worried that you weren't there already, were they? Good luck all, stay safe, see you, talk soon. Afternoon, watching and listening. Bye-bye four-wheel nutters from Sean, number 7. As you see from his photo, he's a bike racer. Right, we are going to be moving on to our final race of the day and of the 2020 season, and it will be the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops and Motorsports School Turbo Tin Tops. But it's no good. I'm going to have to play the video and just nip down and grab myself a visit to the little boys' room, I'm afraid. Back in a moment.
It's been way too long, I've been building walls around me. Keep my distance so you never know too much about me. Trying to keep you out cause I love my safe space. But the problem is I never looked into my own face. Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? Am I ashamed of myself? Am I afraid of my emotions? We let it go, hold it inside, it's hard to take the blame, I know it doesn't feel right. We let it go, hold it inside, you're more than just your past, you're more than what you realize. We let it go, hold it inside, it's hard to take the blame, I know it doesn't feel right. We let it go.
jet stream. See it in your eyes that you feed me. Never wanna come down to the ground. Setting sparks to fires when you're with me. And I realize what it all means when our hearts beat loud to the beat. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days that we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. So I'm looking so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice cuts through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. How we got it so good, I don't know how. Tattooing your name on my heart now. Never wanna let go of this feeling. Soaking in your light right above me. It's an open sky full of our dreams. Never been so easy to believe. There's a song in my head, wanna play it again. Soundtrack to the best days that we ever had. You're the one on my heart, erasing all my scars. So I'm looking so bad. I am better than I've been whenever you're around. Oh, you're looking at me unconditionally. Oh, your voice cuts through to me in every single crowd. And I know you love me till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down. Till the sky falls down.
Thank you very much for that brief interlude for me to be able to quickly run to the loo. Much better do that rather than panic for a 40-minute race. And I realised that I hadn't done the actual grid work for this one, so I'm just quickly inputting some information as we're already getting these cars out for this 40-minute pit stop, many with driver changes. And it's, as Dave was explaining previously, this is, in effect, this is kind of 5 races in one in reality. And by the looks of it, we're allowing 41 cars out there, which is a nice change. So let me take you through this grid. It is as follows. On the front row, pole position goes the way of 42, Jonathan D. We know a driver that knows this circuit rather well, to say the least. Is also one of the Orange Army, Honda Integra DC2. Alongside him, 68, Eric Bolton in a Honda Civic. Second row, Hutchins and Hutchins, number 49. 7, Harris and Lisa Selby. Third row, 82, Thomas Horton. 18, Tom Mensley. On the fourth row is number 12, Charlie Newton Darby, and the number 3 car of Jarman and Hunter. Row 5, 72, Carl Chambers and 114, Lee Campbell. Sixth row, 59, Newbold and Court and 777, Michael Dwayne. Row 7, 10, Matthew Pimlott and 19, Channing and Dye, although that car isn't there after rolling earlier, so that's not terrifically surprising. Also, by the way, we've lost the number 3 Jarman and Hunter car by the looks of it.
Yeah, that broke down in qualifying.
Ah, okay, thank you. Eighth row is 98 David Bellamy and the 179 car of Field and Field. Ninth row, 26 Chris Earl, 11 Andrew Presswell. Although Andrew Presswell's not out there by the looks of it. 10th row, 30 Gary Barlow, 56 Adam Brown. Although actually there it is, the number 11 car of Andrew Presswell is out there, the Astra, but it's being pushed backwards at the moment, sadly. 12th row, 33 Stuart Kilroy, 124 Wayne Rushworth. 13th row, 34 Peter Parkin, 94 Lynch and Lynch. 14th row, 199 Robert Hosier and 75 Simon Evans. Row 15, number 50, Stowe and Potter, and 8 car of Gray and Gray. 16th row, 47, Hans and Roche, and 8-10, John Baker. 17th row, 175, John Bolt, and 197, Jonathan Harbour. 18th row, 142, Mark Jackson, 154, Ian Scrutton. 19th row, 265, the Mini of Franks and Waite, and 99, Miles Mosley. 20th and penultimate row, 129, Tommy Grout, 97, Seegers and Grimm. And on the final row, after issues in qualifying, he says, is it there? Is the Nathan Nichols and Howard Fuller car. It is, but I think that's gone. No, that's a different one. Let me just look. I've got a horrible feeling that car hasn't been able to make it into this race, which would be a shame, because that's Nathan Nichols, of course, races here in the saloons and the hot hatches. I'm just checking to see if I got any notes about what the story is there.
While you look at that, I'll just give you details of success penalties for this race. I'll just give you details of success penalties for this race while you look that up, if that's okay. There are no drivers in the tin tops with success penalties because none of the previous winners are here. In turbo tin tops, the only driver with a success penalty to serve at his pit stop is Charlie Newton Darby, car number 12. He has a 30-second penalty because he won at Snetterton. The Puma Cup doesn't have success penalties. The RX8 Trophy does, and Simon Evans, number 75, has a 10-second success penalty because he won at Donington in that category. So there's only a couple of cars with success penalties to serve at their pit stops.
Fair enough. And sadly, I have had confirmation for all those local people that will have been glued to it to say that the Citroen Saxo, Nathan Nichols, Howard Fuller, is out with an electrical issue. That is devastating. We were really, really looking forward to that one. But sadly, no, it's not managing to make it out for this one. I noticed we got a whole load of messages coming in for this one as well. Just quickly catch up. And that's a few of you are going to be gutted. Chris Hignell says, good luck to Nathan Nichols, Howard Fuller. Not out, I'm afraid. Wayne Rushworth, Justin Holloway. Can't wait to see what Allen Valley, I'm sure that's Rock Valley Racing, can do from the back. They're not out, I'm afraid. Where is Justin Holloway starting the next race? I did say, but I forget where I said. 22nd is the answer to you there, Lee Simpson. Vicky Camp says, good luck to my hubby, 114 Lee Campbell. We are all watching back in Manchester. So that's great to see that the support is there. Suzanne Williams says, good luck to Toby and Lisa and their new build Fiesta. I think they got that finished Friday night, didn't they, last night or something like that. So also shout out to Pug Sport Racing and to John in the RX8, hashtag Spa Racing family. Peter Phillips says, good luck, Gary, number 30. Danny Casa Racing. Hello, Danny. Good luck to the Tin Toppers. Should be a good watch, shouldn't it? Just Jacob Nichols. Good luck, Nathan Nichols. I'm sorry, mate. He's not out. I've only just been told by Rock Valley that electrical issues has put that car out, which is a real shame. Come on, Campbell. 114. Bring it home, bro. Someone else cheering for Lee Campbell in the 114 car. That starts in 10th place, the BMW Mini Cooper white with the various blues on it. Go, Gary. Keep it luck. Good luck to all. I think this is a popular race by the looks of all these comments coming in, Dave. Chris Morris, big shout to Waz, number 124, PES 24, Ford Puma, second in Class E. Come on, lad, get that trophy. Jacob Nichols says his car is now, it's broke. Yeah, I know, it's bad news. Good luck to Carl Chambers with his rebuilt 208. Good luck to Michael Dwayne from Jill and family, Jill Fletcher. And finally, Rob Lyons, come on, 33, Stu Kilroy. So let's get this incredible race underway. It's number 40. Oh, somebody's just into the pits. That's our pole sitters in the pits.
Yes. I was just about to say, where's the pole sitter gone?
He's in the pits. Now, he has come into the pit lane as though they're going to have a look at it. And that was our very own Chris Mason that actually just... was the one that just shouted down and pointed me in that direction as I was going through this grid. Now I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Really, that these guys are struggling so much. Really, that car is down there. They're leaning in. I wouldn't say there's feverish activity on it, as though he's not terrifically confident he's going to get it sorted. But that means Eric Bolton's got that front row all to himself now.
And I think it might be the first time Eric Bolton's raced this car as well. I don't recall seeing him out with this Civic before.
Yeah, I thought it was new when I was getting all the colours. 5 second board is up. We're going to get this 40-minute race underway. Pit stop again in the middle, don't forget. And the pole sitter car has gone to the end of the pits. Red lights are on and creeping from our front row starter. Off they go. Everybody managing to get away, thankfully, this time. Varying speeds from everybody. Our pole sitter at the end of the pit lane waiting to be waved to go, and he's going to have to start this race from the back. That's going to be interesting to watch. So keep an eye on Jonathan D to see what he's going to be able to do. But red lights is all we can see pulling away from us. In fact, Jonathan D's not going, sadly. He's still at the end. I don't know whether he's still waiting. There he goes. He is now making it out into this race. Hopefully, he's going to get out before the medical cars. Yes, he is. The whole field. What a sight this must be up at Quarry Corner.
A blaze of headlights heading towards me. Eric Bolton, the ex-Ford Fiesta racer in his new Honda Civic, leads the way then into the S's for the first time. It looks like it could be Tom Mensley in his Clio up there in second. Now, he knew he'd be a front runner. He's won several races in this series before. The black Clio up there in second. The Hutchins family Honda Civic is in third. Then a big gap back to the 777 of Michael Dwayne in his Clio. And young Tom Hort, only 17 years of age, is up there in fifth. The youngest man in the CSCC. This varied field of tin tops, turbo tin tops, RX-8s and Pumas streams its way around. There's Jonathan D, the Marshall-turned racer. Had to start from the back, chasing Miles Mosley's Peugeot 106, and he passes it. So he's made up one place. He's made up two places. He gets past Jonathan Harbour's RX-8 as well.
Well, coming down towards us, we've got three for the lead. Still, it's the dark blue Honda Civic of Eric Bolton, number 68, that has the leads, but not by an awful lot. As he turns right onto the start-finish straight, the number 18 car that's right with him, Tom Mensley, from sixth on the grid, is up there, not only in second, but challenging for the lead already. The Hutchins and Hutchins, the number 49 car. Now, I've only got that down as David Hutchins, so I need to check who the other Hutchins is, unless you already know who that is.
It's Tom Hutchins.
Thank you.
Yeah, the driver. I don't know which one it is, unfortunately, who started the car. The leaders are heading towards the S's for the second time. Eric Bolton used to race with Odell Motorsports, if I remember rightly, in Class C of this series with the Fiesta STs. Chased by Tom Mensley. Used to race with his brother Paul, who's now gone into historic saloon racing elsewhere. They're the sons of Jim Mensley, successful hot rod racer. Then the Hutchins duo in their Honda Civic. Fourth is Dwayne. Then it's young Tom Horton enjoying a much better run. He's been having engine issues for that Fiesta all season. And then we've got the rare Proton Persona Coupe of the Field family that came close to a win at Thruxton last season. Behind them, Gary Barlow's Honda Integra. And they've got a solid scrub of cars behind. The leader in the turbo tin tops is Toby Harris and Lisa Selby with their new Ford Fiesta. It's only the second time out for that car. It debuted at Donington last time out. They could be the favourites for victory here. And further back in the order, of course, we've got the Pumas and the RX-8s as well.
Lead three round Camp Corner for the second time. Bolton in the lead now is actually possibly starting to slightly increase that lead. New fastest lap of the race confirms that. There goes the 82 car of Horton that's moved back ahead of Dwayne in that blue Renault Clio, the blue Clio with the white flashes. What was that suddenly sounded very loud as he came through there? I think it may have been Pimlott in the number 10 Seat. That sounded very loud. Keep an ear on that one, Dave. Wonder whether there's something come off that car to make it sound louder than I recall it sounding before.
Okay, we'll check that as it comes through. The leader's just coming into the S's for the third time. Eric Bolton has obviously done the fastest lap of the race, 126.988. There's a dry line starting to form out there as the leaders head past me. Starting to get a bit strung out, the top three now. The next group comes through. It is up to fourth, Thomas Horton, the teenager, having his best ever run. Then fourth, the head of Dwayne, then Field, Barlow. Yes, that Seat does sound a bit off. Matthew Pimlott's turbo tin tops car. In fact, it's him leading the turbo tin tops now. He's got ahead of Harris and Selby. It's a Ford Puma, those two. Look out also for Carl Chambers, the Pug Sport racing man in the only Peugeot 208 racing in the UK. Newly rebuilt, as we heard.
Leaders round camp, and actually the dynamic slightly changed again, because although they were spreading out, it was second and third that were close. Now it's first and second that are close. Mensley in the Clio has actually managed to reel in, and that's because that was the new fastest lap of the race goes to Mensley. So again, it wasn't an optical illusion, it was genuinely the case, but it just seems to be chopping and changing. Bolton, Mensley and the Hutchins that's in 49 cars sat there in third. Horton and Dwayne in fourth and fifth, sorry, and in fact they're being closed on by Field, Barlow and Pimlow by the looks of it.
Yeah, Gary Barlow, very rapid in his Honda Integra. Pimlott's leading the turbo tin tops ahead of Harris and Selby. He gained 4 places on that last lap. And the Field family are worth watching. They've come close to victory with that rare Proton, a leftover from the Proton Coupe Cup in the late 90s, that car. I think one of the only cars left from it. It's still in existence. Leaders head out towards Tower. It's still Eric Bolton up front in the Honda Civic Type R. There goes Tom Horton. He is flying in that Fiesta. Finally got the Fiesta engine to run properly this year. Pimlott seems to be struggling with that Seat, but it's not slowing him down. Seems to be struggling with the gears slightly. 114 going well. That is Lee Campbell. A few messages in support of him in the run-up to this race. You mentioned Carl Chambers in the Peugeot 208. Look out also for the Peugeot 207 a bit further back. Stuart Kilroy, the 207 GTI. He's running 17th, only his second ever motor race. Made his debut at Donington. We've had a spin further back there. One of the Pumas had a moment there. Didn't see which one it was.
Lead 3 are already heading up Avon Rise, and Bolton and Mensley are still very close together, but they're trading blows on fastest laps of the race, and even the one that doesn't get it is very, very close. But Hutchins, number 49, that car seems to have fallen away slightly, that Honda Civic Type R. That was a slightly slower lap, well, over a second slower that last time, which means the gap has gone up to over 3 seconds between second and third this time round. But Field 179's got past the Clio of Dwayne.
Ian Scruton, number 154, was the Puma that had a spin at the back of the field. There he's going again. John Bolts, number 175, currently leads the Puma Cup, and it's the 75 of Evans that leads the Mazda RX-8 trophy. The 3 leaders have already gone through up here. At the S's, Matthew Pimlott makes a move on Michael Dwayne's Clio. You'd expect the turbocharged car to breeze past the Clio, and the Seat has done so. Still doesn't sound great, though. Gary Barlow battling with the Field Proton. There goes Lee Campbell. Harris and Selby have dropped back into the place, and behind them now number 12, Charlie Newton-Darby. Remember, though, he's got that success penalty for a win at Snetterton. Jonathan D, meanwhile, is up into 17th place from the back of the field. Our pole sitter had to start from the pit lane.
Yeah, he's coming through rather quickly, isn't he, to say the least, but he's got an awful lot of work to do. Now, there goes the 82 car of Horton. That means that the screen's frozen again over here, because the top 3 are already up and through. Barlow, have we suddenly lost? Yeah, Dwayne slowed down and lost another couple of places there and didn't look fully up to speed. So I wonder whether that Clio's got a slight issue.
We'll have a look as it comes through next time. The tail of the field passing me at the moment, including the RX-8 trophy cars. There goes the leader, lapping a couple of slower markers. The lead gap, less than a second, but Bolton did the fastest lap that time through, 124.493. Now, Michael Dwayne was the car that we're looking for, isn't it? We'll see if he comes through. There goes Tom Horton, the youngster in 4th place. Then it's the Field car, the Proton. Then Gary Barlow pressuring them. Then Pimlott. There is Michael Dwayne. Still seems to be going okay. It's lost a bit of momentum there. Good battle further back. Harris and Selby under fire from Carl Chambers in the Pug Sport car. Then the number 59 Honda Integra, the Newbold and Mark Court's car, the ex-Ford Fiesta racers, sharing that car. Jonathan D is up behind them. Jonathan D is really carving through the field now.
I noticed that the lead 2 are absolutely dominating now, aren't they? The gap is out just over a second and a half between those 2, but in reality, whilst the Hutchins Civic Type R, number 49, was keeping them on it for a good while, just can't do it this time. Gary Barlow, number 30, the Honda Integra Type R, has got past the Proton Persona GTI Cooper of the fields. Number 179 drops down to sixth place now. Pimlo and is Dwayne still going? No, I think that we may have lost that 777 car of Dwayne now. I said there was clearly a bit of an issue. Oh, no, he did come through. Sorry, it was obviously a transponder issue in 8th place.
One car that is dropping down the screen, or was, is the New Bolden Court car. So they've lost a couple of spots in there. Somebody's gone straight on at the chicane. It's a Ford Puma. I can tell. I think it's Ian Scruton again. So Scruton has gone straight on there. He's struggling a bit with that Ford Puma. Something hanging off underneath, I think. Matthew Pimlock laps him. Still, your leader is Eric Bolton from Mensley and the Hutchins duo. There's Jonathan D. Now up into 12th place. Might even be higher than that. I think he's up to 10th now. On the back of the field. Watch for that Honda Integra.
And incidentally, the pit window is open now as the leaders go through to complete their 7th lap. There goes the 49 car of the Hutchins. That's still circulating, but that's now down in the 129s compared to the 126s. So I don't know whether that's a slight issue with that car. Number 30, Gary Barlow, in that white and purple Honda Integra Type R, still sat there in 5th and comfortably now made the move on the field Proton Persona and is now comfortably ahead of it by a 2 3/4 already.
Leader coming through Old Paddock, and he's still Eric Bolton with his new Honda pushing on. Chased by Tom Mensley. 2.5 seconds between the two of them. They are well ahead of the rest now. Several back markers between themselves and the 3rd place car of Hutchins. Is coming up to lap John Baker in his orange Clio, sponsored by Clio Breaker. Sadly, he's lived up to his sponsor's name this year. He's had a lot of issues with that car, but it's running well today. There goes Gary Barlow, followed by the fields in their Proton. Matthew Pimlott is next. I was just taking it fairly steady at the moment in these tricky conditions with the light fading now. Not all these cars have got headlights. Lee Campbell, I notice, has no headlights there. So he might struggle as the race goes on. Looking further back in the
commentary boxes, let's be honest.
there's no lights in here either.
No.
Well, it means you can see what's going on outside of it, basically. Fastest lap of the race by Jonathan D. 123.513 that time through. He's in 9th place.
Yeah, he's still clearly flying in that 42 car. In fact, he's got to be coming round through very soon because there goes the 179 car of Fields. And it's Pimlo's now coming into the pits. So another one that's pitted, as has Chambers. There goes 42. He's about to make a move on the 99 car. Now, that is not for position, is it? So that means that it is the 179 Fields car. So up into 7th goes D this time.
Yep, he's coming through the field. Look out also for what I think is the oldest car in this race. It's down in 18th. Adam Brown, who we saw out earlier on in John Hammersley's Astra. He's now switched to his Ford Fiesta XR2 and he's running in 18th place. And he's leading Class F. Looking further back, there's Field. There's Jonathan D. I was looking at him coming through. He looks fired up here. He'll be angry after that problem on the green flag lap. He's carving through back markers. Ahead of Michael Dwayne now up into 7th. Bolton continues to lead the league out 6.5 seconds.
Now, interestingly, by the way, I'm just looked down, is that we know that the number 10 car of Pimlock came in and he actually stopped in the penalty box. And I wonder whether that was because we picked up on the noise earlier, didn't we? And thinking that it sounded a bit louder. Now, of course, it's still got noise limits. And they maybe just had to check to make sure that there wasn't an issue with that car. Like, it's now pulled over, ready to do its normal pit stop. So presumably mixing the two. In comes the 3rd place, number 49 car of Hutchins. Well, it was the 3rd place. It's already coming down the order, but that one comes in fairly early in this pit stop window, doesn't it, really? As does the 179 Proton of the fields, which means that D's going to move up another place if he carries on then.
The car that's going great guns at the moment is Gary Barlow, number 30 in the Honda Integra, or the Hontegra Type R, as I heard you call it earlier on. I like that.
Well, there's no point wasting airtime, is there?
Well, he's got into third place. He's ahead of Thomas Horton now, so he's up to third, chasing after Mensley. So next in the order is that man Jonathan D. He's up to fifth place. Well, keep an eye on that Honda.
Just watch one car making its way towards the pits incredibly quick. I'm interested to see what number this is. I got a feeling it's Mensley. It is number 18, second place car. Way too quickly. This car's going to get in trouble for that. That is just ridiculous speed that he's just come in there. I'll be honest. That was. I'll be surprised if they're just looking at that. That's a definite slam dunk on that one. Silly speed that he just came in there. Everyone knows that you got to slow down in a pit lane, but for some reason he was on a mission.
Oh dear. So that could be a penalty for Tom Mensley then, the main challenger to Eric Bolton at the moment. Bolton just going past me at Old Paddock. He's just lapped the number 26 Honda of Chris Earl, the ex-Peugeot racer. Now going for Adam Brown to put a lap on his Ford Fiesta. So Barlow will be in second place on the road now in his Hontegra. And somebody very sideways there. It's one of the RX-8s, I think, coming through the S's there. Yes, the 47 car, the Simon Hans and Joe Roche machine. Who's leading the classes further back? The Pumas are still being led by John Bolts, and it is the 47 car that's leading the RX-8. It's quite a good battle going on in the RX-8 category, actually.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier. Is it still the lead two that were glued together? Hansen, Roche and Evans, the top two. Are they still about 1.6 together, but they were line astern earlier, weren't they? Leader Bolton carries on through. There goes the very loud number 10 car out there. Hopefully that's all okay, because it's such an awesome looking car. In has come the 26 car of Chris Earl as well. He was sat there running in 12th position as he comes in now. There goes 47 and 75, the two Mazda RX-8s, and they have split out ever so slightly this time, haven't they? Which is a shame, because that was bubbling up to be a very interesting race, wasn't it, between those two? But who knows? They've got a pit yet, and it could change it all around again.
A nice little battle going on near the back of the field. The BMW Minis of 129 of Tom Grout, 265 Gary Franks and Steve Waite, and the 142 Puma, which is that's the Pumas. Mark Jackson, the green Puma. They're having a nice little scrap. It's well outside the top 20, but they're still enjoying themselves. That's what it's all about, of course. Gary Barlow has now come into the pits in the Honda.
Yeah, indeed, he has. He's come down there. Mensley's already gone back out again. Jonathan D, our pole sitter that had to start from the pit lane. He's now up into fourth, but he's yet to pit. In comes the 199 car of who's here? The lovely Seat Leon. And the 129 Mini of Grout as well. So there is a lot of them stopping now, isn't there?
Yes, they're pouring in now. Chris Earls brought his Honda in. Peter Parkin's Peugeot 306 has come in as well. I remember him having a big shunt with that car at Thruxton a few years ago.
Certainly is very dark and gloomy out there, isn't it? And it doesn't take you much off of the racing line before you're kicking up the spray. One of the RX-8s is in. I think that's our lead RX-8 is coming in. Yes, it is. So 75 carries on round. And inherits the lead of the RX-8s now. But in has come the 47 car. So Hans and Roche, and that's obviously a driver change that's going to take place there. And it's all about seeing what happens when those two come back out again. Are they going to be in the same order, and are they going to be even closer than they were just before the pit stop?
So it's still Eric Bolton pounding round in the lead in the Honda. Tom Horton now up into second place. I think he just wants to lead a lap for the first time in CSCC Co-op Sport Team Titles, especially after a frustrating season with engine dramas so far. Well, he's on the tail of a back marker there. That's the 33, the Stuart Kilroy, Peugeot 207. Giving a very good account of himself here. Only his second ever motor race. His debut at Donington last time out.
Our leader is in the pits. Our leader's in the pits, and he's been compromised because we've got the other direction. Is that the 124 Rushworth car is going very steadily into the pits, and Bolton's then behind the John Bolt 175 Puma, and has just been compromised coming into the pit lane, and he's going to be very frustrated with that. I have no doubt. Round he goes trying to find a place to pull in. And then he's got to sit there stationary for those 2 minutes. He hasn't got a penalty, has he?
Eric Bolton, no, he hasn't. There's no drivers with penalties here in the CSCC.
Sorry. Got you. Fine.
The other 3 winners from this season aren't here.
Got you. Fine. That makes sense. Okay. The 75 leader of the RX8 side of things still continues on round. And Horton is in that 82 car, so didn't lead a lap, but the black and orange Fiesta is in, and he's also making a stop as well.
Well, he came close, but it's a great run, and that is going to put guess who into the lead? Jonathan D. From the pit lane, he's taken the lead. What a recovery!
Although that only is going to officially show if he carries on round, I suppose. There's the 49 car that's gone back out again. The Hutchins, so the other Hutchins is going to be at the wheel now. There's the 59 car. There's the number 7 Fiesta of Harrison Selby, of course, brand new, just been built up. In that comes, so it looks like Lisa Selby's going to be jumping out of that car, and Harris is going to be jumping in. Great job, but they've not even tested that, Dave, have they? They've not even been able. They literally finished it this week, and they've not had a chance to even test it.
No, that car was out at Donington, I think. It made its debut there. It was a late build before that, so they have raced it once already, Harris and Selby. Their post from the other day was that literally they finished it Friday, and they've not even been able to test it after absolutely loads of stuff. So I don't think it was in its guise that they intended it then, if it's been out this year. Okay, so it was purely a test bed at Donington then, because I did see it raced there. But I know Toby and Lisa do a lot of work behind the scenes for the CSCC on the social side, organising things like the annual awards night and so on. It's a great pleasure to attend that with last year, the event which you hosted, of course, Chris.
I did indeed. It was an absolute honour to be able to do that. In comes the RX8, number 75, that was leading the RX8 battle. The Evans car has come in now, so we need to keep an eye on what that's going to do at the end of that. So here we go. Here's Lisa's post. So this was 22 hours ago. We finally finished getting the car ready at 5:30 this evening. So yesterday, lots of work done since Donington. So there you go. But no time for testing. So we'll see how it goes. They've done new suspension, coolant pipes, inner arches painted, modification to fueling system, updated alternator, new brake pad, more stickers, and a few other jobs. So it was a lot.
Okay, so I was partly correct. So apologies to the number 17 there. Jonathan D leads, then Charles Newton Darby, the only other car that has yet to stop, and he's got a success penalty of 30 seconds for a Turbo Tin Tops win at Snetterton, the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, sponsored by the school based mainly at Mallory Park, owned by Pete Edwards, long-time racing driver. If you want to learn to be a racing driver, Motorsport School is the place.
I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but the 97 Mini and the number 8 RX8 just kind of got a bit up close and personal coming through Camp Corner, and it pushed the number 8 very wide, the grey and grey, managed to keep it off the grass, which is just as well because it's going to be absolutely sodden. We've seen a few that have edged towards the grass, and it's really compromised them. Jonathan D has carried on, which means that he has now shown himself as being in the lead from a pit lane start. The problem is that he's got to do it all again when he comes into the pits. He's got 2 minutes till the pit window closes. Equally, the Newton Derby number 12 Mini needs to come in yet as well, apparently, although here he is now. That car is in the pits. That leaves only Jonathan D that needs to come into the pits now, I think.
Somebody has hit the tyres on the inside of the S's. Unfortunately, I didn't see who it was, but there's several tyres out of place. Only one on the edge of the track, though, so they're able to get round it. Didn't see who that was. So if we look for a car that's got a bit of damage to the front, that might give away who it was.
I'll keep an eye on that then. Potentially only one working headlight might tell us as well.
Yes.
Oh, very slow there for the 777. I said that there seemed to be intermittent issues with that Dwayne car, and he just suddenly slowed coming onto the start-finish straight, pulled out of the way of Chambers' Peugeot 208. now has kind of got it going. I can't tell whether it's fully up to speed or not yet, but hopefully not too big an issue. Jonathan D, number 42, the erstwhile race leader, is making his way in towards the pits with a minute left of it to open, so he's done well there, timed it right at the end, is the last of the stoppers as far as I can tell as well, and be interested to see where he comes out. But the problem with stopping late, Dave, is that he doesn't give himself much time to directly fight with these guys.
No, he doesn't, and he's already had one fight through the order. He might not relish another. Yellow flags out the chicane. Somebody spun.
Oh, the number seven car. That's got damage on the front, so I think it was that Fiesta being told to come in. Now, is that just because it may well be because of that contact? They got some damage there. I thought it was about to go towards the penalty box. The problem is we're not getting messages up on race from race control on TSL.
But Tom, never mind that. Tom Mensley has just passed Eric Bolton, I think, coming through Tower. I just caught on the monitor there. That could be significant because that could put Tom Mensley into the lead of the race when the pit stops have cycled through.
It'd be interesting to see, though, won't it, whether he's going to get a penalty because he was so quick coming in.
They're coming down towards camp now. He's the Clio in front.
It's done. He's done it, move. Number 18 is in the lead. But is he going to get a penalty for speeding the pit lane? We'll need to wait and see. I'm not seeing any news, but as I say, we don't get notifications, sadly, today by the looks of it. But he's in the lead ahead of Bolton. Now, let's have a look. Bolton's lapping 128s compared to 123s earlier, whereas Mensley's, they're all slower, aren't they, Dave? So the rain must have come back again by the looks of that. And presumably that means that Mensley just hasn't slowed down as much as Bolton.
Tom Mensley doesn't know how to slow down, if I know Tom.
Included into the pit.
He's a real full throttle racer. We've lost somebody at the S's who's pulled over there. It's Michael Dwayne's Clio. There was a problem with that car, the 777. He's out of the race. There goes the car that will inherit the lead of this race when the pit stops are cycled through. Tom Mensley. Yeah, the rain is coming down again. I can see it on the side window of my commentary box. The car that spun at the S's a lap ago was number 14, Steve Papworth, the ex-Sierra Cosworth racer in the black Fiesta ST. He's going again. So we
Sadly,
have got...
It looks like the number 7 car's out of the race because Toby Davis is out. They've had a look at that front left corner, and it looks like they realise there's a bit too much damage from those tyres to do anything.
Well, we think it was him who hit the tyres, Toby Harris. But I didn't see it happen, unfortunately. I was looking at the timing screen. So Mensley has the lead then. It'll be Eric Bolton in second. Now, where is Jonathan D going to rejoin is the only question now. And I can see more and more spray being kicked up. It is raining again out there. Just to throw another curveball into it.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got 13 minutes of this race left, so there's a lot for them to contend with in these conditions. Now, as you say, where is Jonathan D? It's a lot harder to make out the cars in this gloom as well, to be honest with you. Not in this batch of cars. And also, what did we find with the TRs? The Evans, number 75, that's the red car, is in the lead now of the RX-8s then. So that's a switch around after the pit stops.
And that's good because Simon Evans, number 75, after he won the class at Donington, had an extra 10 seconds to serve at his pit stop as well.
Okay.
The RX-8s had success penalties.
Jonathan D has not fared brilliantly during the course of this pit stops. He's now in, what does that put him? 7th place he is now. So it's the number 18 Renault Clio of Mensley in the lead, 68 Bolton in second, 49 Hutchins in third place. So that's the same place for that car. Horton, the black and orange Fiesta number 82 in fourth place. Fifth, number 30 Gary Barlow. 179, the Proton Persona of the Fields in sixth place. And Jonathan D in 7th. And I think he's going to start charging again.
Right, let's see what Jonathan, Marshall turned racer, can do. He's had one win in his Tin Tops career. That was a couple of years ago at Thruxton. In better conditions than this, it has to be said. Let's see what he can do at the wheel of a Honda. There he goes. Now, he's already got past the Proton of the Field family. He's ready to charge once again. Watch for Jonathan D in the Integra. So let's have a look at the other class leaders. The Turbo Tin Tops are being led by Matthew Pimlott Sayat, despite that extra few moments of his pit stop. He is Only just over a second ahead, though, of Carl Chambers' Peugeot 208. So there's a battle on for the lead, and it's coming through the S's now. There's only a couple of car lengths in it for the lead of the Turbo Tin Tops division. There goes the Seat. There's the Peugeot behind it.
I'm wondering whether there's a problem for Bolton in the 68 car, because he's down in 132s. He's 9 seconds slower than his best time, but he also at the same time tells you what an amazing job Mensley's doing in the number 18 car. Even in these conditions that's slowing everyone else down, his time difference is only 2 seconds slower.
We've got a BMW Mini slowing down. Sorry, Chris, who's that? It's Lee Campbell. Now, he's getting back up to speed again. I think he's had a moment at the S's, just out of my sight there. Yeah, he's back up to speed again.
Yeah, but how amazing is that by Mensley? 2 seconds off of his best time, even in these conditions, when everyone else is considerably more than that. Through goes a great fight there. Pimlow, Chambers and Hosier all together. And in fact, it looks like Chambers, I think, has just made the move up. It's so difficult in these conditions, but I think the Peugeot 208 has just got past the Seat of Pinlock there. That is actually for 8th, 9th and 10th.
We've got a Ford Puma spinning out at the S's. Off backwards it goes. Mind the marshal's post. That's the green Puma of Mark Jackson that's had a spin there. Hopefully he can rejoin out of the grass. He's trying to get it running again. There goes Dave. Tom Mensley. Yes.
Dave, when just coming around Quarry is Bolton, the second place car, number 68, the Honda Civic. When he comes past you, look at the rear right. There's a light flash in there. Can't tell whether it's flames or sparks or what, but it just didn't look right going up. So it'll be when he's going away from you, you'll see it.
There's damage on the left front of that car. I can see a bit of bodywork hanging off. He's hit something.
Ah.
Yeah. Eric Bolton's hit something. I can see a bit of trim hanging off around the left front wheel arch on that car. So he's had an incident somewhere. I don't know where it was, but he's got a bit of damage. Have a look as he comes through towards camp this time. Look at the left front. You will see, I think there's a bit of bodywork hanging off.
Yeah, and I think, although Kevin's just said, although he said the Honda Integra, if it's the Civic that did it, he said hit the tyres. So that may well be Bolton, the Civic, that hit the tyres. Otherwise, the Integra had as well. Well, here he comes now. Yeah, see the trim off there on the front left. But it was weird. It was the rear right that there was like a weird flashing as he was going up Avon Rise, as though there was an issue there. Maybe it was just a bit of bodywork was stuck under the rear wheel as well at that point.
Yeah, maybe some trim was come off the front when he's hit something, off the splitter or something. It was dragging underneath. We'll wait and see. Meantime, I can confirm Carl Chambers has taken the lead of the Turbo Tin Tops. And in fact, Pimlock's lost another place because Hosier in the Seat has got past him as well. Past Matthew Pimlock's Seat. And here they come now. And Bob Hosier is going for Carl Chambers. This is a cracking race for the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops. The Seat all over the back of the Peugeot as they head up towards Tower. There's Pimlock. He's really dropping back. There is something amiss with that Seat, I think. What's happened, Chris?
Just had a spin. There was a big gaggle. I was watching Jonathan D and the Fields Proton were having a great fight, but in amongst some back markers, and it's a white Clio. Now, I'm going to guess that's the Stowe and Potter number 50 car. It was on the infield as he exited Folly, which we know is incredibly quick at that part. Did well to make it inside, and he's got back on the circuit again, but I was worried he was going to be a pretty reasonable sized pack of cars. He got away with that.
Well, with just over 7 minutes of this race to go, is it just me, or do races in the dusk like this have a real heightened atmosphere?
Hell yes, always.
It feels so much better. They seem to be going faster than they were earlier, don't they?
What many of us remember is a couple of years ago, Steve Putty here in his, I'm going to call it an RX-8, but it's a monster RX-8. It's just incredible. And the flames belching out of the back of that car in these conditions. All of us absolutely love that right here.
Tom Mensley goes through. He is absolutely hammering along, gobbling up the back markers. This is brilliant. We're in the dusk here. There's one or two cars out there that haven't even got headlights. They're still hammering round as hard as they can. This is why I love motor racing.
Oh, off is going to go D. Jonathan D's gone off hard at Camp Corner, and that was really unfortunate because he was on the outside of the Proton of the Fields, and I don't know whether there was contact, but it just suddenly seemed to push him off onto the grass and quick in towards the barriers there at on the outside of Camp Corner, I would imagine there's going to be frustration there, but I don't quite know exactly how that one played out. But Jonathan D, off he goes, jumps out of the car, bounds over the barriers out of the way. Frustrated, yes. Healthy, yes, too, is the good news there.
That a sad way for his double charge through the field to end.
It could, and that could sadly be an early finish to that one. Now, I can't see that we're going to be able to do a safety car with 5 minutes 46 to go. That car has hit the barriers, and there's no wreck to sell there, so it's straight into the tyres, and we've got 5.5 minutes left to go.
What a shame for Jonathan D. Well, we hope this race can continue to its conclusion, but we'll wait and see up there.
I noticed, by the way, you said it was coming, is that Hosier 199 in the Seat did get past Chambers to take the lead of the turbos.
Yes, he has. There goes Tom Mensley. He's heading for the checkered flag, but as you pointed out, Chris, he could be up for a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, which could give Eric Bolton the win. We don't know what penalty he might get, if any, at the moment. That is only speculation on our part.
Yeah, don't forget is that it certainly looked crazy quick, but I don't know whether there was anything or not. And he, at the moment, he sort of pulled out probably enough to cover that, I would imagine. But so what he doesn't want is a safety car.
Well, no sign of one at the moment. The race is continuing. There's yellow flags out I can see on the monitor at Camp Corner because Jonathan D has certainly gone wallop straight in. We got one in there in the end. But for me, the hero of this race is running in 11th place, Lee Campbell. You look at his BMW Mini, he's got no headlights. How is he keeping going in this dust with no headlights? There he goes now, just past me.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be really, really difficult, hasn't it? That unfortunately, in these conditions, for those around them as well as for him. Checkered flag is out now, as I suspected. Yeah, with 4 minutes, it had to be done. This car's just in a terrible position for them. Red flag wouldn't be able to get restarted. Big car, you wouldn't have enough time. So, although somebody's still gone and overtaken there as they've gone past the checkered flag, so I hope they're going to calm down now and realise a few of them aren't actually paying attention. Now they are. They throw the anchors out. I understand that it's going to take them a bit by surprise because many of them have timers on their dashes. It's a shame, really, isn't it? But here comes the unlit Mini as well. It does look challenging for that car. The 114 car of Campbell. So Mensley gets a victory on the road. Now, actually, what happened there? Because the gap was suddenly down to 0.7 between him and Bolton. Now, that to me suggests a penalty's been applied. Yes, it is. He does have a penalty, does Mensley, a 30-second penalty, which means he's won the race by 0.741.
Tom Mensley is the luckiest man here at Castle Combe today. Well done, Tom.
I'm going to, and I know you don't mean it literally, but I'm going to pick that one up and saying the most incredible race that was from him there, wasn't it? The speed out on circuit when everyone else was taking it steady because of the conditions. He wasn't. He was absolutely flying out there. It was amazing. So to just do enough there was, fair play, but it was bad to see the speed that he did in the pit lane with all these people around. But he'll have been in the zone. That's the thing. He'll have been in the zone.
And if you look at Eric Bolton's car now, I've just noticed the front splitters come completely off it. So that's what you will have seen.
That will have been it, yes. So it will have been sparks from the back as that was underneath him. So that makes sense. So it is the number 18 car that takes the victory. Tom Mensley in his Renault Clio. Fabulous job, even with a penalty by 3/4 of a second. Second, number 68, Eric Bolton. In the first stint, he was flying. It just did not like those extra wet conditions, clearly. Third place goes the way of the number 49 car of David and Tom Hutchins. Gary Barlow, number 30, in fourth. In fifth place is Horton, number 82, in that black and orange Ford Fiesta. Sixth place, number 179, the Proton Persona GTI of Field and Field. In seventh place is Bob Hosier. That wins him the Turbo one as well. Eighth position, 72 Chambers. Does win him TD class. Ninth place, number 10, Pimlott. Wins him TB in his Seat Leon Cupra. Love that car. 10th place, number 59, New Bolden Court. 114 Campbell in 11th place. That wins him TC. 12th place, number 12, Newton Derby in the BMW Mini Cooper. 13th, number 33, Kilroy in the Peugeot 207 GTI. 14th place, number 26, Earl. 56 Brown in 15th. That gives a Class F victory to Brown in that XR2 for Adam. 16th is 124 and a Class E win for Wayne Rushworth. Well done, Waz. 17th place is 98 Bellamy, David Bellamy. 18th place, number 34, Parkin in the Peugeot 306 GTI 6. 19th and the TR victory, so he won the RX8, is number 75 Evans. 20th, number 14, and second in Class C is Papworth in the Ford Fiesta. Then it's Jonathan D is showing as 21st at the moment. 22nd, 47, and runner-up in the TR is the 47 car of Hans and Roche. 23rd, number 50, Stowe and Potter. 24th, number 8, Gray and Gray. 810, Baker in 25th. 97, Seegers and Grimm in 26th place. 27th, 175, Bolt, which is the winner of the Ford Puma Cup as well. In 28th is the number 99 car of Mosley. We also had Grout, the 129 BMW Mini, finished in 29th place with a 31-second penalty. 147 and runner-up in the Ford Pumas is Jackson, 30th place. 154 Scrutton in the Ford Puma, third place in the Pumas in 31st. 32nd, 197 Harbour. 33rd place is 265, the Mini of Franks and Waite. And that is actually the last of the finishers. Well, Dave Goddard, what a fabulous event. Look at this. I'm sort of lit up by the lights here now. It's properly dark out there, isn't it?
It certainly is, but the drivers certainly lit up the track today. Well done to each and every one of them. That was as we say where I come from in the West Midlands, what a Boston meeting.
It certainly was. Well, Dave Goddard, you've had your dream that you wanted to you were desperate to come and have a crack here, weren't you, at Castle Combe? Did you enjoy it, mate?
I've loved every second of it, and a personal triumph for me because, as I say, it's completed the set. I've now commentated at every circuit in England and Wales. Just Knockhill now and Kirkistown in Northern Ireland to complete the UK set.
Nice one, mate. Well, Dave Goddard, it's been a pleasure, my friend. I'm going to let you wrap everything up and you can sort of make your way back towards the Midlands in case people hadn't guessed that's where you're from. They will have, of course. And I'll see you soon, buddy.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed for listening, everyone. Thanks to all here at Castle Combe today. It's been a great day and I hope to be back soon. Now time to get ready for more CSCC action at Mallory Park next week.
Indeed. Enjoy the rallycross tomorrow as well, mate.
Indeed. Wallop straight over and out. See you all soon. Good night.
Cheers, Dave. So that was Dave Goddard. Thank you very much for everybody who has joined us over the course of today's action-packed in so many ways. It's now finishing in the dark, but and sort of probably a couple of laps sooner than we were hoping to. Still 23 laps they managed to complete. Awesome entertainment. Thank you so much for all of your comments that have been coming in, cheering on your favorite drivers, your family members, whatever. Thank you for the comments about the feed. I hope that it was okay. Like I said, it was never designed to be the full outside broadcast quality, but it was to make sure there was action there. Great to see that we had spectators here as well. If you're still here, go and get yourself warmed back up again. It's been a pleasure, and we look forward to seeing you in 2021. For anybody who watches Combe TV, we'll hopefully be doing some more shows. We got in 2 weeks' time, we've got the preview of the Teenage Cancer Trust charity karting event, which takes place on Saturday, the 26th of November, I think it is, something around those dates, where I may well be racing at as well. Let me just check. Saturday, the 28th of November, sorry. Before we've then got the awards due in the evening, I think, or is it the 21st? No, it might be the 21st. I've got to double check when it is. But we'll have some guests in other shows. Thank you to the Mighty Orange Army that have done an amazing job in not particularly nice conditions out there, to the officials over there and in various other rooms around race control here, to the recovery crews that have been quite busy, the maintenance crews that have been very busy, the medical crews, thankfully, I don't think have been excessively busy this time. But thank you for being there. Above all, for all of you viewers, thank you very much. From us here at Castle Combe, have a very good Saturday evening. From Chris Dawes, Dave Goddard, and all of us here at Castle Combe and Classic Sports Car Club, good evening.
Becoming a racing driver has never been easier with Castle Combe Circuit. Book your ARDS Novice Drivers Training course at the Wiltshire venue today. The easiest and quickest way into competitive on-track action.
Welcome to Castle Combe. My name's Alan Cooper. I'm the Chief Driving Racing Instructor here at this circuit. We're here today to do the Novice Driver Training course, often known as the ARDS course, which is the first way to start off and get your racing driving licence. So, no further ado, let's get on and show you what's involved.
So you've seen the format. Everyone here today passed their tests and now have their racing licence. Who knows, the next time I see them could be as I commentate on them in front of the usual packed house of racing fans here at Castle Combe Circuit. All you need to do to be next is to visit castlecombecircuit.co.uk and select Become a Racing Driver under the Racing tab. Becoming a racing driver is easier than you think with Castle Combe Circuit and Motorsport UK.